Chapter 750. He actually knows of me? Does this mean that Mr. Eichinger Stanton often mentions me as a friend? Or does the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom know that I was involved in the great smog of Bakeland? Klein smiled and nodded without batting an eyelid. Yes, I'm Sherlock Moriarty. The grayish blue-eyed youth immediately made way and made an inviting gesture with a genial smile. Mr. Stanton has always been worried about you, afraid that you encountered an accident. He can rest assured now. Klein handed the umbrella to him and took off his hat and coat as he walked into the hall. At this moment, the sensing Eichinger Stanton had already put down the newspaper and pipe in his hand. He left the reclining chair, took a few steps forward and looked over. "Oh, Sherlock, you're finally back. It's been a while, my friend." The thin, grizzled Eichinger smiled and came over. He opened his arms in an attempt to give Klein a greeting hug. Klein wasn't used to such male etiquette, so he forced a response and smiled. He forced a response and said with a smile, "Mr. Stanton, this isn't something a wisdom believer should do." The priests and bishops of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom always had a sense of pride that came from the bottom of their hearts, and they rarely embraced. In fact, other than the boorish Faesac Empire and the open kingdom of Intis, other countries and regions rarely saw such etiquette. Only very familiar friends would do it. Eichinger took 2 steps back and chuckled. "No, Sherlock. We are never stingy with respect and kindness towards friends who are truly wise. In my heart, you're one of the top 5 detectives in all of Bakeland." "I like hearing such words." Klein chuckled inwardly and returned with a humorous question. "So you're one of the top 3 detectives?" To be praised as truly wise by a Sequence 7 believer of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was indeed delightful. "I hope that's what you think of me," Eichinger cleverly and gently replied. Then he invited Klein into the living room and sat on the sofa. He leaned back on the reclining chair, picked up his pipe, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. "I'm glad that you didn't encounter any accidents. Your body and mind are in good condition. How was it? Did you have fun at Desi Bay?" Klein had already prepared an excuse. He smiled calmly. "Actually, I didn't go to Desi Bay. After I circled around there, I went to Constant. I got into some trouble in Bakeland, so I had to find a place to hide for a while." Sherlock Moriarty was a gentleman from mid-Seashire with a faint accent. After getting into trouble, it was very normal for him to hide in his hometown. Constant City was the capital of mid-Seashire. "I know," Eichinger replied in a low voice. He didn't ask what kind of trouble Sherlock had caused. Instead, he smiled. "Anyway, welcome back to Bakeland. If you need any help, you can come to me." Klein didn't stand on ceremony as he immediately said, "I came to visit you this time. Firstly, it's really been a long time since we last met. Secondly, I hope that you can represent me in selling my shares in the Bakeland Bike Company." "Ha, all the documents are complete. There's no need for any other procedures." In order to act as a mysterious tycoon and repay the 10,000 gold coins he owed Miss Messenger, not only did he plan on selling the items he didn't need, but he also planned on giving up the 10% shares in the Bakeland Bike Company. After all, Sherlock Moriarty wouldn't be able to appear openly for a long period of time. "Are you really selling it?" Eichinger stroked his pipe and said, "Although I've never been a businessman, I can tell that the bicycle is a very valuable product that can be promoted in large numbers. Its commercial prospects are like the rising sun. It's far from reaching its peak. If you sell it now, you will lose a lot of money. Therefore, buyers will definitely be willing to pay a huge premium for such expectations." Klein chuckled. "I believe that there are quite a number of people who can see the value and prospects of the bicycle. As for Fromis and Leopard, they definitely won't be willing to reduce any of their shares at this stage. It won't be a problem to sell my 10% for 2 or 3 times the normal price. Eichinger, the pricing of the shares doesn't only depend on the present, but also on the future." It was very necessary to tell a tempting story to a buyer or investor and paint a beautiful future. Of course, There's no need for me to describe the value and prospects of the bicycle. Anyone with a business sense can tell. The only problem is the production of natural rubber. Klein silently added, the pricing of the shares doesn't only depend on the present, but also on the future. Eichinger repeated Klein's words softly. After a while he sincerely praised Sherlock. Perhaps you should go into business. However, there are always many accidents in the future. Daring to take risks is the spirit of chivalry in the business world. All right, I admit that I'm in urgent need of a large sum of cash recently, Klein replied with a smile. Eichinger picked up his pipe and took a puff in satisfaction. You've convinced me. I'll hire a professional lawyer and accountant to determine the current value of the Bakeland Bicycle Company. Then, I'll add on a sufficient expectation and sell your 10% shares. The corresponding fees and taxes will be deducted from the cash. How should I contact you? Your lease at the house on Minsk Street seems to have expired a long time ago. Of course, Klein wouldn't expose his present identity. You can publish the news of the transfer of shares in the Tussock Times, Bakeland Daily, and other newspapers to let more people know about it. Only when there's competition will there be better room for negotiation. After the sale, publish a similar announcement to indicate that the matter has been completed and that there's no need to disturb me. And when I see this announcement, I'll come directly to visit you. Eichinger was no stranger to using newspaper advertisements to communicate remotely. He nodded and said, "No problem." "No problem. Of course. All expenses will be deducted from the final harvest." Seeing that his main goal had been achieved, Klein stood up and extended his hand. "Thank you for your help, Eichinger. It's time for me to leave. We'll talk about some things in the future." Eichinger didn't hold him back and sent him out the door. Klein circled to a nearby street and took a rental carriage. He enjoyed the night view of Bakeland under the sparse drizzle as he headed for the Brave. He planned on reconnecting the information and resource channels Sherlock Moriarty had tonight. After entering the noisy and chaotic bar, he didn't head to the bar counter to order a drink. All he did was circle the boxing ring and prepare to leave to wait for Miss Sharon to appear in the carriage outside. At this moment, the billiard room's door creaked open. Ian, who was wearing an old coat, walked out with a newspaper in hand. His bright red eyes swept the area and suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. His mouth opened, but he didn't say the person's name. Instead, he said in pleasant surprise, "Good evening, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Not at the moment. I'm just here to meet an old friend," Klein said with a genial smile. As he spoke, he saw that the newspaper Ian was holding was News at Sea. The content that was exposed had a rather eye-catching headline. Shocking! Crazy adventurer has become a wanted criminal. Crazy adventurer. Klein instinctively believed that it had something to do with him. Sensing his gaze, Ian smiled and raised the newspaper high. "This is a rare, timely report from News at Sea, as bounties have appeared everywhere. Crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, plotted an incident that harmed the City of Generosity and was proven to be a member of an evil organization. In this incident, thanks to the protection of the Church of the Storm and the Kingdom's military, there were no casualties in Bayam. However, Admiral of Blood Seigneur, who was involved in the matter, went missing as a result. It's suspected that he was killed by German Sparrow. Guess how much the bounty they offered for German Sparrow is? £50,000. This exceeds Admiral of Blood's and is close to Admiral Hell's. £50,000. Klein's heart palpitated when he heard that. He calmed the ripples in his heart and replied with a smile. Unfortunately, few people receive such a bounty. He pointed at the bar's door and said, "I'll look for you when I have the time in the future." "All right." Ian didn't ask further as he asked, "Is Mr. White from the Harvest Church your friend?" "This fellow is finally willing to leave the house? For the primordial moon believers?" Klein nodded. "Yes." With that said, he squeezed out of the crowd, pushed open the door, and left the Brave. After getting on a rental carriage, Klein cast his gaze out the window, waiting for Miss Sharon to appear. Of course, he couldn't guarantee that she was still here. Months had passed, and this lady and Merrick might have changed locations. Silently, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered as he turned his head to look out the window. He saw a young lady wearing a black bonnet and a Gothic regal dress, clearly reflected on the glass that reflected the night. Turning his head, Klein saw Miss Sharon sitting opposite him. Her pale blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale face were no different from before. "Good evening," Klein, who didn't need to act as German Sparrow, greeted her. Sharon got up slightly, lifted her skirt slightly, and bowed in return. Realizing that she might have already seen the news at sea, he cleared his throat and directly said, "I killed Senor." "Yeah." Sharon nodded slightly, indicating that she was aware. "Yeah." Sharon nodded slightly, indicating that she was aware. Klein continued with a smile. "I'm not sure. If Merrick still needs a Wraith Beyonder characteristic, he can wait and gather the funds. Once I find a replacement, I'll sell Senor to him." Sharon didn't ask what substitute meant and simply replied, "That's right. After seeing the news, he's been waiting for you to come back." "Very good." Klein chuckled. He reached into his collar and pulled out a silver necklace. "This is Senor's lucky item. You should know about it, right?" Sharon nodded and waited for Klein to continue. "I plan to sell either it or the biological poison bottle. Are you or your circle interested?" Klein took the initiative to ask. Chapter 751. Sharon fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "I'll help you ask." "I'll help you ask. Does that mean you need to consider it?" "That's right. The negative effects of the scales of luck do make people hesitate. However, the biological poison bottle and Wraith are really compatible. If I wasn't short on money and carrying it around would worsen my physique and cause me to contract diseases, I wouldn't even be willing to sell it. It's rather useful in an ambush." Klein vaguely grasped what Sharon was getting at as he stuffed the silver necklace with the ancient coin back into his collar. He deliberated and asked, "Is it the power of a high-sequence prisoner pathway Beyonder to make every lifeless object attack a target?" "Puppet," Sharon replied concisely. "The power of a sequence for puppet? By becoming a lifeless puppet, one can control all lifeless objects within a certain range. If I advance further, will it directly affect the enemy's mystical items?" Klein nodded in enlightenment and asked, "Then do you know such a demigod?" He then described in detail the appearance of the elder who had attacked him outside Byam City. Following that, he described in detail the appearance of the elder who had attacked him outside Byam City. "Actually, I wish that you could introduce more relevant information." Klein knew Miss Sharon's style. "Actually, I was hoping that you could introduce more of the relevant situation." Klein knew Miss Sharon's style and smiled helplessly. "Actually, I wish that you could introduce more relevant information." Klein knew Miss Sharon's style. He was the mentor of the Naturism sex leader on Oravi Island. "A demigod who is pursuing us," Sharon replied without any emotions or concealment like a puppet. "He's also the one who made me feel like the chair, table, and curtains are trying to kill me. What a coincidence. However, this isn't an arrangement. It just means that a secret organization like Rose School with more than 1,000 years of history doesn't have many demigods. It's probably about the same as the Aurora Order. They have about 5 saints and 2 to 3 angels and grade 0 sealed artifacts. Of course, this is because they've been suppressed by the 7 churches for a long period of time. Their main camp has been turned into a colony. When they were at their peak, they definitely had more than that." Klein thought and asked again, "Then, do you know a member of Rose School who can make an entire mountain tremble with just one arm?" He wanted to describe the characteristics of that arm in detail, but he found that he did not dare to look at it directly. Sharon listened quietly. Her eyes seemed to be alive, and she said in a cold voice, "Don't worry. What happened to you?" "A saint, an angel, and Sea King, a demigod of the Aurora Order. a monster produced by the Charismatic Order's artificial death project. Klein silently mocked himself and smiled bitterly. I offended the mother tree of desire and was ambushed by Rose School. Thankfully, I was in Byam, and the Church of the Storm and the Royal Army took action. Furthermore, I threw out items that were corrupted by the true Creator's aura and items related to Charismatic Order. In short, the situation was chaotic, and I took the opportunity to escape. He calmly replied, but he hid the existence of Miss Messenger and Mr. Aztec. As for the matter regarding the true Creator, he believed that Miss Sharon had long noticed that he wasn't affected by the ravings. This could be explained with timely psychological intervention and psychotherapy. Mother Tree of Desire. Sharon muttered the name as her blue eyes gradually revealed a rare emotional fluctuation. Klein didn't have the ability to interpret as a spectator, so he was unable to discern Miss Sharon's exact feelings. He only vaguely felt that she was a little afraid and disgusted. Very soon, Sharon held back her abnormal reaction and turned into the most delicate doll again. She looked at Sherlock Moriarty and said, "You're very lucky and mysterious." She looked at Sherlock Moriarty and said, "You're very lucky and mysterious." Klein smiled without a word. He didn't lie or explain. Sharon didn't inquire further as she said, "The one you encountered might be Sua. He is an abomination born 922 years ago. He calls himself the child of the chained god. He is also the present leader of Rose School." "No way. Rose School directly sent their leader and a demigod to deal with me. I'm just a mere Sequence 5. If not for Orange Light Hilarian's warning, I might have already been captured by Rose School." Klein felt a lingering fear as he casually asked, "That can't be. Is Abomination the name of a Sequence 2, or one of the prisoner pathway?" "Probably." Sharon didn't give an affirmative answer. At this moment, without waiting for Klein's response, she took the initiative to say, "William Street was destroyed." Klein tried to figure out how he should react when Miss Sharon mentioned this topic. He immediately frowned. And asked, "By who? When?" "The Night Hawks and the Machinery Hive Mind. About 2 months ago." Sharon had clearly gathered the relevant information. Klein nodded solemnly and thought for a moment before saying, "Perhaps we've all overlooked something." "Maybe we've all overlooked one thing. That evil spirit doesn't necessarily need us to save it. It's also controlling Baron Pound. Could it be that something happened to this gentleman and attracted the attention of the Nighthawks and the Machinery Hive Mind?" Klein didn't feel guilty at all as he made a guess that contained both truth and falsehood. Sharon nodded slightly and said, "Baronet Pound suddenly died after a carnival." "Baronet Pound died suddenly after a party," Annan explained. "Baronet Pound suddenly died after an orgy? A Listitutor's last bloodline was severed just like that?" Klein thought for a moment. "What's the situation at Williams Street now?" "They're building some high-rise buildings," Sharon described without any expression. "In the beginning, there were people secretly monitoring it, but it became less and less. By the beginning of last month, it was gone." Klein pondered for a few seconds. "Have you gone down to explore?" Sharon glanced at his face and said, "I'm not sure." "No. Is this because you remember our unwritten agreement? What we discover together, we explore together. What a noble lady. The Rose School of Thought's abstinence faction is many times better than the indulgence faction." Klein probed, "What's the matter?" "Are we going now?" "Okay." Sharon expressed her attitude concisely. Klein immediately ordered the coachman in front to change their route to William Street, which was at the junction of West Side and Queens. Along the way, he casually talked about what he had seen and heard at sea and his experiences that did not involve secrets. Although Sharon did not respond, she listened attentively and seemed to be very interested. This reminded Klein of the first time he met Miss Bodyguard. She was sitting on an illusory high-backed chair inside the oriel window, her right hand holding her cheek as she listened carefully to his conversation with Ian. She had the potential to be a spectator. The carriage passed through one quiet street after another in the pitter-patter of rain, and finally arrived near William Street. Before Klein and Sharon approached, they realized that the area had turned into a huge construction site. After circling around to the area corresponding to the underground ruins and standing under a lush tree, Klein said to Sharon, who wasn't drenched despite not holding an umbrella, "Let's go down from here." The rain fell, passing through Sharon's pale blonde hair and body before pattering onto the ground. All right. Sharon didn't ask Sherlock Moriarty what method he was going to use to head down. Klein reached into his pocket and easily dispelled the wall of spirituality before opening the iron cigar case. A figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was none other than Admiral of Blood Senior in his dark red coat and old triangular hat. "He's going down in my place," Klein said with a smile. Right on the heels of that, he calmly controlled his puppet. Admiral of Blood Senior immediately pressed his hand to his chest and bowed at Sharon. "Good evening. I'm honored to be working with you." Sharon swept her gaze at Klein and Senior without a word. Her body quickly sank into the soil. "Ah, Miss Sharon seems to hate Senior." Klein curled his lips as he made Admiral of Blood's body rapidly turn into a wraith and sink down. He leaned against the tree with his eyes half closed as he seriously controlled his puppet. There was no one around him. The rain was sparse, and the street lamps were dim. Vaguely, Klein found the feeling of being a marionettist. His vision overlapped with Senior's at that moment. He saw black-brown soil, squirming worms, and junk in the crevices of the rocks. After passing through the layers of obstacles, he and Sharon arrived at the area where the underground ruins used to be. The dome had collapsed, the stone pillars had snapped, and the soil was filled with rubble. It was nothing like it originally was. Such a scene made Klein believe that the humanoid statues of the 6 deities had definitely been completely destroyed. Thankfully, he and Sharon were located rather close to the room where the evil spirit was sealed. This also meant that in the subsequent explorations, he didn't need to worry that the puppet's range of activity would exceed the 100-meter limit of his control. Amidst the smell of soil and rot, Klein's marionette and Sharon quickly entered the abnormally dangerous room from before. However, in the midst of the bricks and soil, there were only a few piles of bones that were covered in rotting clothes that had signs of being crushed. The dark gold and dark blue light that originally existed had all vanished. The Beyonder characteristic was taken away by the Nighthawks or the machinery hive mind. Senior's face twitched, perfectly reflecting Klein's feelings. Sharon turned around in the dark and solid environment and gently shook her head. They didn't send anyone in. There are no traces of living creatures here. That's right. If there were living people entering and leaving this room in the past half a year, the Wraith should have sensed it. Furthermore, those deity statues clearly can't be seen by the Nighthawks or the machinery hive mind. Then, where did these Beyonder characteristics go? As Klein frowned, Senior had a similar reaction. Could it be that the evil spirit wasn't completely destroyed? Did it escape long ago? As Klein thought about it, he was suddenly alarmed. He suppressed his emotions and made Senior follow Sharon through the room, filled with soil and rubble. They arrived at the spot where the bloody door originally stood. At this moment, there were only a few fragments that proved that the target had once existed. After walking a few meters, the two of them entered the room where the evil spirit was sealed. This place had also been destroyed and buried. With Senior's body and eyes, Klein wandered around for clues. There should be a black high-back chair here. Sharon stopped and pointed at a piece of wood that was pressed between two rocks. Klein immediately recalled the scene he had seen in his dream. The young man suspected to be Medici was sitting on a high-back chair with his head lowered, looking like he was dead. Sharon didn't stop. She walked to the side through the mud and searched for other traces. Suddenly, she spoke again. Suddenly, she said again, "There should be one here, too." "There's another one." A second black high-back chair? Klein floated over in surprise. Chapter 752. Under Klein's control, Senior, who had transformed into a wraith, passed through the thick soil and rocks and arrived beside Sharon. He saw a broken armrest with asymmetrical patterns buried in front of him. It was similar but different from the wooden fragments he had previously discovered. The armrest wasn't pure black. There was a dark red color in the patterns, as though iron and blood were intertwined. Recalling the scene from the nightmare, Klein confirmed that this wasn't the high-back chair the young man suspected to be Medici was sitting on. This was the second one. There were at least 2 high-back chairs in the room where the evil spirit was sealed. Klein and Sharon didn't say a word as they circled around in different directions in search of other traces. Before long, they found proof of the existence of a third high-back chair. It was a leg of a chair. It was mainly dark red with pure black patterns. It was completely different from the 2 wooden fragments from before. Perhaps it's a problem caused by the asymmetrical characteristics of the 4th epoch. Klein knew Sharon's style, so he took the initiative to speak, saying words that he didn't quite believe. In the nightmare caused by the evil spirit's aura, the high-back chairs that appeared were at least of the same color. Sharon shook her head slightly. 3 foot is more ritualistic. She was referring to the fact that Blood Emperor Alistitutor wouldn't be the only one who wanted to harm the innocent. There might have been a ritual in the room where the evil spirit was sealed. Klein was taken aback when he heard that as a scene suddenly flashed across his mind. In the spacious and dark room, with a certain spot as the center, there were 3 high-back chairs of different styles. Sitting on each chair was a humanoid creature with a drooping head and no aura. One of them was Red Angel Medici. This scene became clearer and clearer, and Klein instantly thought of 2 other things. The main ingredient of the sequence 0 Black Emperor's potion was the uniqueness, and 2 sequence 1 beyond her characteristics, excluding the one he had. Blood Emperor Listitutor seemed to have forcefully jumped from sequence 1 Prince of Disorder of the Black Emperor pathway to sequence 0 Red Priest, which wasn't a neighboring pathway. He had become a half-mad true god. As his thoughts raced, Klein quickly came up with a guess. This room had once held a ritual to advance to sequence 0, one that involved a true god. Of course, based on the complicated ritual required by the Black Emperor, this should only be part of the potion. The pathway that represented war clearly needed the chaos and strife of the entire continent to match. As for Blood Emperor Alistitutor, he didn't possess the corresponding sequence, 1 beyond her characteristics. Therefore, his Red Priest potion needed 3 sequence, 1 angels or sealed artifacts to provide the beyond her characteristics. This was why there were 3 high-back chairs. Right, the evil spirit that's suspected to be Red Angel Medici once said that the way to help it escape the seal is to find the direct descendants of the Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici families and extract 10 milliliters of blood from each of them to mix with holy water. Sauron and Einhorn are angel families that control the Hunter, which is also the Red Priest Beyonder pathway. They have existed since the 4th epoch. One has already declined, and it can only control a spy agency and military faction with Intis. The other is still the royal family of Faesak. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he made a new judgment of what had happened in the room and the true identity of the evil spirit. On the other 2 high-back chairs sat the ancestors of the Sauron and Einhorn families, sequence 1 angels, together with War Angel Medici, who might very well control the uniqueness of this pathway. The main ingredient of the Red Priest potion was gathered, and that evil spirit was likely not just Red Angel Medici. It also had the remnant psyche and hatred of Sauron and the Einhorn family's ancestor. Man, 3 sequence, 1 angels were once sacrificed here. Their curses and the remnant effects of the ritual before their deaths made this room abnormally terrifying and sealed it? Thankfully, I reported it to the church ahead of time and got them to deal with it. Otherwise, even if Miss Sharon and I had advanced to sequence 4, we might still die here and become the evil spirit's food. Klein felt a sense of lingering fear and relief. At the same time, he increasingly understood the reason why the red priest card had landed in the hands of the evil spirit. When all the former upper echelons of a pathway were buried in this underground ruin, the attraction between Beyonder characteristics would naturally guide the wielder over without any deviation. Furthermore, the Emperor had said that whatever separates will definitely converge, and whatever converges will definitely separate, after Blood Emperor Alistitutor perished. The true God characteristic he possessed, which is also a sequence 0 characteristic, would likely be split into 4 parts. One is considered abstract and conceptual, the uniqueness. The rest are 3 sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics. If not, when someone becomes a god, the corresponding Beyonder pathway will no longer have a sequence 1. Would 1 or 2 of these sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics be drawn into the sealed room? This was likely one of the reasons why the cards of blasphemy were attracted. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that he had underestimated the evil spirit. As expected of angels promoted from conspire, Klein, who was standing under the tree, controlled Senor to speak. Perhaps it really is a ritual. Matters related to Blood Emperor Alistitutor must be of a very high level. Sharon listened quietly and added, "I'm sorry. Sauron Einhorn Medici." Miss Sharon also suspects that the 3 high-back chairs in this room once belonged to different angels from the details of the evil spirit's request. Klein thought for a moment and took the initiative to reveal, through Senor, Blood Emperor Alistitutor should be a true god of the hunter pathway. The card of blasphemy he represents is the Red Priest. Sharon fell silent for a few seconds, as though she had understood something. She said, "That card is gone." She was referring to the Red Priest card that the evil spirit had previously displayed. Perhaps that evil spirit had long escaped before the Nighthawks and machinery hive mind destroyed this place. Klein voiced his guess, and it took away all the Beyonder characteristics and a Red Priest card. Sharon silently surveyed the area and said, "It's very cunning. It's very cunning. It wouldn't leave such an obvious clue." "That's right. The Beyonder characteristics outside the sealed room are clearly below sequence 4. To an evil spirit that was once a king of angels, they aren't attractive at all. It's the same for the Red Priest card. It's understandable that it took away the items in the room. But why didn't it leave anything behind? This is like saying to others, 'Haha, I lied to you. I've successfully escaped. Hunt me down if you have the ability.' Wait, that might be what it's trying to express." As Klein thought about it, he suddenly found it amusing as he made Senor speak. "No, being cunning doesn't mean not leaving behind any clues. Sequence 8 of the Hunter pathway is provocateur." At that moment, the Red Angel's appearance that surfaced in his mind was pasted with Anderson Hood's picture. Sharon listened without moving. Her mouth was slightly agape, but she didn't say a word. Similarly, Klein fell silent. He felt that the Beyonders of the Hunter pathway had very distinct styles. In comparison, the red-haired Elaine didn't look like someone from the Sauron family at all. However, she's still very talented at provoking Vice Admiral ailment. Back then, the members of the Sauron family infuriated the Emperor. Klein silently exhaled as he lampooned. The silent atmosphere was quickly broken by Klein. His puppet, Senor, looked around and joked, "That's not a good idea. Perhaps that's why they were captured here." "Who's helping Alistitutor?" Sharon's figure asked in a transparent and illusory manner, but she didn't seem to be looking forward to an answer. "Perhaps it's the 6 deities." Klein recalled the 6 statues in the hall outside. However, he quickly wavered. "However, the 7 deities support the Tuluin Sostal Empire. Sauron and Einhorn are powerful nobles of this empire. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility of them first supporting Tudor and then falling out because of his madness. If it's not the 6 deities, does that mean that there's another deity supporting Alistitutor? Who could it be?" Klein thought silently. Sharon didn't stay any longer as her figure floated up to the ground and returned to the side of the tree. Klein put away Señor's wraith and made it enter the gold coin in the iron cigar case. Then he casually asked, "What happened?" "Actually, I've always been curious about where the powers of pure evil spirits and wraiths that don't possess beyonder characteristics come from." "The spirit world," Sharon answered simply. "Beyonder characteristics are conserved, but the source of beyonder powers might not be the same? It's also possible that the spirit world itself is a product of certain beyonder characteristics." Klein nodded and looked at the soil at his feet. "I'll continue investigating the whereabouts of the evil spirit. If I find anything, I'll inform you." He planned on asking Rhodes later. With that said, he took out a pen and a note, scribbled down the summoning method for his messenger, and handed it over. "If there's anything, you can write to me." Sharon took the piece of paper and looked at it seriously. "I'm at the Brave." "You can write to 126 Guard Street, Hillston, addressed to Mrs. Marilyn." "All right." Klein put the pen in his pocket and used the silver ritual dagger to create a wall of spirituality in front of Sharon to reseal the iron cigar case. Then, like a gentleman, he went to another street to hail a rental carriage and sent Sharon all the way back to the Bakeland Bridge area. After doing all this, he returned to the high-end hotel in Hillston Borough that he had rented. On the way, he changed his appearance and switched to a carriage. Byam, Seaweed Bar. After drifting on the sea for a while, Donis set foot in the city of generosity again, planning to coordinate some affairs for the resistance army. He pulled down his cap and sat at the corner of the bar counter, ready to listen to the latest rumors first, lest he became a bounty hunter due to the lack of timely and inaccurate information. At that moment, he heard an adventurer beside him say to his companions, "That's right. Do you think German Sparrow will get someone to claim Admiral of Blood's bounty on his behalf?" "Ah." Donis subconsciously raised his head and looked at the speaker in confusion. "P.S. There will be an early update at midnight. Chapter 753. Why would a madman like German Sparrow get someone to claim Admiral of Blood's bounty on his behalf? That's not right. Why can he claim Admiral of Blood's bounty?" Donis suddenly snapped out of his confusion as he grasped the crux of the matter. He suddenly lowered his head to prevent his eyes from revealing his surprise and confusion. The adventurers beside him continued. "How is that possible? No one would dare claim it on their behalf." "That's right, unless they wish to suffer the wrath of the Church of the Storm or betray German Sparrow. £42,000. If I can obtain such a bounty, I'll immediately head to Bakeland and become a tycoon. Haha. Shouldn't I enjoy half a year in the Red Theater first? Perhaps German Sparrow can claim Intis, Fasak, or Fainapotter's bounty. Although it won't be as much as £42,000, it's definitely not a small sum." As the adventurers spoke, they began fantasizing about their lives after obtaining £42,000. They even argued until their faces turned red due to their differing ideals. No way. Are they implying that German Sparrow killed Admiral of Blood? No, although this madman has always had such thoughts, he lacks the necessary helpers. He needs to cooperate with Captain Anderson Hood. Donis stood up, pressed down on his cap, lowered his head, and hurriedly walked towards the billiard and card rooms. There were often newspapers placed there. As soon as he left, the adventurers from before looked at his back, lowered their voices, and discussed with each other. "Do you know him? It's obvious there's something wrong with him. Being so secretive and cowardly. I didn't get a good look at him, but I think he's a pirate who came to Byam to gather intelligence. Should we?" An adventurer made a throat-slitting gesture. "Perhaps he's someone we can't afford to offend. Let's wait until this period is over." Another adventurer stopped his companion. Donis entered an empty billiard room and came to a corner. He picked up a stack of newspapers and quickly flipped through them. Gradually, his expression warped. What did that madman do? Did he really kill General of Blood? It had only been a few months, and his strength had risen to this level. Also, the newspapers didn't mention Anderson Hood at all. Donis was both surprised and glad. He felt that it was a very wise decision for him to submit to the German sparrow. Otherwise, others would have read about him being hunted down and exchanged for a bounty. No, no, at that time my death was not qualified to be published in the newspapers. Hiss! German Sparrow was really a member of an evil organization. As he thought about it, Donna's suddenly froze, as if he had turned into a stone statue. Because he was probably a member of that evil organization. Haha, the church and the military always like to exaggerate things. Yes, it's a secret organization, not an evil organization. Donnas comforted himself. He once again felt that the organization behind German Sparrow was extremely mysterious and powerful. The fact that one of the 7 pirate admirals, Senor, had been hunted was proof. Phew! Donnas exhaled as he praised the fool inwardly in fear, expressing his desire to do things seriously. In a small building near the Governor General's office, Erland and Oz Kent walked out. It's finally over. Erland sighed as he wore his captain's hat. Oz Kent rubbed his nose, which had turned red from frequent drinking, and echoed with a sigh. That's right. Due to German Sparrow, they had been quarantined and investigated for 2 days. They had faced interrogators who were best at such matters. Thankfully, Erland didn't hide anything from the beginning. He had reported to the higher-ups that German Sparrow's origins were unknown, but he had good intentions towards the military. Adding this crazy adventure to the ranks of informants and investigating his background was a decision made by the higher-ups. It had nothing to do with him. As for Oz Kent, there weren't any problems. Helping German Sparrow collect his bounty was something he should have done according to normal procedures. Slowly walking along the path in the middle of the garden towards the door, Erland casually sighed. Who knew that German Sparrow would be so crazy and powerful? According to what he knew, killing Admiral of Blood was only the most ordinary and insignificant thing German Sparrow had done that day. And such a crazy fellow had taken the initiative to enter the dangerous Banshee in order to save a few passengers and crew members who had only expressed their friendliness to him. Only after the incident did Erland realize that the hidden horror in Banshee far exceeded his imagination. The Church of the Storm had directly destroyed the entire place. If I were to tell the interrogators that German Sparrow has a soft and kind heart, they would definitely think that I'm lying. Humans are truly a collection of contradictions. Erland silently shook his head. After hearing Erland's wistful sigh, Oz Kent replied with a bitter smile. Back then, I thought that the person you introduced was only a rather powerful adventurer. In the end, he even killed Admiral of Blood. Damn it! I even believe that he has the ability to become the 5th king. Look at that forest, look at the nearby mountains, and you won't doubt my words. That place is like Erland glanced at Oz Kent and helped him add, it's like being bombarded by coastal artillery over 100 times. Yes. Oz Kent agreed with Erland's description. That's right. Oz Kent agreed with Erland's description. At this moment, the two had already walked out the door. Erland looked at the night sky that was dotted with stars and the crimson but dim moon. After a few seconds of silence, he adjusted his collar and said, I hope he doesn't return to the sea. Byam, 6 Spire Street. Denton, who was dressed in a child's suit, ran into the study and said to his sister, who was practicing her sketch, Donna, they said that Uncle Sparrow is a bad guy, a cultist, and a murderer. They even showed me the newspapers. Donna turned her head and wrinkled her nose. I don't believe it. Uncle Sparrow is a just, brave, and kind adventurer. This is something we've seen with our own eyes. It's definitely more accurate than the newspapers. She hesitated for a moment before smoothly saying, although he has a very scary and ugly appearance. That's the price of a dream and a guardian. Denton, you have to remember that those newspapers always like to fabricate content based on rumors and hearsay. Yes. Denton nodded heavily. I've already scolded them. Donna praised her brother and subconsciously turned her head to look out the window. She saw the light from the gas lamps shining into her garden. It was quiet, peaceful, and gentle. Hillston Borough in a high-end hotel. Klein placed a folded white handkerchief into his left breast pocket and took off his half-top hat. Today would be the day that the mysterious tycoon Don Dantes would officially make his debut in public. He didn't wait for the shares of the bicycle company and the mystical item to be sold. He planned on using the 2,962 pounds he had left from before to support his initial expenses. This was more than enough, equivalent to 6 to 7 years of income for an upper-middle-class person. Last night, a Rhodes didn't enter my dream. This means that without any close contact, it won't be able to sense that I've returned to Bakeland. This is a good thing. Yes, I'll use the radio transceiver to contact it tonight and ask about the evil spirit. After that, it won't be so complicated. Klein mumbled inwardly, picked up his cane, and walked out of the hotel. At that moment, the sun after the rain shone through the thin fog, making the people walking on the streets feel better. Klein got on a carriage and headed straight for the Metropolitan Family Servant Assistance Association at 9 Canarwell Street in Sherwood Borough. He planned on hiring an experienced butler and getting him to organize a team of servants needed for the garden villa. Inside the Metropolitan Family Servant Assistance Association, Baylin ended her conversation with a male colleague who had taken the initiative to speak to her. She lowered her head to deal with the 2 drops of black tea that stained her lotus leaf-colored dress. At that moment, she heard a mellow and heavy voice that sounded like it had experienced the vicissitudes of life. "Good morning, ma'am." Baylin hurriedly raised her head and looked in front of the reception desk. She saw a gentleman in his 40s. He wore a tailcoat made of silk and held a gold-inlaid cane in his hand. At the 3rd button of his shirt, there was a golden chain that extended to his inner pocket. This gentleman had a pair of deep blue eyes, and his facial features were very pleasing to the eye. Even the white hair at his sideburns appeared very tasteful. Just a slight smile from him made Baylin suddenly feel her face heat up. "Sir, why is there anything I can help you with? All right, how may I address you?" Baylin hurriedly got up and said, "Don Dantes," Klein said with a warm smile. "I wish to hire a butler, a good one." "Mr. Dantes, please wait a moment. Please take a seat." Baylin hurriedly led Klein to the reception area and pointed at a fabric sofa. Klein held a faint smile. He didn't rush her or harp on the matter. He very patiently sat down and waited for the staff to provide him with a list of butlers. How gentlemanly. "Oh no, I forgot to ask him what his requirements are." Baylin raised her hand to touch her cheeks. "Mr. Dantes, what kind of butler do you need?" Klein was already prepared as he replied with a mellow voice. "It's best if he has previously served a noble family." This helped Dantes expand his connections. Baylin gradually found her professional knowledge and said in detail, such butlers are rare. As you know, noble families seldom change their butlers unless they are no longer able to provide effective service. Besides, even if they aren't butlers, they can take up other positions in the noble family. In addition, wealthy merchants have a strong desire for such butlers. They are willing to offer a premium salary. "Mr. Dantes, we do have the type you need here, but the annual salary is at least 100 pounds. That means that the weekly salary is close to 2 pounds. An ordinary butler's annual salary is only 40 to 80 pounds, which means a weekly salary of 15 soldi to 1 pound 10 soldi. This seems to be equivalent to a skilled worker, but the owner will provide a room, food, clothes, charcoal for heating, and other necessities. A butler doesn't have any expenses. An annual salary of more than 100 pounds is really expensive." Klein quickly calculated the price inwardly as he replied in a nonchalant manner, "No problem, as long as they are good butlers. P.S. It's Monday. Seeking recommendation and monthly votes." Chapter 754. Please wait a moment. Would you like coffee or tea? Belinda asked enthusiastically. Klein smiled. "When I was young, I liked coffee and the strong aroma, but now I can accept black tea more." "I also prefer black tea. How about a cup of Marquis black tea?" Balin suggested with a smile. The coffee and black tea served by the Metropolitan Household Servant Assistants Association were of average quality, belonging to the lower middle grade. The Marquis black tea was brought from home by Balin for her own enjoyment. Klein wasn't an ignorant person. In fact, he was very observant. Just now, when he entered, he had subtly taken in all the details of the surrounding environment. He found that the coffee and black tea cans in the display cabinet were very ordinary. He believed that the quality of the things inside would definitely not be too high. Therefore, he believed that the Marquis black tea was either a collection of the association, used to entertain distinguished guests, or it was the private possession of the lady in front of him. But no matter what, it was enough to show the other party's sincerity. He didn't expose her. "Thank you. I can't refuse your offer. How should I address you, ma'am?" "Balin. Just call me Balin." Balin's smile bloomed like a flower. She then walked briskly into the inner room and asked the colleague who was really in charge of the documents to pick out a suitable candidate. Then she returned to the reception desk, picked up a tin can inlaid with silver, and skillfully brewed black tea. He had a good-looking face and nice temperament, and clothes that reflected his status. Even though he was already middle-aged, he could still feel the kindness of a beautiful girl. This was the first time Klein had experienced something like this, and he couldn't help but sigh. This made him realize the importance of the faceless man's rule of only himself. If one didn't keep this in mind and indulge in the advantages brought by one's appearance, one would maintain the corresponding appearance, forget or even reject their past selves, and gradually lose themselves. Soon, Balin came over with a white porcelain teacup inlaid with gold. She placed it in front of Don Dante's and smiled. "It still needs to cool for a while." Klein looked down at the cup and said half-jokingly, "This will help me adjust my mood and treat this cup of black tea more formally." His implied compliments and thanks lifted Belinda's spirits, and she felt that Mr. Dantes was a true gentleman and that he had a way with words. "He's definitely not a believer of the Lord of Storms." Balin combed her slightly curly brown hair and returned to the inner room to urge her colleague. Not long after, she came back with a stack of documents and sat on the sofa beside her. "After screening, there are 3 suitable butlers here. Let me introduce them. The first one is Mr. Asnia, 55 years old. He used to serve Viscount Yorkville, but because the Viscount's investment in mineral exploration failed, the family's finances were in crisis. The Viscount had no choice but to sell the manor and dismiss a large number of servants. In the past 10 years, he has been employed by 2 tycoons and made outstanding contributions to the management of their families." As she spoke, Belin's brown eyes glowed as if there were 2 stars hidden in them, carrying the unique vigor of a young girl. Klein nodded slightly. "Then why did he leave the 2 millionaires?" Balin replied with a smile. The first tycoon made a huge investment in East Balham, and his entire family moved there. Mr. Asnia wasn't willing to leave Bakeland, so he offered to resign. The second tycoon's health wasn't too good, so he handed the family's matters to his children. As for that gentleman, he had a butler that he trusted more. Mr. Asnia is a believer of the Evernight goddess, and his political leanings lean towards the Conservative Party. He requests an annual salary of £130. May the goddess bless him. Klein tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion, drawing the crimson moon. Belin's eyes lit up. "Mr. Dantes, are you also a believer of the goddess?" "Of course." Klein nodded with a smile without further explanation. "It's no wonder he's so gentle," Balin marveled inwardly as she continued her introduction. "Mr. Reback, 48 years old. He once served the Negan family as a deputy butler and assistant butler. Later, he became Baron Syndra's butler in a deal. Not long after the Duke of Negan was assassinated, Mr. Reback, who had reached the end of his service, failed to obtain a new contract from the Baron. He had no choice but to seek help from our association. He's a shallow believer of the Lord of Storms. There's nothing wrong with his character, and his political leanings lean towards the Conservative Party. He requests an annual salary of £120. Klein listened quietly, nodding from time to time in agreement without interrupting Bellin's narration. Bellin flipped through the paper and took a few glances before saying again, "Third, Mr. Walter. He's 42 years old. He used to be a manor steward and butler assistant at Viscount Conrad's house. Due to certain matters, he had a conflict with the butler and chose to leave. He requests an annual salary of £115. He's a believer of the Evernight goddess, and his political leanings are the New Party. The new Governor-General of Orvie Island is a member of Viscount Conrad's family. Their family is a loyal supporter of the royal family." The corresponding information quickly flashed through Klein's mind. After the introduction, Bellin handed over the stack of documents. "Mr. Dantes, who do you wish to choose?" Klein thought for a few seconds before saying with a smile, "Let's do it this way. I'll get the three of them to come to my place at 9 tomorrow morning. I'll meet them and have a chat before making a decision." He knew that such associations didn't provide lodging and were purely an intermediary organization. Even if he were to confirm his candidate, he would have to wait until the afternoon or the next day to meet his butler. Therefore, he might as well hold a small interview to choose the one he wanted. "No problem," Bellin said with a faint smile. "What's your address?" Klein drank a mouthful of black tea, picked up a pen and paper on the table, and wrote down the current hotel's location and name. "You just arrived in Bakeland." Bellin took a glance and blurted out a question. It was only at this moment that she realized that Mr. Don Dantes' skin was darker than normal. It was slightly bronzed, as though he had been exposed to the sun for a long period of time. He had a rugged look to him. Yes, his accent isn't from Bakeland either. Bellin slowly recalled more details. Klein smiled. "I came from Desi Bay, and I was waiting for an excellent butler to help me find a suitable house and servants." After handing over a £3 deposit, he politely drank another mouthful of black tea and got up to bid farewell. Bellin walked him all the way to the door and watched him board the carriage. Mr. Dantes seems to be a tycoon as well. Compared to that, his bearing and gentlemanly style are more charming. Bellin stood in her spot as she thought. In the carriage, Klein half closed his eyes as he leaned against the wall. He couldn't help but calculate the following expenses. The butler is about £120. The valet is £35. The chef is £30. The gardener is £25. The carriage driver is £25. The family nurse is £20. 3 regular maids are £15, and 3 handyman maids are £10. This way, just the servants' expenses will be £330 a year. It's roughly equivalent to £6 and 7 soldi a week. This exceeds my weekly salary back in Tingen City. Furthermore, I need a carriage that costs about £100. I also need a garden house, which costs about £2 a week. Together with the expenses for food, clothes, and charcoal for such a large group of people, the total is ridiculous. Is this the daily life of a tycoon? Klein suddenly regretted creating such a persona. He exhaled and tried his best to throw the matter to the back of his mind. He took the carriage to Phelps Street in Northborough. There was a pure black cathedral here with a bell tower on each side. It presented a symmetrical beauty. It was none other than the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddesses, Bakeland Diocese, St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein adjusted the handkerchief in his left pocket, held his golden-laid cane, and walked into the cathedral. He passed through the quiet corridor and arrived at the prayer hall under the sunlight that pierced through the stained glass. It was very dark here, making one involuntarily feel calm. Klein randomly found a seat, leaned on his cane, took off his hat, and focused on praying with his eyes closed. Time ticked by. After listening to the sermon, he slowly got up and walked to the altar. He bowed at the bishop with short black hair before coming to the donation box beside him. After silently exhaling, Klein took out 2 £10 notes and 6 £5 notes and threw them in. The bishop's expression couldn't help but soften when he saw this scene from the corner of his eye. Normally speaking, unless it was a request for donations or a posthumous donation, the donation box in the cathedral would only receive a few dozen pounds. This meant that the other party was a tycoon, a rich person. P.S. It's a little rushed, so there aren't many words. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 755. St. Samuel Cathedral, inside the prayer hall. The black-haired bishop retracted his gaze and stopped looking at the middle-aged gentleman in front of the donation box. He didn't have any thoughts of chatting with him. Here, in front of the altar, he represented the church. Under the goddess's watch, it was impossible for him to treat anyone warmly just because they donated more. However, he remembered the man's rather good looks and mature and elegant bearing. He planned on trying to get to know him if he had the chance to meet him again in the future. As he silently watched the last note slide into the donation box, Klein closed his eyes and turned to leave. When he passed by the preacher, he deliberately glanced at the clergyman and nodded with a smile. The bishop returned a warm smile and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Klein wasn't in a hurry to make contact with the relevant personnel. He wanted his actions to be logical and not appear suspicious. He calmly and coolly turned his body to the side to let a believer pass. He walked along the aisle back to his seat, picked up his hat and cane, and walked out of the cathedral. At that moment, the believers who had finished listening to the sermon either went to the donation box to express their sincerity or stood up and left. They didn't find anything wrong with it because it wasn't forced. Even devout believers who loved donating wouldn't throw money into the donation box every time they came. Usually they would do it once or twice a week or 2, depending on the family situation. The commoners would donate a few pence each time, the middle class would donate 3 to 5 solely, and the rich and nobles wouldn't donate more than 100 pounds in gold pounds. This was the typical situation. Every year, on the Evernight Goddess's Day of Holy Sacrifice, which was also known as Winter Gifts Day, the amount of a single donation would increase greatly. The wealthy commoners would choose 2 to 3 solely, and the middle class would choose about 5 pounds. The members of high society would directly donate to the diocese's bishop or the church's charity organizations, ranging from a few £100s to a few £1,000s. Winter Gifts Day referred to the day when the night was the longest every year. It was believed to be the Evernight Goddess's birthday. After leaving the cathedral, Klein stood at the edge of the square outside and watched as flocks of white pigeons flew up and circled back down as though nothing had happened. He even bought some food from the surrounding hawkers and leisurely fed the pigeons. He didn't plan on flipping through the newspaper advertisements to find a suitable residence in Northborough because that was the butler's mission. An excellent butler who had lived in Bakeland for many years should know which streets the different nobles, rich people, and the upper-class people who could provide assistance to their masters lived in. From there, he could choose his residence with a purpose. Interacting with neighbors was the first step for newcomers to enter their circle. Whether it's the Carlton Club where the bigwigs of the Conservative Party gather, the Freedom Club of the New Party, or the various clubs of active or retired military officers that represent the military, they all require a sufficiently powerful referral before they can come into contact with them. Sigh, this is the so-called club politics in the kingdom. Klein pulled his thoughts back and thought about what he should do after the act of feeding the pigeons was over. After serious consideration, he realized that there was really nothing that he needed to do immediately, because the plan was still on the surface. Therefore, he prepared to enjoy an expensive but sumptuous lunch. This was something that Don Dante should do, and it was also something that Klein was curious about. In the few months he had been in Bakeland, he had never mustered the courage to visit the most famous restaurants in the metropolis. He had been choosing between his own restaurant, the Quell Egg, Club's Buffet, Cafeteria, an ordinary restaurant on the street, and Lawyer Jurgen's restaurant. Occasionally, he would head to Eastborough and have his breakfast or lunch at a greasy coffee shop, Labor Restaurant. Their head chef is said to be from Earl Hall's family. He provides rich people, lawyers, and high-ranking government employees with an aristocratic flavor that they normally wouldn't come into contact with. Earl Hall seems to have invested in this restaurant and has quite a bit of shares. This restaurant specializes in local bacon dishes. It's very famous for its desserts, and the prices are very unfriendly Intis Serenzo restaurant. This place has the purest Intis dishes. Haha! Many of the signature dishes are made under Roselle's name. It's said that they came from the Emperor's palace. Besides, it's not like most restaurants of the same level, which only provide a few main dishes to choose from every day. It's very rich in variety. Klein recalled the information he had read about top restaurants from newspapers and magazines, and finally decided to experience the Emperor's palace dishes. He didn't stay any longer. He hailed a carriage and headed for Intis Serenzo restaurant in West Borough. At the entrance, Klein handed his coat, hat, and cane to a waiter in a red vest. He asked, "Is there any space left?" "I don't have a reservation." "Yes, there is." The waiter didn't seem to be surprised as he asked humbly, "Sir, is this your first time here? Are you alone?" Klein nodded frankly and smiled. "Yes." "Then, may I have the honor of introducing our restaurant's most unique dishes and famous wines to you?" The waiter said as he led the customers in, "That's exactly what I need." Klein passed through the ornate door and saw the walls that seemed to reflect golden light. At that instant he seemed to be in a vault. Then he noticed the oil paintings hanging on the walls, the marble statues placed in appropriate spots, and the gold objects that were embedded or embellished in different spots. "Please take note of your steps," reminded the red-vested attendant as he led Klein to a seat by the window. The melodious melody of a violin could be heard from a distant band. The waiter brought over the menu and wine list, flipped through it, and introduced them. "Our most famous dishes here are braised Aegea ribs, black truffle boletus, Intis style foie gras. I'd like to mention that the ingredients for foie gras come from the Bonus farm in the Champagne province of the Kingdom of Intis." As Klein listened to the waiter's introduction, he browsed through the menu that was written in ancient Fasak. His attention was drawn to the prices on it. After introducing the main course, appetizers, and desserts, the waiter began explaining the wine pairings. Finally, he said, "Our champagne, red wine, and white wine are all from famous wineries in the Champagne province. We even include the Ormer red wine from 1330. It's worth £126. If you purchase it, you can take it away or store it here for a drink every time. £126. I can hire an excellent butler with that." Haha. Klein smiled in a very gentlemanly manner. "Your dishes and wine are excellent. It's hard to choose." The waiter in a red vest smiled attentively. "You can choose today's head chef's recommendation. Our head chef will pair you with a pure and delicious meal for Intis. It has 3 options, £15, £10, and £8. I don't wish to choose any of them." Klein leaned back slightly and smiled. £15. All right. The waiter put away the menu and wine list and walked towards the kitchen. Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled as he casually sized up the area in front of him. Suddenly, he saw a slightly familiar figure. It was a lady wearing an olive green dress. She was tall and had excellent proportions. She wore an old-fashioned black bonnet, and a thin veil hung down, concealing her face. As a faceless, Klein had a strong ability to distinguish human appearances. He immediately recognized the lady. Queen Mystic, Roselle the Great's eldest daughter, Bernadette Gustave. He didn't hurriedly retract his gaze as he naturally shifted his gaze to the side. Bernadette didn't seem to notice anything amiss as she disappeared at the staircase. Why is she here? Right, this restaurant's signature dish is Roselle the Great's palace cuisine. It's completely different from what I imagined it to be. The Emperor probably doesn't know how to cook. At most, he can explain his philosophy. There's indeed stir-fried food here. Could she be the mastermind? Why is she here in Bakeland instead of wandering at sea? Hasn't she already found hero bandit Black Emperor? Klein sat calmly on the surface, but questions arose in his heart. At that moment, a carriage was driving towards Intis Serenzo restaurant. Sitting in the carriage was Alan Series and his family. This famous surgeon was a member of the Quelaag Club and a good friend of Sherlock Moriarty. He had once entrusted the great detective with the matter of Will Septon. Ever since his wife became pregnant, he felt that his luck had become rather good. His career was getting better by the day, and his income was increasing every month. Recently, he had successfully completed Baron Sindraz's visceral surgery, earning him the appreciation of the newly promoted noble. He had invited his family to Serenzo restaurant for lunch. "I heard the ice cream inside is pretty good," Alan said to his wife with a reserved smile. His wife was a black-haired beauty with a very obvious belly. She smiled warmly and said, "I'm looking forward to Roselle the Great's palace cuisine." Alan tersely acknowledged and looked out the window. "We're almost there." Just as he said that, his wife held her belly and frowned. "It hurts a little." Alan, who wasn't a first-time father, hurriedly checked and didn't discover any problems. However, his wife was becoming more and more uncomfortable. The child in her belly seemed to be throwing a tantrum. "I don't think I'll go. I want to go home and rest," Alan's wife suggested. Alan thought for a moment. "I'll accompany you." He then instructed his valet, "Get out of the carriage here. Go to the restaurant and apologize to Baron Sindras on my behalf." By the time the carriage began its return, Alan's wife's discomfort had been alleviated for some baffling reason. When she entered the house, everything was normal. She pointed at her belly, at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "It looks like he doesn't want to eat ice cream." Achoo! Inside Intis Serenzo restaurant, Klein, who hadn't missed a single serving of food, enjoyed his ice cream with a pained and satisfied expression. Midway, his nose felt itchy, so he took out a piece of tissue and sneezed. Westborough in a dark house. Furs, who had advanced to astrologer, actively participated in various Beyonder gatherings in search of a way to earn money. She currently owed Zio £220, so much so that her friends suspected her of participating in illegal gambling. "I can't even afford the necessary crystal ball." As her thoughts wandered, Furs suddenly heard a gathering member say, "I want to sell a moon puppet. I want to sell a moon puppet." Chapter 756. Moon Puppet. Furs's heart stirred as she reined in her diverted attention. She turned her head to look at the gathering member who had just spoken. The man in the iron-black mask had already taken out a small puppet and showed it to everyone. A friend of mine discovered a miniature tomb deep in the southern continent's Paws Valley. This puppet was inserted into the right eye socket of one of the deceased. Like the other gathering members, Furs carefully examined the puppet and discovered that it was slender and long. Its entire body resembled a tiny wooden stake. It had been carved with crescent moon-like eyes and a mouth, and it was embedded with dried grass and flowers. "It doesn't look special," Furs mumbled inwardly, but her spiritual perception didn't trigger at all. The fountain pen in her hand remained hovering over a bronze-green notebook. The man in the iron-black mask continued his introduction. "My friend and I have yet to confirm the use of this puppet. We only suspect that it's not that simple. Perhaps it hides quite a secret. £60. You can buy it for just £60. This price is very fair. Even if it has nothing to do with mysticism, it's still a pretty good antique. It's worth £40 to £50. That is to say, spending £10 to buy a chance at a pleasant surprise is a very small sum of money to you." It's a very tempting excuse. This man is likely a successful salesman. However, I don't even have £10. As Furs gave a self-deprecating laugh. She believed that no one present would buy a so-called moon puppet of unknown origins and uses. Just as this thought appeared in her mind, she suddenly heard a deliberately suppressed female voice. £50. Is she willing to gamble on her luck because she's too rich? Furs subconsciously turned her head to look at the gathering member who had spoken. She saw that the lady was wearing a hooded robe, her face hidden in the shadows. At this moment, the owner of the mooned puppet laughed out loud. Then I'm more inclined to keep it for myself. Perhaps I'll discover its uniqueness in the future. As he spoke, he realized that no one else was bidding, so he changed the topic. Hence, he changed the topic and said, "Of course, as a gentleman, since you have expressed your desire and the price is reasonable, I'm willing to fulfill your wish." "Deal," the hooded lady replied in a deep voice. Soon, the host's attendant completed the transaction. Furs noticed that the lady's hand was trembling slightly when she received the moon puppet. She places great importance on this item. She might really know the uniqueness of that puppet. Moon puppet, moon. It comes from the southern continent. Furs suddenly made connections as she recalled the few primordial moon believers that Mr. Moon wished to find. She suspected that the hooded lady was one of them, or that they were related. Of course, she didn't have any evidence. Even her guesses didn't seem strong enough. Phew! Furs silently exhaled and decided to think of a way to verify it. She casually flipped through the hard-shelled notebook in her hand and revealed a yellowish-brown parchment. The paper was printed with various lines, deep and shallow, which formed a strange picture of unknown, simple and mysterious imagery. This was one of the pages of Lamino's travels. It recorded a beyonder power. It wasn't one of the pages that Furs had later found an opportunity to record, but one of the 5 pages that originally existed. Furs looked up and pretended to observe the transactions of others, taking in the situation beside the hooded lady. She discovered a dark brown spotted mosquito on the nearby wall. There were unknown bugs slowly crawling across the ground. Furs's fingers naturally and deftly slid across the dark patterns on the yellowish-brown parchment as a complicated symbol quickly formed in her mind. Silently, and without the slightest abnormality, she felt that she had read the mosquito, and her thoughts were connected with the mosquitoes. The spotted brown mosquito flew up, flying very low. It circled to the hooded lady's lower body and carefully stuck in front of her. The spotted brown mosquito's vision was different from a human's. It formed an incomprehensible scene in Furs's mind, but it quickly disintegrated and reassembled to form a corresponding normal scene. The hooded lady had rather soft contours. Her skin was dark, and her eyebrows were thin and long. The corners of her mouth drooped down quite a bit. Furs immediately recognized her. She was none other than the primordial moon believer that Mr. Moon was looking for Windsor bearing. An effective clue was worth £100, and a direct lock was worth £500. Furs recalled the contents of the bounty as her heart burned. Her first reaction was to control the spotted brown mosquito to bite Windsor bearing normally and suck her blood. This way, she could use astrology to directly lock onto her whereabouts. However, after a moment of struggle, she gave up on the idea. This was because it was taboo at a Beyonder gathering. If she was discovered, she would definitely be attacked to death by all the gathering members, and the convener of the gathering always had considerable strength. If she went overboard, it would be easy for the other party to notice her. Yes, I'll just earn £100. I'll consider the issue of directly locking onto her if I have additional opportunities in the future. I have to leave this gathering early and smear my blood on the surface of Lamino's travels to prevent myself from getting lost. That's very dangerous. Furs suppressed her disappointment and made her final decision. In fact, her actions had already crossed the line a little. This made her not wish to stay any longer. Hillstonborough. Inside a high-end hotel, Klein stood behind the oriel window, silently admiring the crimson moon and the thin clouds. After an unknown period of time, he combed the white hair at his temples and reached out to draw the curtains. Then he busied himself moving the radio transceiver back to the real world and dispersed most of its smell. This time, he only waited about 10 seconds before he felt the room turn dark and gloomy. He heard the radio transceiver emit clicking sounds. Klein leaned over and saw an illusory piece of paper being spat out. On it was written in Rouen, "Great Master, please look to the right." To the right? Klein turned his head in amusement and puzzlement as he looked to the side. In his line of sight was a full-body mirror. It had turned dark, as though someone had smeared a layer of ink over it. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the full-body mirror lit up. Illusory fireworks shot up into the sky one after another, blooming and falling in a dazzling and gorgeous manner. At the same time, a line of golden Rouen text appeared in the middle of the full-body mirror. "Welcome back, Great Master!" At that moment, although Rhodes didn't make a sound, Klein had a baffling feeling that it was shouting at the top of its lungs. The fireworks calmed down as the golden words distorted and reformed, forming new text. "Great Master, your humble and loyal servant, Rhodes, wishes to ask if there's anything I can do for you?" Klein was already very accustomed to this, as he skillfully said, "Answer my question." "Answer my question." The golden words reformed again. "Thank you for your answer. You may ask your question." Klein, who was already prepared, said, "Where did the evil spirit in the underground ruins of Williams Street go?" On the full-body mirror, the golden words froze for a few seconds before slowly disappearing. As for the background of the blooming fireworks, it first turned blurry before it became clear and switched to another scene. It was an abandoned chapel with withered vines crawling all over it. There were gray stones and feces left behind by birds and beasts. Klein was rather familiar with this. This was the place where he and Miss Sharon had conversed with the evil spirit. As the scene zoomed in, Klein saw that in the corner of the half-collapsed chapel, there was a pothole that wasn't too deep. There were clear marks of fingers digging inside. Miss Magicians mentioned this before. As Klein's thoughts surged, a cold and laughing voice sounded from the scene. "Happy working with you?" As this sentence seeped out of the soil, the scene immediately turned blurry and distorted, turning into a disturbed water surface before it completely shattered. "Happy working with you." Who is the evil spirit talking to about happy working with you? To make an angel of the hunter pathway speak in such a tone, the person opposite it likely isn't of a low level. It might even reach the level of an angel. However, why would he use his hand to dig a hole? He should have a more relaxed method that doesn't waste time. Is this angel also under a restriction? Just like the grandpa in Leonard's body? Right, Leonard was in Bakelin back then. This is a clue, but there are other possibilities. Being at the level of an angel doesn't equal to being an angel. Who did the evil spirit control Baronet Pound to contact? From the looks of it, the Intis and Faceac spies were deliberately set up by the evil spirit as a smokescreen. As expected of a conspire, thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he said to Rhodes, "Second question. I now have 3 butlers to choose from. Who do you think is the most suitable?" Golden Rouen words appeared one after another. "If you choose Reback and Walter, there will be additional developments. Asnia is the most professional, but also the most ordinary. The 2 from the Duke of Negan family and Viscount Conrad's family indeed have additional developments." Klein nodded in thought. "It's your turn to ask a question." At this moment, a bunch of golden words suddenly surged out. "Great Master, what do you think of me as a butler? As long as you can bring me out of the Church of Steam, I can become the best butler in the world." Klein hesitated for a second and replied tactfully, "I'm not suitable at the moment." Not at the moment. The golden words on the full-body mirror dimmed before they lit up again, squirming and reforming. "All right. Your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, will wait patiently." Right on the heels of that, a complicated pattern appeared on the full-body mirror, accompanied by an explanation. This is a rune formed from a corresponding symbol and magic label. "Great Master, as long as you are still in Bakeland, writing it on a piece of paper is equivalent to notifying me to come over." A combination of symbols representing concealment and prying. Klein did a little identification. "All right. Chapter 757. 9 in the morning, in a high-end hotel in Hillston Borough. Klein picked up a bottle of exquisitely packaged white wine and handed it to the elder with a smile. "Mr. Asnia, thank you for coming to talk to me. This is a very small gift. Please accept it. I'll make a decision by tomorrow at the latest. When the time comes, I might pay you a visit." He was using a tactful attitude to indicate that the other party had failed the selection. To be frank, he was rather satisfied with Asnia. He perfectly matched his image of a butler: strict, proper, professional, with strong comprehension skills and good at dealing with all kinds of troublesome problems. As the oldest and lived the furthest out of the 3 butlers, he actually arrived half an hour early and waited patiently outside the door. Ribbeck and Walter were only 15 minutes early. If it wasn't for Rhodes's indication that the 2 of them had additional clues hidden on them, Klein believed that he would have chosen this old gentleman. After all, his main goal was to use his butler's connections to easily and naturally blend into high society and come into contact with the corresponding targets. As for the bottle of white wine, he had specially bought it at Intis Serenzo restaurant, considering that there would definitely be people returning disappointed today and wasting the money for a round trip by carriage. Each bottle cost £2. This effectively enhanced Don Dantes' image as a mysterious tycoon who was extravagant and had a very elegant demeanor. In addition, he also believed that he couldn't underestimate a butler from an aristocratic family. Such a person would definitely know a large number of people from high society, many professional butlers, and countless servants in their past careers. They covered the upper, middle, and lower classes, effectively influencing a gentleman's reputation. And this was a necessary reference to enter higher social circles. In this era, the 55-year-old Asnia's hair was already quite white. His blue eyes were filled with the wisdom that time had given him. He didn't reject Dwayne Dantes' gift and took a look at it before bowing meticulously. After taking a look, he bowed meticulously and said, "I like this white wine from Jared very much. Thank you for your generosity." "Jared?" "Yes, the waiter introduced it to me yesterday. This is a winery in the Champagne province of Intis. It is famous for producing high-quality wines, and some of the vintages are considered top-notch. Sigh, even a butler knows more about wine than me." "That's right. Mr. Asnia mentioned earlier that the wine cellars of the nobles and the rich are directly managed by their butler or an assistant butler. Does this mean that I will have to have a wine cellar in the future? The £2 wine is the lowest quality, and the £126 1330 Ormer Red wine isn't the best. How much money would a wine cellar like this cost?" As he thought about it, Klein felt his chest tighten. He suspected that the £2,888 he had wouldn't last much longer. If it weren't for his experience as a clown, he would have definitely lost his composure and wouldn't have smiled and said, "That's right. Your liking is the greatest compliment you can give me. Mr. Asnia, please invite Mr. Ribbeck from the coffee shop downstairs." Asnia agreed without any hesitation. In less than 5 minutes, Ribbeck knocked on the door and entered the living room. This gentleman had neatly combed blonde hair. There were a few wrinkles by the corners of his eyes and mouth, but they weren't too obvious. His skin was healthy, and he had a masculine bearing. It was obvious that he was the kind of butler who could accompany his master on hunts or even resist enemies. After exchanging greetings, Klein invited him to take a seat with a smile. He went straight to the point. "Forgive me for being frank. I don't quite understand why you became Baron Sindra's butler. Your father was the assistant butler of the Negan family, and your grandfather was the steward of this family's manor. Many of your ancestors served the Duke and his relatives until they returned to God's embrace, and you should have had such a life trajectory. Due to Roselle the Great's influence, the various countries in the northern continent had a habit of using fiefdom and aristocratic title to indicate a noble, but it had changed to using a surname and aristocratic title. Of course, a small number of noble surnames were directly derived from their fiefdom." Ribbeck answered with a standard smile. "Baron Sindras is a newly promoted noble and a friend of the late Duke, So I was sent to his house to help him and his family adapt to the life of a noble and grasp the corresponding etiquette. The old duke he was referring to was the current Duke of Negan's father, Lord Paulus Negan, who was assassinated last year. Then, why did you leave the Baron's family? Klein asked after some deliberation. Ribbok said calmly, although Baron Syndras obtained his title through the Conservative Party. He's one of the most famous bankers, investors, and business owners in the kingdom. He's one of the earliest multimillionaires and has a strong sense of sympathy for the new party. He's willing to provide a certain amount of help, causing him to be in conflict with many conservative nobles, including the young duke. So, in order to avoid trouble for the Baron, I volunteered to leave. He actually tried to persuade me to stay. He's a very good employer. Klein nodded and asked, "What's the matter?" "You believe in the Lord of Storms?" Ribbok replied seriously. "Yes, the Lord gives us courage, passion, and a sense of responsibility." Klein asked a few more questions about the Butler domain and received detailed answers. He then smiled at Liebach. He then smiled at Ribbok and said, "Can I trouble you to invite Mr. Walter to the coffee shop downstairs? I'll make a decision after I'm done talking to him. You can wait 10 minutes in the coffee shop." "All right." Ribbok didn't waste any time. He immediately stood up, bowed, and bade farewell. He had the bearing of a soldier. After watching him leave and close the door, Klein sat down again. He picked up the cup of black tea and took a sip. "If I choose him, I'll likely establish a relationship with the current Duke of Negan and the Conservative Party. The additional investigation might include the previous assassination. Before long, Walter arrived and entered after knocking on the door. Klein exchanged a few pleasantries with him before asking, "What conflict do you have with Viscount Conrad's butler?" "You know that I have to figure this out. I can't bear the risk of offending a noble." Walter had a wide forehead and glossy black hair. His brown eyes were stern, but they weren't to the extent that he couldn't communicate with them. Walter had a broad forehead, lustrous black hair, and stern brown eyes. However, he didn't make others feel as though they couldn't be talked to. As the butler's assistant, I was originally in charge of the Viscount's children. In the process, due to some matters, I received the appreciation of a certain big shot. As a result, I was highly regarded by the Viscount and guarded against by the butler. Later, that big shot passed away in an accident, and the Viscount's attitude toward me changed accordingly. Mr. Butler was even less friendly, which made me think that there was no need to wait for a turnaround. Being in charge of the Viscount's children got to know an important figure. Yes, Talim also got to know Prince Edisac while teaching Viscount Conrad's youngest son. And the prince died a few months ago due to the great smog of Bakeland. This matches Walter's story. From the looks of it, this butler was a peripheral victim of the incident back then. He's quite cautious and professional. He didn't expose his employer's shortcomings, nor did he reveal anything about the prince. He also didn't say anything bad about the Viscount's butler. If I choose him, the additional investigation is worth looking forward to. Klein listened quietly as he made some connections. He switched to asking some professional questions and expressed his desire to enter high society. After receiving a satisfactory answer, he straightened his clothes and stood up with a smile. "Let me reintroduce myself. Don Dante is your employer." Walter immediately bowed. "Sir, how may I be of service?" He maintained a serious, old-fashioned, and calm demeanor, as though he believed that this was the professionalism of a butler. "Two things." Klein chuckled. "First, help me bring this bottle of white wine to Mr. Ribbok in the coffee shop below and convey my apologies and gratitude. Second, hire a solicitor to draw up a professional contract that includes you and the other servants." "Yes, sir." Walter bowed again. As Klein handed the white wine to him, he casually asked, "Walter, how many servants do you think I should hire so that I won't be rude?" Walter took the bottle of white wine and answered without hesitation, "How many servants do you think I should hire?" Walter received the bottle of white wine and replied without hesitation, "That's right." Walter took the bottle of white wine and answered without hesitation, "You should first determine where you will be staying. Only then will you know how many servants you need." "My request is very simple. I want to stay in Northborough. I'm a devout believer of the goddess." Klein casually drew a crimson moon on his chest. "According to the information I read in the newspapers and magazines, a garden villa in a high-end district in the city costs at least £3 a week, which is £156 a year. Although there's no direct data, I can infer that a very good garden villa in the suburbs costs about £2 a week. A high-end condominium with a few bedrooms and living rooms is about the same. It's considered rather luxurious, a place that only the upper middle class can afford to rent. Yes, I can use this to infer the rent of a tycoon's house. Thinking about it, it's really expensive. Back in Tingen City, the gardenless terrace house that I, Banson, and Melissa rented was only 13 soldi a week, with an additional 5 pence for the use of furniture. The house I stayed in at Minsk Street didn't even cost £1, sigh. £3 it is. I still have £2,888. It doesn't matter if the rent is a little better. It doesn't matter." While waiting for Walter's answer, Klein silently recalled the rental information and calculated the amount of money he had to pay every week and every year. Walter thought for 2 seconds before seriously answering, "Sir, you can choose 32 Buckland Street. Sir, you can choose 32 Buckland Street. It's close to St. Samuel Cathedral. It's a 3-story building with more than 10 rooms. It has a stable, a servants' quarters, and a rather large garden. Barons, members of Parliament, and senior lawyers live nearby. The furnishings inside are very exquisite. There are quite a number of famous paintings and antiques. All the furniture and utensils are sufficient to accentuate your status. You can rent it for a year, and if you're satisfied with it, you can consider buying it as a whole." "That sounds pretty good." Klein asked with a smile, "How much is the annual rent?" Walter reported the figure in a serious and well-practiced manner. "Including the use of furniture, it's £1,260 a year." Note 1. Klein was glad that he wasn't drinking his tea. Otherwise, he definitely would have spewed it all over his butler's face. He used nearly all his control as a clown to prevent his expression from showing any abnormalities. Note 1. The rental information is from how much money was in the past and study of marriage and family life of the Victorian middle class. The one worth £1,260 was rented as an embassy during the Qing dynasty. I have no idea if it was overpriced. P.S. I recommend the book, Tomorrow's Calamity. The dark and despairing world setting has a different charm. The protagonist's lazy system makes it so that the plot isn't constantly tense. There's tension and relaxation. Chapter 758. After a brief silence, Klein picked up the cup of black tea and took a sip. "This is a choice, and we can consider it. However, Roselle the Great once said that we should never rush to make a decision. Only through repeated comparison would we be able to obtain the best answer. Is there any other choice?" The white-gloved Walter's expression didn't change in the slightest. "Phelps Street can also meet your requirements. I remember that the house at number 9 is looking for tenants. It's a villa type, 2 stories, a dozen rooms, with stables, servants' quarters, and a small garden. The furniture and utensils are relatively old, but decent. The annual rent is £220. This price is rather reasonable. However, 9 Phelps Street means that I'm less than 100 meters away from St. Samuel Cathedral. Although this is in line with the theory that it's dark under the lights, there will definitely be many nighthawks among the passers-by. When I want to leave and return in secret, it'll be very inconvenient. It'll be easy for problems to arise." Klein, who originally estimated the rent to be £150 to £160, suddenly felt that £220 wasn't bad after the price of the garden building in front of him. This made him suspect that butler Walter had purposely mentioned expensive first. Klein thought for a few seconds. Anything else? Walter replied without the slightest bit of impatience. That's right. 160 Buckland Street is also for rent. It's also a 3-story building with a garden, stable, and servants' quarters. It has a total of more than 10 rooms, but its location is inferior to Unit 32. The furnishings, furniture, and utensils can only be considered decent. The annual rent is £315. £315. The rental price flashed through Klein's mind in a somewhat numb manner as he pondered. What do you suggest? At this moment, he already had an answer in his heart. However, as the employer, he could not rush to express his opinion. If there were any flaws in his decision, it would be easy for others to look down on him. Walter seriously thought for a moment. 160 Buckland Street. Comparatively speaking, the neighbors here are more helpful for you to enter the upper class. Number 32, on the other hand, is too extravagant. Renting it directly will make the neighbors think that you lack the necessary self-restraint and propriety. To put it simply, renting a house that costs £1,260 a year when he just arrived would make it easy for his neighbors to label him as a nouveau riche eager to show off. For a tycoon who strives to enter high society, such a reputation isn't good. Klein took a sip of black tea and asked with a smile, "Then why did you mention 32 Buckland Street?" Walter calmly bowed and said, "Sir, I'm just a butler. My responsibility isn't to make decisions, but to present all the appropriate options and give you some suggestions for your consideration. Since I don't know your specific preferences, I have to give you as many choices as I can." Very professional. He's likely worried that Don Dantes is a nouveau riche who likes to show off. Therefore, he chose 32 Buckland Street as a test to a certain extent, allowing him to adjust the direction and management style of his suggestions. Klein chuckled. "Eliminating the house at 32, we'll choose one of the two. Before making a decision, I have the habit of visiting the site. We'll set off after lunch." "Yes, sir." Walter remained as solemn and inflexible as ever. South of the bridge, inside the Harvest Church, as Emlyn White wiped the silver candlestick, he thought about the clues provided by Miss Magicians. A secret beyonder gathering. This is equivalent to not providing any clues. It'll be rather difficult to investigate further. Besides, I won't be able to join that gathering any time soon. Emlyn looked at the surface of the silver, examined himself, and raised his hand to comb his hair. Then he put down the rag, retreated to the first row of pews in the cathedral, and sat down. He watched Bishop Utrabsky seriously pray in front of the altar with an unfocused gaze. Thoughts popped up in his mind one after another, sparks flying from time to time. Emlyn suddenly grasped a detail. Why did a puppet that piqued the interest of the Primordial Moon's believers coincidentally appear? Moon puppet, moon puppet. This feels like bait for fishing. Could it be a trap designed by Russ Bathory and Company? Emlyn's eyes lit up as he suddenly stood up. Russ Bathory was a sanguine baron who participated in the hunting competition, and he was viewed by Emlyn as his strongest competitor. The more Emlyn thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. This was because he remembered that Bathory was an antique enthusiast, especially one who liked to collect all sorts of strange items from the southern continent. After pacing back and forth, the corners of his mouth curled up bit by bit. He chuckled and muttered to himself silently, "I can't enter the Beyonder gathering to investigate the whereabouts of the Primordial Moon believer, Windsor, but I can monitor Russ Bathory and finish off the target before he does. Ha! I'm looking forward to seeing his expression. Yes, Miss Magicians, this clue is indeed worth £100. Just as Emlyn was feeling abnormally excited, Father Utrabsky ended his prayer and walked over. He looked down at him and gently said, "Our piety isn't in words, but in every detail. You weren't focused enough today." Wipe the candlestick again. "Oh, okay," Emlyn suddenly replied, feeling ashamed. When the priest turned around and walked to the confessional, he came to his senses and whispered, amused and annoyed. I'm not pious at all. I don't need to show my piety. Rows of intis parasol trees stood tall on both sides of the street, making the street seem quiet and secluded. Klein carried his gold-inlaid cane and slowly walked out of the house at Unit 160. He took a silent breath and turned his head to Walter. "Tell the master of this place that I'm satisfied. Let's just rent it for a year. We might move to a better place like Queens." His words implied his ambition to get a title, because Empress was a place where the nobles gathered. As for why they didn't just rent it for half a year to save money, it was because these high-end houses only accepted long-term leases, and 1 year was the shortest term. Frankly speaking, if he was not worried about money, Klein would have liked this house. Its lawn was clean, the garden was beautiful, the house was well furnished, and the utensils were exquisite. There were many bedrooms and enough furniture. Each floor had multiple bathrooms, and the stables and servants' quarters at the back had not been skimped on. It was the best place Klein could imagine. Walter immediately replied, "I'll hire a solicitor later." "Sir, do you have any specific requirements for your servants?" Klein strolled under the intis parasol tree and smiled. "I want to hear your advice first." Walter thought for a moment. "Sir, no matter what, you still need a housekeeper." During the interview, Klein mentioned that Don Dantes was unmarried and did not have a lover in Bakeland, so he did not need a maid. Seeing that Don Dantes only nodded slightly without expressing his stance, Walter continued, "Her job is to manage the maids and the family's financial expenses. Sir, you can't hand over everything to the same person. Checks and balances are an art in politics and a good way to manage a family. Roselle the Great once said that absolute power leads to absolute corruption. In the face of money, I am very confident in myself, but that is all. Very honest. A housekeeper is still necessary. The annual salary is about 30 to 40 pounds. Klein nodded. All right. At that moment, Walter was walking behind Klein with his back straight, reaching out his hand to stop a rental carriage for him. After boarding the carriage, he continued to speak. "I will get the Family Servant Assistants Association to provide a list of candidates for the housekeeper. You can choose them yourself. I won't provide any suggestions. Based on your current living situation, you will also need a family property manager. It can be a man or a woman, a valet, 2 first-grade maids in charge of the bedroom, 2 second-grade maids in charge of the living room, 2 male servants in charge of receiving guests, a storeroom maid, a kitchen maid, 2 cleaning maids, and 2 men servants. Apart from these, you will also need a chef, 2 gardeners, 2 carriage drivers or a carriage driver, and a carriage driver assistant. If necessary, you can add an attendant, a laborer, a home nurse, and a chef assistant. You don't have a carriage yet, but you will need 2 in the future. A 4-wheeled sedan will cost about £300, and a 2-wheeled sedan will cost about £100. As he listened to the butler's detailed introduction of the servants he needed, Klein's mind turned numb. He didn't wish to calculate how much it would cost him. After all, it would be paid on a monthly or weekly basis. There was no need for him to pay them for a year. Excluding the attendants, laborer, home nurse, and chef assistant, I will need 10 to 11 male servants and 9 to 10 female servants and housekeepers. It's almost double what I expected. I will need to spend more than £10 a week. This can only be confirmed after all of them are hired and their salaries are negotiated. There's also the carriage." Klein watched Walter's mouth move as his thoughts involuntarily drifted. When Walter saw the calm, elegant, and extremely gentlemanly Mr. Don Dantes nod repeatedly, he subconsciously expanded the topic. "You will also need to rent a manor in the suburbs in the future and entertain some friends to spend the weekends there. There's no rush. You can hold a few balls and banquets at number 160. Sir, don't mention the maidservants in front of the neighbors on this street. Only families with an annual income of less than £500 and are unable to hire enough maidservants to do different things would hire a maidservant." Klein listened numbly as he reflexively put on a warm smile. When he returned to the inn and watched butler Walter leave, he sat down and lost all expression. When it was 40 minutes to 2, Klein rubbed his temples and slowly got up. He entered his bedroom and prepared to gather this week's tarot. Chapter 759. Above the grey fog, in the palace with the towering dome. The fool Klein looked at the sun, who had been pulled in ahead of time, and the world, who had conjured ahead of time. He extended his spirituality and touched the crimson stars representing justice, the hanging man, magicians, the moon, and the hermit. Beams of light soared as relatively blurry figures appeared on both sides of the long bronze table. Audrey, who had just returned from the forest to the castle, had already changed into a dress. Her sleeves were layered with lace, and they were pressed down with round pearls. She stood up nimbly and skillfully, lifted her skirt, and bowed. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Klein's mood improved significantly as he smiled and nodded in response. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. A newly minted tycoon is already so expensive. How much does a noble, like Miss Justice, usually spend after the members exchanged greetings? He leisurely looked at the hermit, knowing that this pirate admiral would likely provide a new Roselle diary page. As he expected, the hermit Catlia took the initiative to speak. "Mr. Fool, I found another page of Roselle's diary." "Only one page? Shouldn't Queen Mystic be able to casually take out a book?" Klein, who had been through the ordeal over the past few days, didn't show any signs of abnormality. He nodded slightly and said, "That's not a problem." Catlia immediately conjured a yellowish-brown diary page and watched as it traversed the spirit world and landed in Mr. Fool's hands. Klein pretended to look down casually and was surprised to discover that the beginning of the diary page didn't have a corresponding date. In other words, it's the second page of a connected diary. Why didn't Bernadette bring the first page over? She should be able to do a preliminary analysis. After all, even old Neil can do it. Can she not? Or was the diary completely messed up and she couldn't restore the correct order? Does this mean that after Roselle the Great perished, his items were plundered by various factions, and some of them were lost? And back then, Bernadette didn't have the ability to resist them. Only after she became Queen Mystic did she begin doing the corresponding things. As Klein guessed, he quickly read the contents on the piece of paper. The history of the fourth epoch revealed by Mr. Dorr is becoming more and more interesting. This unlucky fellow who was trapped in the storm and lost in the depths of the darkness told me that the Black Emperor had died once and resurrected. This is surprisingly consistent with what the ancient secret organization mentioned. At that gathering, they said that if the Black Emperor's 9 secret mausoleums aren't completely destroyed, this god that walks the mortal world will be able to be reborn from one of the mausoleums, even if he really perishes. And even if all 9 mausoleums are destroyed, as long as the order established by the Black Emperor remains, he will be able to bizarrely resurrect. Only the birth of a new Black Emperor can he be completely obliterated, never to appear again. According to Mr. Dorr's description, the process of the Black Emperor's resurrection has 3 stages. The first is when the uniqueness is separated from its possessor, becoming conceptualized and abstract. The second is when the subjects of the Black Emperor once again hear the dignified voice of this deity. The third is when the Black Emperor, who has fused with the uniqueness, reappears in the astral world. The 3 sequence, one beyonder characteristics, automatically return to the Emperor's hands. This is an order that other true deities can't change or stop. This way, Blood Emperor and Night Emperor, who are also sequence 1 princes of disorder of this pathway, will be in a rather awkward situation. It's very likely that they will instantly drop in level and fall back to sequence 2. Mr. Dorr said that back then, the Lord of Storms and the Evernight Goddess had chosen the Night Emperor and helped him switch to a neighboring Beyonder pathway, which is also the Judge pathway. As such, the Tudor-Tuluan Sostal United Empire split apart. And Blood Emperor Alista Tudor, who was forced into a corner, made a crazy decision. It was to switch to a different Beyonder pathway. At the cost of losing his rationality and becoming a lunatic, he forcefully advanced to become a true god. I have to say that this decision is filled with irrationality. There's almost no possibility of it being realized. But Mr. Dorr told me that a listed tutor eventually succeeded. The craziest true god was born. It's really unbelievable, but Mr. Dorr didn't go into the exact details and held back. I asked him which was more difficult to accept, madness or death. He obviously said death, because as long as one is alive, it's not impossible to recover even if one goes completely mad. He smiled and gave an example. A crazy true god can rely on their instincts to mate with all kinds of living beings and give birth to all kinds of descendants. During this process, if one is lucky enough, all the conflicting beyonder characteristics will be expelled. That madness will slowly turn for the better over time. Mr. Dorr deliberately didn't mention the remaining problems, nor did he explain why almost no one has made such a choice. However, I can tell that there's definitely a huge latent danger. I have to say that Mr. Dorr's understanding of true gods far exceeds my imagination. Before he was exiled, he might have already attempted to break through to sequence 0. It's no wonder he was filled with disdain toward Zeradol and had no respect for the other true gods. All the more reason why I don't want to release him back to the real world. There's so much information, as expected of a diary page that Bernadette had specially chosen. Wait, why did she choose this page? What's so important to her? From that day onwards, Roselle the Great slowly had problems and finally went mad. Madness, could it be? No way. Roselle's situation back then was very similar to Blood Emperor Alistitutor's. His original pathway had been severed, and the neighboring pathways were blocked by people or objects. It wasn't that easy to climb. Could it be that, under immense pressure, he made the same irrational decision as Blood Emperor and attempted to switch to a non-neighboring pathway? This way, the madness in his later years was really a result of him losing his rationality, and not a result of someone slandering him. It's no wonder Bernadette betrayed him and hated him. She even attempted to seek out the truth. From this angle, certain matters are very interesting. Roselle forcefully ascended the throne and proclaimed himself emperor. Roselle promulgated the civil code, using the order of Earth's 18th and 19th century to replace the original rules. Roselle spread his own sayings and promoted his own aesthetics. Haha, I've really underestimated this fellow countryman and senior. I always thought that he was cosplaying Napoleon and Caesar to amuse himself. So he was making preparations for the Dark Emperor. No, I've also read a few pages of his diary back then. His thoughts were clear, and his emotions were normal. He could even communicate deeply with a certain noble lady and a certain noble lady. He might not have made the final decision back then, but he was consciously leaving himself a way out. There's a high chance that the civil code wasn't something that Roselle had intentionally done. As a usurper, it was a necessary choice to promulgate new laws. And among the things that can be used as reference, the civil code is the one that's most in line with society and the course of history. The act of declaring himself emperor after that was something that Bernadette found incomprehensible and unacceptable. As Roselle's most beloved child, she might have noticed something amiss before her father proclaimed himself emperor. Therefore, she chose the longest diary entry written during the emperor's reign to give to Admiral of Stars. Klein couldn't help but connect the dots. It was as though the heavy history hidden in the depths of the fog had been flipped open in front of him. It was filled with the smell of blood and rust. This made him even more curious about the trigger that ultimately triggered Roselle's madness. At the same time, he also resolved some of his previous questions. So the Dark Emperor returns in such a way to revive. It's very similar to my previous guesses. In the history of the Fourth Epoch, there's actually a Tudor-Tuluan-Sostal United Empire. It was supported by the Lord of Storms, the Evernight Goddess, and the other 3 deities. The 2 thrones in the underground ruins of William Street can be explained. They belong to the United Empire. According to Mr. Dorr, the 6 deities chose the Night Emperor, causing the United Empire to split apart. Then, who helped the Blood Emperor capture or kill the three sequins, one hunters of the Hunter pathway. Among them, Red Angel Medici is likely stronger than the Blood Emperor back then. Primordial Demoness, Death, Primordial Moon, Dark Side of the Universe, Mother Tree of Desire. Klein tried to make guesses, but he had no clue. He quickly made the diary vanish and smiled at the hermit. What request do you have? Katlia didn't hide anything. Other than Roselle the Great, who else is the protagonist of this diary? Her question immediately made Audrey turn her head to look at Mr. Fool. Her eyes were bright and filled with curiosity. Even her ears seemed to perk up. The hanging man, Alger, and the others were also very interested. If Roselle the Great could write about him in his diary, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Klein vaguely guessed their thoughts and could not help but complain in his heart. It's just that this diary entry was carefully chosen by Bernadette. If it were anything else, I would have to tell you that the other protagonists are a demoness, a hunter, a certain noble lady, a certain noble lady. After thinking for 2 seconds, Klein, who was leisurely leaning back in his chair, replied with a smile. Mr. Dorr. Mr. Dorr. An existence that can be addressed as such by Mr. Fool is at least close to a deity, right? Audrey guessed Mr. Dorr's identity from his tone and words and obtained a certain answer. Katlia and company had similar thoughts, but no one knew who Mr. Dorr was. As they sized up each other, all they received was a shake of their heads. Seeing that Magician's Furs had the same reaction as the other members, Klein deliberately looked at the lady and chuckled. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with him. Ah, Magician's Furs wore a blank look. She didn't believe that she knew the so-called Mr. Dorr at all. The other party's level seemed to be very high. Chapter 760. I'm no stranger to Mr. Dorr. Apart from Mr. Fool, I'm no stranger to the 7 deities. Furthermore, I've only entered the cathedral of the god of steam and machinery. As Magician's Furs was puzzled, she quickly recalled the high-level existences she had come into contact with. As there were very few of them, she quickly eliminated the other possibilities. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she thought of something. She thought of the contents of her first conversation with Mr. Fool. She looked at the end of the long bronze table that was shrouded in gray fog and said with a trembling voice, Is it the one who created the full moon ravings? Klein chuckled and nodded. Yes, full moon ravings. What's that? Audrey and company looked at each other like ordinary people who had just entered the world of mysticism. They had never heard of the so-called full moon ravings. Indeed, Miss Magician's isn't simple. She actually understands Mr. Dorr and knows the relevant matters. My initial judgment wasn't wrong. Although the beyonder ingredients she needs are of a relatively low level, there are too many possibilities. Katlia nodded indiscernibly. She planned on asking Mr. Dorr in detail during their free exchange, and she was willing to pay a certain price for it. An existence that could make Roselle the Great mention it in his diary and make Mr. Fool speak in a relatively formal tone definitely involved many secrets. It's definitely not simple. At this moment, Magician's Furs silently exhaled, feeling that she was one step closer to resolving the curse. At the very least, I already know who the ravings were during the full moon. She lowered her gaze and sincerely said to Mr. Fool, Thank you for your reminder. Thank you for your reminder. Klein didn't say anything else, nor did he point out that Mr. Dorr was suspected to be the ancestor of the house of Abraham Bethel. He looked around and said in a relaxed tone, You may begin. With that said, he immediately controlled the world and hoarsely said, I have 2 mystical items that I wish to sell. 2 mystical items. Mr. World has been able to bring out very valuable items at every gathering recently. As expected of Mr. Fool's Blessed, Audrey sighed in amazement as she cast her gaze at the end of the long bronze table, waiting in anticipation for the world to display his items and introduce his powers. The hanging man Alger was tempted. He knew that the mystical items sold by the world definitely wouldn't be bad, But when he thought about how he had nothing left and how he had even traded the secret of the primitive island to him, he sighed silently and felt a baffling sense of depression. He, who was still 5 hours away from Possum Island, wished he could fly over immediately and complete his report. Then he would be able to leave and find the Obni sea monster to see. At this stage, he could explore the primitive island with the world and obtain the corresponding rewards to alleviate his financial crisis. As for Sun, Emlyn, and Magician's furs, although they were somewhat curious about mystical items, they lacked the necessary desire to purchase them. One of them was because they had reached Sequence 4, allowing them to apply to the 6-member council to choose one of the mystical items the City of Silver had amassed. The other was thinking of the rewards from the hunting competition, but they were temporarily unsure of what it was. Blindly purchasing items from the outside would easily result in duplication and waste. Furthermore, the 2,000 to 3,000 pounds they had on them still had to be used to pay for clues. The other was purely because they had no money. Katlia looked at the World German Sparrow with interest, thinking about where his mystical items could come from. If it was suitable and didn't conflict with the 2 mystical items she had on her, she was willing to buy it. Seeing that the 2 patrons were more or less tempted, the World chuckled in a deep voice. The first is the Scales of Luck. It's the name I gave myself. As he spoke, he applied to Mr. Fool and conjured the silver necklace with the ancient coin-like pendant. After introducing the mystical effects and negative effects, he glanced at Audrey and specially reminded her, "This necklace isn't recommended for Beyonders who lack sufficient combat strength to buy it." This necklace isn't recommended for Beyonders who lack sufficient combat strength to buy it. Although it can allow one to dodge fatal attacks, the subsequent explosive backlash is equally dangerous. One needs sufficient combat strength and sharp reactions to have a chance of surviving it. Thinking that she was more inclined towards support, more inclined towards control and influence, and that she didn't have any actual combat experience, Audrey nodded in disappointment, indicating that Mr. World was right. Mr. World is quite nice to me and the Tarot members. He's actually willing to give me such a reminder. This will prevent him from selling the item. Audrey adjusted her understanding of the world. The more the hermit listened, the more familiar she found it. She seemed to have seen the effects of the Scales of Luck somewhere before. Scenes quickly flashed past before finally stopping on a few scenes. Katlia's pupils constricted as she said in surprise, "That's not the case." "Senor, this is likely Admiral of Blood Senor's necklace. It looks very similar, but the effects are basically the same. Where did German Sparrow get it from? What did he do? The future hasn't docked for the past few days. Did I miss some important news?" Katlia instinctively suspected that the world had done something major again. Klein thought for a moment and controlled the world to chuckle in a deep voice. "He's already dead." He didn't mind letting Miss Justice and company know that German Sparrow was equivalent to the world. After all, 2 of them already knew about it. Furthermore, he didn't plan on using this identity often and only appearing occasionally. A powerful member who often takes action will make others have a greater sense of belonging to Tarot. He's already dead. German Sparrow killed Senor? The last time I fought him, I only had a slight advantage. Katlia realized that she couldn't figure out the world's strength at all. Although Admiral of Blood's bounty was higher than hers, it was mainly because he had done many bad deeds. In terms of strength and mystical items, Katlia was slightly stronger. It wasn't like she hadn't clashed with Senor before. She had gained the upper hand several times, but she was unable to seriously injure him. As for German Sparrow, she believed that he was inferior to her when they met on the future. He might not even be able to defeat Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy in her best condition. After this crazy adventurer completed his advancement and hunted Slaughter Curtius, she determined that he had the strength of a true pirate admiral, on the same level as her. However, in just a week, German Sparrow had completed another hunt and killed Admiral of Blood Senor, who was ranked 3rd among the pirate admirals. This matter was something that Katlia was certain that it was impossible for her to accomplish. Dead. Admiral of Blood, Senor, is dead? It was done by German Sparrow? Does he kill a sequence, 5 a week? Furthermore, each one is stronger than the other, even if he's blessed of Mr. Fool. Isn't this strength a little too exaggerated? Especially since he hasn't reached the level of a demigod. Could it be the work of another blessed? The church should have the corresponding dossiers, but with my present status, I don't have the right to read them. The hanging man Alger was secretly alarmed as he couldn't help but think of a reasonable explanation. Audrey was still in her family castle in East Chester County. She could only read a few national newspapers and magazines, so she didn't know what had happened at sea. Just from Hermit's tone and words, Mr. World had done something impressive again. Senor, Mr. the Hanging Man seems to have mentioned it before. That's the name of Admiral of Blood. Mr. World eliminated this pirate admiral and obtained his item? How impressive. This is my dream. In the past, when I heard of the 7 pirate admirals, I had fantasized about becoming a powerful beyonder and going on an adventure at sea to capture all of them and hand them over to the kingdom. Our tarot is already this powerful. I have to investigate the person who killed Admiral of Blood. That way, I can figure out Mr. World's true identity. Will he be unhappy if I do that? No, he took the initiative to mention it, probably because he's willing to be known. Audrey thought in delight. Magicians' furs, who often needed to read all kinds of newspapers to gather information, instantly recalled some of the news she had recently read. Admiral of Blood, Senor, is suspected to have been killed by the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow. I could, Mr. World, be that crazy adventurer with a bounty of £50,000. Furs felt a deep sense of respect as she truly began to believe that he had the ability to help her kill the Aurora Order's oracle, the suspected traveler Louis Bean. This was because he seldom read the various tabloids, and the areas he frequented every day didn't include any information-gathering spots. As for Sun, he wasn't surprised at all. He had long believed that Mr. World was extremely powerful. Even though the Hanging Man had once said that Admiral of Blood, Senor, was very powerful, he believed that he was definitely inferior to Mr. World despite not having a direct impression of him. Katlia fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "How much do you plan on selling it for? Or what item do you plan on exchanging it for?" "If the price is right, I can consider it." "Very good." Finally, someone is interested. Klein, who was burdened with heavy financial pressure, controlled the world. 12,000 gold pounds. He was afraid that Katlia would be scared off by the price, so he hurriedly added, "You can choose to use a portion of the gold coins to replace it. You can choose to replace it with some gold coins, which will only cost £11,000 in total." Klein believed that Admiral of Stars, who had robbed the gold ships of various countries, should have the necessary gold reserves. Even if it wasn't much, he could still exchange it for other pirates. This would allow him to raise the first sum he owed Miss Messenger. As for salvaging a sunken ship at the bottom of the sea, with the existence of the Church of the Storm, Klein believed that it would be easy to find it. Whatever could be found at present, it would have long been done by the irascible man. A sea king was in no way weaker than a sea god, and in the Church of the Storm there were definitely 3 to 5 people at the level of a sea king. Katlia did the math and said £4,000 worth of gold coins and £6,500 in cash. £4,000 worth of gold coins and £6,500 in cash. "If you agree, we have a deal." This amount of money wasn't that easy to gather for her. However, she had the Moses ascetic order backing her. To be able to use about £10,000 to obtain the scales of luck was something no secret organization would reject, as expected of a pirate admiral. "Unfortunately, I have to hide from Rose School and can't plunder Admiral of Blood's ship." Klein made the world seriously consider it. Deal. Chapter 761. Finally, at the moment of the transaction, Klein heaved a sigh of relief, feeling the pressure on him lessen significantly. Although Miss Messenger had said that the 10,000 Rouen gold coins could be repaid in installments, and she didn't specify when it would begin, Klein didn't want to drag it out for too long, afraid that he would anger Rionette Tinker. She's a demigod-level spirit world creature. As long as she's really angry, she has plenty of ways to make things difficult for her employer, even with the contract's restrictions. Furthermore, the expenses of acting as a tycoon are just too great. The salary and corresponding expenses of the 20 or so servants are just a small part of it. The carriage, horses, alcohol, gifts for neighbors, the expenses for the ball, and the investment to conceal my identity are all more expensive than the last. If I don't save up some cash, I'm afraid that I'll go bankrupt one day and won't be able to continue, sigh. £6,500 plus the money I already have should be enough until I confirm my goal, right? No. The experiences of the past 2 days have taught me that I should never use my own knowledge to imagine the life of a tycoon. I should still need £5,000 or £6,000 to barely maintain it. Klein really wanted to raise his hand to rub his son acupoint, but he ultimately resisted the urge. He calmed his emotions and made the world survey the area once again before laughing hoarsely. He hoarsely laughed and said, "The second item is the biological poison bottle." He used relatively concise words to describe the brown, translucent glass bottle he conjured, emphasizing the characteristics of a few poisons, the time when they take effect, the precautionary measures, and the negative effects of carrying them around. Audrey felt a chill run down her spine when she heard that, and she felt a little embarrassed. The former was because of the terrifying poison that could rip off one's skin and flesh, while the latter was because of the strange aphrodisiac effect that had a wide range. This is really a crazy mystical item. It's the type that needs to be prepared in advance to be effective. To an ordinary spectator, it's rather easy because observation and mind reading can help low-sequence beyonders of this pathway sense danger ahead of time and respond. But I don't need to do that. If I sense danger ahead of time, I can directly shout for my protector. Besides, the effects aren't what I like. It's also easy to endanger myself. Audrey, you're already a mature and rational beyonder. You can't buy everything you see. Audrey seriously thought for a few seconds and gave up on asking about the price. Seeing that Miss Justice didn't say a word, Klein couldn't help but get the world to add £5,200. Audrey bit her lower lip and politely shook her head. I wish to obtain a mystical item with more offensive capabilities. Spectator was also a path that lacked direct attack power in the early stages. It was only good at influencing and controlling the target. £5,200. The hanging man Alger, magician's furs, and Emlyn repeated the price softly without any other thoughts. £5,200. Katlia seemed to recall something as she paused for a moment before quickly adding, "There's no need for that for me. Ma, hermit seems to be afraid of something." Audrey acutely read her emotions. In that instant, Katlia first felt that the biological poison bottle was very compatible with poison expert Frank Lee. Furthermore, their powers didn't overlap too much, and they complemented each other. She wondered if she should buy it for her first mate, since he had saved up quite a bit of money. But then she considered the terrifying experiments Frank Lee would do after obtaining the biological poison bottle. She shuddered for some baffling reason and gave up on her initial thoughts. She didn't wish to see the future's deck grow the children of the crew, especially the mooing ones. After the gathering, I'll write to Miss Sharon and tell her that Admiral of Blood's necklace has been sold. All that's left is the biological poison bottle. Klein hid his disappointment and thought for a moment before getting the world to say, "I have a book of secrets." It's a mysticism book left behind by the southern continent's shaman king, Klarman. It's suitable for mid-sequence beyonders with decent foundations. The price is £1,000. Knowledge equals money. After being taught by Mr. Fool, Mr. the Hanging Man, and the other members of psychological alchemy for a long time, Audrey was instantly tempted. She already had a very solid foundation in mysticism, and she yearned for advanced content. In the future, psychological alchemy will likely teach me a portion of high-level mysticism knowledge, but it definitely won't be very comprehensive. It'll be limited to the realm of the mind. Audrey convinced herself, simply, and nodded slightly. That's exactly what I want. Magician's Furs was also very interested, but when she thought of the money she had, she silently shut her mouth. As for the other members, they didn't lack such knowledge. As expected of Miss Justice, she didn't bargain at all. My bottom line is actually £800. No, there's no bottom line at all. It's not like knowledge can only be sold once. Klein happily made the world chuckle. Deal. However, I have to remind you that you absolutely cannot pray to the primordial moon. This will make you become a squirming piece of meat that will crazily mate with different species and give birth to all kinds of children. Of course, you can't pray to other secret existences either. It's equally dangerous. Audrey felt a sense of fear when she heard that. She couldn't help but change her sitting posture. She immediately calmed down and looked at the end of the long bronze table. She said firmly, when holding a secret ritual, "I'll only pray to Mr. Fool." She spoke with sincerity, without the slightest bit of falsehood. Miss Justice really worships and trusts the Fool. While Klein was inexplicably touched, he also felt a little ashamed. This was because the sea god Scepter's domain didn't overlap with the primordial moon. There were certain rituals that he couldn't respond to in the most effective manner. All he could do was attempt to use a tiny bit of the mysterious space above the gray fog as a feedback. Following that, as the Fool, he expressed his attitude. Very good. At the same time, having achieved his initial goal, he made the world casually say, "I still have an interrogator beyonder characteristic here. I still have an interrogator beyonder characteristic here. It's only £1,200. Just how many items does he have?" Magician's Furs was stunned. Considering that Zio was still lacking quite a bit of money and lacked the corresponding formula, she could only retract her gaze and pretend not to hear. As for the interrogator beyonder characteristic of Mr. Fool's subordinate, she didn't believe that he would keep it for her for so long. Seeing that no one responded, the world coughed and said, "I have no more deals." Just as he said that, the hanging man Alger, who had been waiting all this while, looked at Katlia. "I want to know where there are Obninsk sea monsters that don't belong to the Church of the Storm." And Obninsk that does not belong to the Church of the Storm? Was the hanging man really not a member of the Church of the Storm? Katlia frowned for a moment before relaxing her brows. "I'll help you ask around. We'll discuss the price when there are definite clues." "All right." Alger silently exhaled. There was silence for a few seconds. Upon seeing this, Emlyn said to Magician's Furs, "I'll pay you the £100 for the clue. I'll pay you the £100 for the clue today." "Thank you," Magician's Furs said in low spirits. Mr. World's deals were all in the thousands and tens of thousands of pounds. It made her a little numb. Emlyn then turned to look at the sun. "I have the Tree of Elders root crystals and supplementary ingredients you wanted. Give me the list of the monsters and resources around the City of Silver. I'll choose a few items of equivalent value. Yes, they cost me a total of £2,000. Together with my payment of £200, it's a total of £2,200. At that moment, Emlyn only wanted to exchange for something that he could quickly sell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any money on him. "All right. Thank you, Mr. Moon." The sun was delighted as he suddenly felt that Mr. Moon wasn't that irritating. He quickly conjured the corresponding list and handed it to Emlyn. Emlyn casually flipped through the paper, and as he read, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. This was because just the information itself was of high value. It could reflect the detailed situation and corresponding resources around the City of Silver. I remember that they didn't pay for it before reading this list. Emlyn couldn't help but glance at the hanging man Alger and Katlia. At that instant, he seemed to understand something. When he looked at the sun again, Emlyn felt a new sense of superiority, but he couldn't get rid of his guilt. He cleared his throat and said, this, and this. Sun took note of it seriously and indicated that he didn't need to return to the City of Silver. He could gather the items around Afternoon Town. Following that, Audrey asked for clues regarding the fruit of the illusory chime tree, but she received a disappointing answer. With that, the transaction came to an end. Without the need for the fool Klein to announce it, they took the initiative to enter the free exchange segment. The hanging man, Alger, turned his head to Little Sun and said, "You are still in Afternoon Town?" "Yes, but we're about to return to the City of Silver. The new exploration team has arrived today." Not only did Sun seriously answer Mr. the Hanging Man's question, but he also took the initiative to mention, "I've already told the chief that I obtained the notary potion formula while clearing the monsters in Afternoon Town." The Hanging Man nodded slightly. What's his attitude? He only said very good. Derek tried to recall the situation back then. The Hanging Man, Alger, chuckled when he heard that. "You can be at ease now. Your first seat is very happy to see you grow like this. In comparison, he is even more wary of the Shepherd Elder Council." He didn't continue the topic as he threw out a piece of news to all the members. Recently, many pirates have gone to Bancy Harbor and discovered that it has been completely destroyed. Even if it were to be rebuilt, it would take several years. Chapter 762. After hearing the Hanging Man's recount, Klein couldn't help but think of Red Angel Medici and the evil spirit in the underground ruins. However, he did not share the findings of this exploration. Firstly, it was not necessary for the time being. Secondly, it involved Miss Sharon. As for the other members, they already knew that Bancy Harbor had been destroyed. Since the Hanging Man hadn't revealed any new information, they naturally didn't have any intention of responding. Seeing that no one spoke, Alger swept a glance at the world before retracting his gaze. "It's your turn." Catlia immediately turned her head to look at Magician's furs. What else do you know about Mr. Dorr? I can pay you accordingly." Furs, who originally didn't want to reveal her problem, suddenly hesitated and wavered when she heard the latter half of the sentence. "I wonder how much Hermit can pay me. I don't know much about Mr. Dorr either. Besides, part of it stems from Mr. Fool's words." Magician's Furs looked at the end of the long bronze table again. "Honorable Mr. Fool, may I speak?" As he would see her every full moon, he knew that Miss Magician's financial situation wasn't too good. He smiled and nodded. "Sure." Furs silently heaved a sigh of relief and turned to Catlia. £500. You can apply for a one-on-one exchange." Catlia didn't bargain and thought for a moment. "No need, just say it." She hoped that the other members would recall more about Mr. Dorr after hearing Miss Magician's story. Furs nodded and deliberated over her words. "I once obtained a mystical item that can help a person traverse the spirit world. However, after using it, I will hear strange ravings every time there's a full moon or blood moon. It will bring me pain that nearly causes me to lose control. And according to Mr. Fool, the ravings came from Mr. Dorr." She paused for a second and added, "He might be asking for help." So Furs has been suffering in silence. She doesn't show it at all usually. She always looks like she's enjoying life. As Audrey subconsciously pitied her friend, she reflected on her failure to use her powers as a spectator to discover Furs's abnormality. A mystical item that can traverse the spirit world. Ravings during the full moon, suspected to be a cry for help. Catlia repeated the main points of Miss Magician's words and nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you for your description." She then glanced at the other members and regretfully found that no one had any additional reactions. The free exchange continued and came to an end without much trouble. After watching the members leave and helping them complete the actual operations of a few transactions, Klein returned to the real world. He sat down on the reclining chair and rested for a while. Following that, he walked to his desk, took out a pen and paper, and wrote a letter to Sharon. He told her that the lucky necklace had been sold, and all that was left was the biological poison bottle and the lunatic beyonder characteristic. After folding the letter and writing the information of 126 Guard Street in Helston Borough, Mrs. Merriam, and so on, Klein opened the iron cigar case again and made Admiral of Blood Senior silently appear beside him. This wraith was like a valet as he humbly picked up the letter on the table and disappeared from the room. A few blocks away, a letter appeared out of thin air and fell into a mailbox. Eastchester County, inside the Hall family's castle. Audrey's blue eyes looked at the mirror without focus as her mind was filled with the contents of the Book of Secrets. This knowledge intertwined to form an illusory book. Once she recalled it, it would appear, and she could flip to the corresponding page according to her will. This was a product of Klein's ability to directly use some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog, combining the information bestowed with a seer's ability to recall dreams. It could last for a week or two, and this was enough for Audrey to finish reading the Book of Secrets. If there was anything she couldn't remember, she could continue asking for a bestowment. Mr. Fool's condition seems to be getting better. Audrey thought in delight as her eyes gradually regained their luster. She stood up and walked to the door, smiling at the golden retriever who was sitting outside in boredom. "Susie, you don't look ladylike like that." Susie looked around warily and sniffled before saying, "This is the most standard action for hunting dogs." "But you're not a qualified hunting dog," Audrey lampooned and said with a smile. "I thought you'd answer me like this." "Audrey, I'm just a dog." "But you're not a qualified hunting dog," Audrey lampooned and said with a smile. "I thought you'd answer me like this." "Audrey, I'm just a dog." Susie replied in a serious tone. It's easy for others to grasp one's habits and mental activities with overly repetitive words. "Audrey, that's what the psychology book said." Audrey was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, she saw her father, Earl of Hall, walk up the castle stairs with a valet and an attendant. And even though the sun was shining brightly outside, it remained dark and gloomy inside. There were even candlesticks that had been lit. They were embedded in the walls, illuminating the stairs. "This castle is really too old. I think it needs a major renovation," Earl of Hall casually complained to his daughter. Audrey nodded reservedly. "Yes, my dear Earl. That's exactly why I don't like this place. It makes me feel like I'm slowly rotting. But I actually spend £13,000 to repair this place every year," Earl of Hall said with a sigh with a smile. Audrey glanced at Susie and smiled at her father. "Father, why are you looking for me?" Earl of Hall pointed at the piece of paper in his attendant's hand. "It's a telegram from Bakeland. Someone is selling 10% of the bicycle company's shares. Baby, are you interested? I believe that this industry has a very bright future, and it's currently far from reaching the lowest expectations." Bicycle. Audrey was unfamiliar with the term. Her eyes darted around slightly as she wore a puzzled expression. Earl of Hall smiled at his daughter. "It's a two-wheeled machine that allows people to ride. You can understand it as a carriage for ordinary people. In Rouen and Bakeland, the majority of people aren't nobles or merchants, but ordinary people who do manual labor. Next are the more skilled and have a certain level of status. These are the people that the bicycle targets. They have the absolute majority and a certain purchasing power. Even if only 10% of them are willing to buy a bicycle, it will allow the company to develop very well. Yes, they have the corresponding patents." Audrey believed in her father's foresight. She could also understand the prospects described by Earl of Hall. She nodded gently. "What's the approximate value of 10% of the shares?" "According to preliminary investigations, the Bakeland Bicycle Company is currently worth £50,000. This is because the product's promotion and sales still need time to brew. Therefore, you can't simply believe that 10% of the shares is only worth £5,000. My suggestion is to offer £8,000 for the first round, with a minimum price of £15,000. I'll send someone to help you handle this matter," Earl of Hall said succinctly. About £10,000. I've used up most of my cash this month, Audrey said in a slightly embarrassed manner. Father, I can't fork out that amount of money at once. Dad, I can't come up with this amount of money at once, and selling stocks, real estate, mines, or waiting for their profits will take some time. Earl of Hull laughed out loud. There's no need to go through so much trouble. You can pledge the shares of the Bakeland Arms Corporation or the Pritz Commercial Shipping Company to the bank for a short period of time. Then you can pledge the bicycle company's shares to the bank for a long period of time and use the loan to repay the previous loan. This way, you only need to pay a relatively high interest for 1 to 2 weeks to complete the transaction, and the bicycle company's annual dividend is enough to cover the interest of the long-term loan. It allows you to patiently wait for the appreciation of the shares, and that's something that has a high probability of happening. Although Audrey had never received a complete education in business and finance, she had a father who was a big banker. She wasn't unfamiliar with such matters, so she understood the entire process after some thought. She asked in confirmation, "In other words, I only need to pay £200 to £300 to obtain 10% of the bicycle company shares." "Perhaps less," Earl of Hull said with a smile. Audrey understood what her father meant. As the largest shareholder of Varvat Bank and the fourth largest shareholder of Bakeland Bank, he had the ability to allow his daughter to obtain a short-term loan with reasonable interest. "Thank you, my dear Earl." Audrey held back a smile, lifted her skirt, and bowed. Under the moonlight at night, the seawater was a deep blue that was almost black. Alger Wilson stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the silent silhouette of Possu Island. This was the headquarters of the Church of the Storm, a land blessed by the true God. As a middle-ranking member of the church, Alger remembered that he had only been here 3 times. The first time was when he found the Blue Avenger and was promoted to seafarer. The second time was last year's report. The third time was a long time ago. As a mixed blood with dark blue hair, he was selected to enter the headquarters and become a member of the children's choir. However, he had no talent in singing, so he was quickly dismissed. He returned to the small church on the island where he was born to be a servant. And the pastor, there was a person who was very rough with his subordinates. Every time he recalled this experience, his expression would become rather solemn, yearning to ascend to a high position. In the wind, the Blue Avenger quietly moved forward and headed for the port. In Bakeland, which had also fallen into the night, Emlyn White, who was dressed in a formal suit and a silk top hat, lurked outside the mansion of another sanguine baron, Russ Bathory. He believed that the other party would soon take action and retrieve the bait, and to a sanguine, such a night with the crimson moon was very suitable for hunting. After an unknown period of time, Emlyn's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a figure jump down from the window at the back of the house and land silently. Chapter 763. Under the crimson but dim moonlight, Emlyn took out a small metal bottle, twisted the cap, and gulped it down. Then he seemed to turn into a shadow, floating on the wall and ground as he quickly and silently followed Russ Bathory. The vampires had always been known for their speed. The 2 barons, one in front and one behind, ran through the dark alleys and the edge of the dark streets. It took them more than half an hour to reach the messy and dirty East Borough and stop in front of an old apartment. Seeing that Russ Bathory had chosen to climb a pipe and use the least commotion to head to the 3rd floor, Emlyn slowed down. He wasn't in a hurry to follow behind him, as it would be easy for him to be discovered. After serious consideration for 2 seconds, he took out a translucent perfume bottle, twisted the cap, and pressed down, spraying the liquid inside on himself. This potion only had one effect: to eliminate one's own scent and make it conform to the surroundings. Putting down the bottle in his hand, Emlyn took out a brass metal bottle and gulped down all the liquid inside. "Potions, Professor, sure is troublesome," he mumbled as he looked down to see his hands turning transparent inch by inch. The brass metal bottle seemed to float in front of his sleeves. By the time Emlyn stuffed the bottle back in, there was only a suit, a top hat, and a pair of leather shoes without buckles or straps. They formed a human shape as they moved around. Another transparent perfume bottle flew out and floated in the air. It pressed on its own and sprayed the potion on the clothes with a sizzling sound. The silhouette of the suit, top hat, and leather shoes faded bit by bit before finally disappearing. Having completed his invisibility, Emlyn glanced at the room Russ Bathory had entered. He silently climbed the pipe and chased after him at an extreme speed. Taking advantage of the half-open window, he floated into the room like a transparent cloud without a sound. He hid in a corner and looked at the thin but charming Russ Bathory in search of his target. The latter gradually frowned because the place was empty. There weren't even any mosquitoes that had been active in the past week, much less a person. And this sanguine baron was certain that the moon puppet was here. Suddenly, a creaking sound rang out, breaking the frozen silence. The door to the room opened, and a woman in a long black dress slowly walked in. She looked at Ruth Bathory and said in an ethereal tone, "You're not here. Who are you looking for?" Emlyn looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person had dark skin, slender eyebrows, soft facial features, and a drooping mouth. She was none other than his target, Windsor. However, in Emlyn's eyes, this devout believer of the primordial moon had changed to a certain extent from the portrait. Now her eyes, eyebrows, and mouth were curled up as though she was mimicking the current crimson moon. Her forehead, her cheeks, her neck, and her exposed skin were all covered with dried grass and flowers, clumps and clumps of flowers. Hiss! What did Ruth Bathory sell her? How did it become like this? Emlyn jumped in fright as he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. At the same time, clumps of dry grass mixed with dried flowers sprang up on the floor, walls, doorways, and ceilings. They completely isolated the room from the outside world, creating a very strange scene. Ruth Bathory smelled danger and didn't attempt to speak. Without any hesitation, he took out a metal bottle and gulped down the liquid inside. Pah! He threw the bottle and pounced at the mutated Windsor, leaving after-images in his wake. His fingernails extended as black gas lingered around his body. Windsor, who was covered in dried grass and flowers, was like a large rag doll. She charged forward at the same speed, ignoring her injuries as she grabbed at Ruan Bathory. Bang! 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 After a series of collisions, Ruth Bathory was sent flying and slammed into the wall. His sleeve had been torn off, and his skin was covered in bone scratches, and between his flesh and blood, the dried grass and flowers were slowly growing out. What a monster! This was the first time Emlyn had encountered such an enemy. He had been hiding in a corner the entire time, nearly forgetting to help. He didn't rashly appear, as all sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. As he observed the battle between Ruth Bathory and Windsor, he considered how he should deal with such a situation. The strangest thing is the withered grass and flowers. Withered grass and flowers. They should be afraid of fire. Emlyn's heart stirred as he immediately abandoned his invisibility. He took out another metal bottle, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. With a puff, he spat out all the liquid in his mouth. The moment the grayish-red water droplets encountered the air, they immediately ignited, extending out scorching flames. The flames stacked on top of each other, instantly turning the room into a sea of scarlet. Amidst crackling sounds, the dried grass and flowers were ignited one after another, quickly infecting their companions. In just 2 to 3 seconds, the sealed environment was nearly destroyed, and the withered grass and flowers on Windsor's body began to burn. At this moment, a huge hole had been dug in Ruth Bathory's chest. He had lost most of his combat strength, and he was relying on the Sanguine's powerful recovery abilities to barely hold on. Looking at his torch-like enemy, Emlyn acutely sensed the weakening of his opponent's aura. Without any hesitation, he pounced over, circled around Windsor, and attacked repeatedly. Black gas rose from the soles of his feet, wrapping around the primordial moon believer like shackles of vitality. Bang! 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 Amidst the intense and short sounds, two figures suddenly approached each other. All the commotion vanished as Emlyn grabbed Windsor's throat with his left hand and lifted her up. After a second of hesitation, he snapped the enemy's neck when he saw her ferocious look. Pa! A slender puppet embedded with withered grass and dried flowers fell from Windsor's body to the ground. The flames in the room gradually subsided. Emlyn pulled off Windsor's mutilated head, turned around, and looked at the panting Ruth Bathory. He pressed his empty right hand to his chest and bowed with a smile. "Thank you for your help." Seeing Ruth Bathory instantly turn furious and powerless to snatch it, Emlyn added in a good mood, "Remember to hand that puppet and the Beyonder characteristic to Lord Nibs." Remember to hand over the puppet and the Beyonder characteristic to Lord Nibs. They're very problematic. With that said, black gas condensed behind him, growing two illusory bat wings. With a whoosh, the wings flapped, and Emlyn flew out of the window, landing in a nearby dark alley. After landing firmly on the ground, he dispelled the condensed black gas and looked back. Seeing that Ruth Bathory wasn't following, Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief. He clenched his fist to his mouth and mumbled as he coughed, "I hate flames. I hate smoke." Just as he was about to leave Eastborough, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Emlyn tensed up as he held Windsor's mutilated head and slowly turned around to look at the shadows in the corner. The first thing he saw was a small black figure standing there. Then he saw the figure's face clearly. Its body was slender like a wooden stake, and its eyes and mouth were curved into the shape of a moon. Its surface was embedded with withered grass and dried flowers. It was none other than the moon puppet in the room. "It's pestering me. What exactly is this item? This place is still very far from Lord Nibs's residence. It's really dangerous outside." Thoughts surfaced in Emlyn's mind, sending a chill down his spine as his muscles tensed up. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he suddenly had an idea. He stared at the moon puppet and whispered in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, who isn't sleeping in the middle of the night." Klein sat up and rubbed his temples angrily. He quickly left the bed, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog, where he sat at the seat belonging to the fool. That fellow Emlyn White? Klein glanced at him and spread his spirituality in puzzlement, touching the crimson star that represented the moon. He then saw the stiff Emlyn staring at a slender and strange puppet. The puppet's body was draped with rich but illusory crimson moonlight. It gently undulated like a tide, forming a connection with something high in the sky. At that moment, the crimson moonlight was silently spreading towards Emlyn White. "There's a problem. There's something wrong with this puppet." With the help of the gray fog, Klein didn't hesitate to let the sea god's scepter leave the junk pile and fly into his hand. The blue gems at the tip of the bone scepter lit up one after another, emitting a blinding light. After chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name and requesting for help, Emlyn felt his already cold blood turn colder and colder, as though it was about to condense into frost. This made his body quickly stiffen as he watched helplessly as the moon puppet swaggered over. At that moment, silver streaked across the alley, dispersing all the gloominess and gloom. "Pa!" The lightning bolts twisted into a ball and landed on the moon puppet's body, drowning it in a silvery white glow. With a flash of light, the strange puppet's body was charred black as it fell to the ground, losing all its decorations. As for Emlyn, his blood was no longer frozen as it began to flow again. He quickly extricated himself from his stiffness, and knowing that Mr. Fool was still watching him, he hurriedly asked in a low voice, "What do you need? No, what can I offer you?" He had always believed that Mr. Fool abided by the rules of equivalent exchange, so he believed that he had to pay a corresponding price for requesting help. After a brief silence, he saw the endless gray fog and indistinct figures. He heard a dignified voice that looked down from above. That puppet. All right. Emlyn took 2 steps forward and bent down to pick up the puppet. Then he cleaned up the scene and quickly left Eastborough. As for Klein, he carefully used the paper angel to interfere with the divination before returning to the real world. Just as he was about to continue sleeping, he was surprised to see that the moonlight outside was bright, as though it was dyed with blood. Klein walked to the window in puzzlement and looked outside. He saw that the crescent moon had turned round at some point in time, and it was as red as blood. Another blood moon. Blood moon? Alger Wilson looked up at the sky and steadily walked into the lightning cathedral in front of him. This was where he would debrief tomorrow. And in the middle of the island, at the peak of a towering mountain, there was a cathedral called the Abyss of Storms. It was the headquarters of the Church of the Storms headquarters, the Temple of the Temples. P.S. Thank you, Silver Alliance assassin Joan Coué. Chapter 764. Inside the Thunder Cathedral, the dome was high and wide, and the arches were connected. The murals were connected, and there wasn't a single blank spot. They were mainly gold and blue, making the people walking inside subconsciously feel a sense of holiness and solemnity. They couldn't help but lower their heads. Alger Wilson often came into contact with secret existences, and he often gathered in the palace that resembled a deity's residence. He no longer felt as reverent about it as before, but he didn't show it. Like the sailors around him, he kept looking down at the ground, taking light and gentle steps. He didn't even dare to breathe clearly. In the quiet atmosphere, they were led by the priest to the clergyman's residence at the back of the cathedral, and they were each given a room. After closing the door, Alger saw the blood-like moonlight shining in through the window, making the environment cold and sinister. Countless shadows and wraiths seemed to be staring at the real world through a thin curtain. Every time the blood moon appeared, spirituality would rise. The power that stemmed from the spirit world and hell would be greatly enhanced, and the negative emotions of living beings would also erupt. The higher the sequence, the more obvious the feeling. Vaguely, Alger heard sobbing, soft shouts, and whispers. This was completely different from the solemn feeling he had in the Thunder Cathedral. It was as though illusory arms appeared before his eyes. They extended from the walls, the floor, and the ceiling, like a 3-dimensional, pale forest. Alger knew of the abnormality of the blood moon, but he didn't panic at all. He took off his captain's hat, entered the bathroom, and washed his face with the tap water. During this process, he suddenly heard a melodious song from afar. The song was indistinct. It seemed to come from the middle of the island, but it also lingered as though it was right beside Alger. It didn't make him feel any fear. It was like a woman who was far away from her family, relatives, and lover. She was standing at the edge of a cliff, watching the surging tides, softly singing in a melancholic manner. Alger pulled off a towel and wiped his face. Then he listened for a few seconds. He gradually frowned, took out a small metal box from a hidden pocket in his priest robe, and brought it to his ear. Inside was the ocean songster Beyonder characteristic he had bought from World. He suspected that the remnant psyche in the item had temporarily increased under the influence of the blood moon. As the iron box approached, the singing in Alger's ears became clearer. Melancholy, sadness, longing, pain, and other emotions seemed to materialize. However, apart from this, there was still a faintly discernible and ancient singing that was transmitted over. It was clearly separated from the clear parts, as if they were echoing each other. Whose voice is this? Like an item from the church that originated from the elves? The ocean songster Beyonder characteristic I have comes from an elf? Alger nodded with a guess. As they were both of the sailor pathway, the Church of the Storm had always been collecting elven relics. Some of them were concocted into potions, some were used as sealed artifacts, and they were isolated underground. Some had relatively minor negative effects, so they were rewarded to clergymen. Therefore, it wasn't strange for such items to trigger each other on the night of the blood moon. If it's a mystical item, then there's no problem. If it's a sealed artifact, the fact that the singing can penetrate the isolation means that it's definitely not simple. Alger reined in his thoughts, brushed his teeth, and lay in bed. He quickly fell asleep and entered a dream. After an unknown period of time, Alger suddenly woke up. He vaguely knew that he was dreaming, but he took the initiative to observe his surroundings. He discovered that above him was rippling dark blue seawater. Layer after layer of seawater overlapped, making it impossible to see the sky. In front of him was a gorgeous palace that seemed to be formed from coral. It was tall, magnificent, dark, and gloomy. Alger subconsciously walked towards the palace and walked through the open door. Inside, huge coral pillars stood erect, propping up an exaggerated dome. The walls and ceiling were covered with murals that mainly depicted the horrors of the storm. At the end of 100 meters away, there was a seat inlaid with sapphires, emeralds, and round pearls on the 9 steps. It was especially eye-catching. Alger looked over and saw a woman wearing a complicated and unadorned dress. Her hair was black and shiny, tied up into a high bun. Her contours were soft, and her facial features were exquisite. She had a beauty that wasn't prejudiced by the changing times. The woman's expression was cold. Her ears were slightly pointed, and her brown eyes were deep. She looked down at Alger from above. She was fiddling with a golden wine cup with complicated patterns in her hand. Just as Alger was about to speak, the woman's eyes glowed with a silver light, as though lightning had lit up. It rushed out and pierced through the dream. Phew! Alger sat up and subconsciously panted. He felt that the dream was both blurry and clear. Among them, the blurry parts were the woman's looks, the details of the murals, and the actual appearance of the coral palace. The clear parts were the pair of eyes that seemed to contain lightning and the slightly pointed ears. A high elf? Under the effects of the blood moon, the item she left behind resonated with the ocean songster beyond her characteristic on me, causing it to affect my dream? As Alger made guesses, he casually thought about which item it could be. As his status wasn't high, the number of sealed artifacts and mystical items he knew was limited. Furthermore, he knew some knowledge that others didn't know. Soon he had a goal: Calamity Kohainam? The Book of Calamity left behind by him should have already been sent to Pasu Island after I'm done with my report. I'll leave this place and seek Mr. Fool's advice. I'll see if there are any negative effects from what happened just now. Alger didn't dare to recite the honorific name of the Fool in the headquarters of the Church of the Storm. After daybreak, he didn't show any signs of abnormality. Under the guidance of a servant, he entered a room with a long table and was questioned by 3 mandated Punisher deacons. Among the 3 deacons, only one had dark blue hair. This was because this wasn't a definite change after consuming the Sailor Pathways potion, but this characteristic would be passed down rather tenaciously. It was just like how elves originally had more black hair than blue hair, but in modern times mixed bloods with elven blood mostly had blue hair. Alger sat at the end of the long table and answered the deacon's questions in an orderly manner. He recounted what he had done at sea during this period of time, what he planned to do, what he had succeeded, and what he had failed. And this would be compared with the accounts of the other crew members to prevent anyone from lying. At the end of the report, the dark blue-haired deacon glanced at Alger and asked in a deep voice, "Do you know Admiral of Stars Catlia?" "Not only do I know her." Alger was nearly frightened. After some thought, he replied, "Do you know Admiral of Stars Catlia?" "Not only do I know her." Alger was nearly frightened. The deacon did not harp on the previous question and said straightforwardly, "Find a way to get to know her and investigate German Sparrow from her." "So that's how it is. It's because Gehrman hunted Admiral of Blood?" Alger pretended to be puzzled. "What did German Sparrow do?" The dark, blue-haired deacon snapped. "You're right. Almost destroyed by him." "All right, this isn't something you should know. In short, you have to remember that German Sparrow is a very dangerous guy. There's a secret evil organization behind him. That organization has a demigod, and they're enemies with Rose School." "Almost destroyed by him? The organization had a demigod?" Hostile to Rose School? Alger deliberately did not hide his astonishment. He originally believed that Gehrman had received extra attention because he had hunted Admiral of Bloodseigneur. But to his surprise, the matter was much more complicated and exaggerated than he imagined. What did German Sparrow do? When I pass by Byam, I'll have to look for the scene. Also, isn't Tarot's nemesis the Aurora Order? Hasn't Mr. Fool been targeting the true creator all this while? How did it become? No, there's another Rose School. Alger muttered inwardly. As for Tarot having a demigod, he wasn't surprised. He even found it logical. How could an ancient existence not have a demigod as his subordinate? Furthermore, Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's silent and bizarre death had already made him believe that Mr. Fool had a high sequence blessed. Thankfully, my meeting with Gehrman was done in secret. Otherwise, things would be troublesome. Alger listened in silence without asking further. As usual, he accepted the mission and left the room. North Borough of Bakeland, outside 160 Beclun Street. Servants lined up in 2 rows as they welcomed their masters. Don Dantes, who had white sideburns and deep blue eyes, was dressed in a tailcoat and silk top hat. He held a gold-inlaid cane and, accompanied by Walter and Richardson, he walked past the servants and arrived at the entrance of the 3-story building. Waiting there was the housekeeper he had chosen this morning, Taneja. She was in her 40s, and her hair was tied up neatly. She had ordinary facial features, but she had a capable bearing. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a long black and white dress that was different from a maid's. From the information and interviews, Klein learned that this lady was born in East Borough and was a believer of the Evernight goddess. At the age of 15, she chose to receive training from a charity foundation of the church and became a qualified maid. Thanks to more than a decade of hard work, as well as free lessons at night school, she had risen from the lowest ranking maid-to-head maid in a wealthy merchant's household. Then, after the merchant's daughter got married, she followed him and became a housekeeper. Only when the family faced a financial crisis did she have no choice but to leave. She was very experienced in managing a household. This lady had just signed the contract and received £1,000 from Don Dantes for the beginning of the month. Then, she began arguing with Walter about whether to buy or rent the carriage. From her point of view, since Mr. Dantes's goal was to enter high society and move to Westborough or even Empress Borough, the carriage definitely needed to be specially customized. This way, it wouldn't be beneath his status. Before that, renting a high-end carriage for a year and customizing it when there was hope was a relatively reasonable choice. It wasn't wasteful or impolite. She had convinced Walter, and of course, she had convinced Klein. This was because renting a high-end carriage for a year, including the horse, only cost £88, and a 2-wheeled carriage cost £42. Indeed, the person who controls a household's expenses has to be someone who's good at calculations. Klein reflected as he smiled at Taneja and nodded before walking through the 3-story building's door. This was where the tycoon Don Dantes's next stage would be. Chapter 765. Upon entering the house, the first thing Klein saw was a foyer. It was very spacious, with many chairs and umbrellas. Furthermore, it was decorated elegantly and appropriately. If he hadn't known the structure beforehand and had done an on-site inspection, Klein would have thought that it was a guest hall. After passing through the second door, his eyes suddenly opened up to a hall that could accommodate dozens or even hundreds of guests to dance. The center of the hall was covered with colorful, thick and soft carpet, surrounded by shiny marble tiles. There were pianos, stone carvings, and other objects. There were also stone pillars inlaid with ornaments supporting the second floor. On the left was a row of floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside was a green lawn and a blooming garden. On the right were walls, wooden doors, and corridors that led to the lounge, storeroom, washroom, kitchen, and butler's room. The hall was 2 stories high, with crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. It was easy to imagine what it would be like at night. Walking to the end, There were stairs on both sides that led to the second floor. The corridor here was square, and the empty space in the center was where the hall was covered with carpet. Klein only needed to hold a glass of wine and stand behind the railing on the second floor to enjoy the ball below. There were many rooms on the second floor. There was a living room, a dining room, a washroom, a billiard room, and a large number of bedrooms. If guests needed to stay overnight, they would stay here. Similarly, there were 2 staircases on the second floor that led to the third floor. That was where Dwayne Dantes lived. There was an exaggerated master bedroom, a semi-open room with a bar counter that allowed one to bask in the sun and enjoy the scenery. There was also a study that could be called a miniature library. There were 2 cloakrooms, separate bedrooms for the valet and maid on duty, as well as rooms and washrooms that belonged to family members. However, Klein was currently alone. As for the other servants, they lived in the row of single-story houses at the back of the building. On the other side was the stable. The basement of the building was also spacious, with a large storeroom and wine cellar. Taking off his coat, Klein stood straight on the balcony of the semi-open room on the third floor. Looking at the scenery around him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There's a reason why it's expensive. The £315 rent wasn't too wasteful. He had already paid a year's rent yesterday afternoon, and all he could do was force himself to find this place more pleasing to the eye. At the same time, he directly paid Walter a year's salary of £115. This was because he was likely to abscond after obtaining the Antigonus family's notebook, causing his butler to lose his job. With this in mind, he had also paid the housekeeper, Taneja, an annual salary of £42. This allowed the lady to have a preliminary understanding of Mr. Don Dantes' extravagance and magnanimity. As the 2 housekeepers discussed and busied themselves, the servants were all hired. A male household property manager had an annual salary of £30. A valet, Richardson, had an annual salary of £35. 2 male servants in charge of receiving guests and serving them at the dining table had an annual salary of £25 each. 2 first-class female servants had an annual salary of £18 each. 2 second-class female servants had an annual salary of £12 each. And 2 men servants who did manual labor also had an annual salary of £12 each. Apart from that, the chef's annual salary was £30, the kitchen assistant £15, the kitchen maid £13, the storeroom maid £11, the home nurse £25, the labor £10, the carriage driver £25 each, the 2 gardeners £20 each, and the 2 laundry maids £10 each. That was a total of £413, which was about £8 a week. Adding on the 2 housekeeper salaries, Klein had to pay £570 a year, or about £11 a week. This didn't include the expenses of food, clothes, and daily necessities. Every Monday, without any income, I'll have to spend more than £10 to £20. Klein casually did the math and forced himself to cast his gaze towards the garden. At noon, after paying the rent for the 2 carriages and the servants' first week's salary, as well as giving Taneja £1,000 for her daily expenses, he was left with £1,286 in cash and 18 gold coins. However, the money for Miss Justice and Ma Hermit would arrive within the week. I wonder how long Taneja's £1,000 will last. Just stocking up enough alcohol for the ball and banquets will cost at least a few £100s. The tycoon Don Dantes fell into deep thought. In order to calm his emotions, he decided to head above the gray fog while the housekeepers and servants were busy dealing with the affairs of his new home. He wanted to study the strange puppet that Emlyn White had sacrificed. After the blood moon happened, Klein had no choice but to return to the mysterious space. He pulled furs in and listened to her ramble on about Bakelin's daily life while resisting his drowsiness. By the time everything calmed down, he was just too sleepy. After accepting Emlyn's sacrifice and confirming that there were no abnormalities, he returned to the real world and fell asleep. After straightening his well-lined, dark-colored vest, Klein walked to the entrance, opened the door, and said to his valet Richardson, who was standing outside, I'm used to taking a 3/4 hour nap at this time. I'm used to taking a 3/4 hour nap at this time. Don't let anyone disturb me. Yes, sir, Richardson replied humbly. He was a mixed-blood, illegitimate child. His father was a Rouen citizen, a steward of a manor. His mother was a native of East Balham, a slave of the manor. After he was born, he suffered discrimination and bullying, resulting in him developing a cowardly and obedient personality, as his looks were rather good, making him suitable for receiving guests. He was chosen as a valet by the owner of the manor and brought to Bakeland. When the upper and lower houses of the Rouen kingdom passed a bill to abolish slavery, he lost his job and had no choice but to seek help from the Household Servants' Assistants Association. Before Klein, he had served 2 families and made some mistakes, but he had also accumulated a lot of experience. He caught the eye of butler Walter and became Don Dantes' valet. Looking at the tall and straight Richardson, who was about the same height as him, Klein shook his head indiscernibly and sighed inwardly. This fellow who looks like a celebrity can only be a servant in this day and age. Furthermore, despite being so tall, he's cowardly. However, this is also a good point. He's obedient, silent, and obedient. He does whatever his master orders, and he definitely won't act on his own. If I only have a valet and need him to handle various matters, then Richardson would definitely be unqualified. However, I still have butler Walter and so many servants. With his experience and abilities, he should be able to handle the remaining matters. Without another word, Klein locked the door and returned to the reclining chair. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He sat at the fool's seat and beckoned with his hand, making the charred moon puppet fly over and land in front of him. After repeated examination, Klein didn't find anything special. Hence, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement. Its origins. Putting down the fountain pen, Klein waited for a few seconds before picking up the piece of paper and leaning back in his chair. My spiritual intuition didn't stop me from divining. This means that the hidden danger of the moon puppet isn't as great as the Rose School's beyonder characteristic. Klein mumbled as he skillfully recited the divination statement. In the hazy world, he saw an altar with a ring of torches. The altar was covered with what looked like human skin, and there were traces of blood everywhere. In the middle were 3 candles and a few puppets that resembled wooden stakes. These miniature puppets had curved eyes and mouths, as though they corresponded to the crimson crescent in the sky. Therefore, they constantly wore strange smiles, and their bodies were embedded with withered grass and dried flowers. A priest dressed in a dark red robe was circling the altar with great effort, as though he was dancing a dance invented by an epileptic. At some point in time, moonlight gathered and shone on the puppets, making them brighter and brighter. In the end, there seemed to be water rippling gently. The ritual quickly came to an end. The priest picked up a slender puppet and walked to a human tied to a rack. He then stabbed it into the human's eye socket. Amidst the shrill screams, the scene quickly changed. The deceased with moon puppets in their eye sockets were buried in an orderly manner. The scene began to develop in leaps and bounds. Every time there was a full moon or a blood moon, light would scatter over the burial ground, seeping in like water. The surroundings were dark and deep. Klein opened his eyes and adjusted his sitting posture. He roughly understood the origins of the moon puppets. They originated from a ritual that prayed to the primordial moon, a ritual that lasted for centuries. Over the centuries, they absorbed the power of the crimson moon and mutated bit by bit until they were excavated by certain colonists. They usually didn't do anything odd, and only the believers of the primordial moon could activate them using the correct method. As for the effects, Klein wasn't sure. In a sense, these puppets are equivalent to the primordial moon's benefactors. After I killed one last night, the evil god was enraged, resulting in the blood moon. Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table and made a preliminary judgment. Yes, the wrath of the primordial moon directly changed the lunar phenomena, manifesting as a blood moon. If this guess is correct, it means that in the domain of the crimson moon, the goddess is inferior to the primordial moon. It might even be a title that wields a grade 0 sealed artifact. Klein nodded slightly as he attempted to divine the weakness of the moon puppet. This time he saw the sun and the lightning. That is to say, the beyonder powers of the sun domain and the lightning of the storm domain are most suitable to deal with it. As Klein deciphered the contents of the revelation, he threw the moon puppet into the junk pile and returned to the real world. An hour later, Walter, dressed neatly and wearing white gloves, knocked on the door and entered the room. He bowed and said, "Sir, I'll be printing some of your name cards and sending them along with some small gifts to the neighbors. They will observe for a few days and confirm your situation. If they are willing to accept you, they will return the gesture and invite you over as a guest. What title do you need added to your name card?" Title: The Fool That Doesn't Belong to This Era? Klein lampooned inwardly as he replied with a smile. Merchant from Desi. Don Dante's is sufficient. Walter silently lampooned and replied with a smile. Merchant from Desi. Don Dante's is sufficient. Walter nodded and said, "Based on your intentions, I will immediately arrange etiquette lessons for you." According to your wishes, I will immediately arrange etiquette lessons for you. The focus will be on dancing. I will hire a professional tutor to come over. Chapter 766. Having read many magazines, Klein knew that the circles he wanted to enter were filled with balls. He wasn't surprised by Walter's suggestion and nodded. All right. With that said, he turned his head to his valet, Richardson. Prepare the carriage. I'm going to St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein remembered very clearly that his main goal was to act as a devout believer of the Evernight goddess and make contact with the corresponding clergyman. From there, he would find a chance to sneak into Cheney's Gate. Therefore, he planned on praying at the cathedral when he had the time to show his sincerity and familiarize himself with them. "Yes, sir," Richardson replied respectfully. Not long after, Klein, who had put on his coat and top hat, boarded the luxurious four-wheeled carriage that he had rented. He enjoyed the scenery along the way while sipping his black tea with lemon slices. In fact, there was a small bar counter in the carriage. On it were distilled spirits such as Blonde Proof, Austere Black Rand, and various red and white wines that stemmed from Intis prepared by Walter. However, Klein wasn't a fan of drinking. As a beyonder, he didn't like the feeling of being drunk. It easily made him think of losing control. Therefore, he used the excuse that he wasn't allowed to drink at the cathedral to instruct his valet, Richardson, to prepare a pot of Marquis black tea. If possible, I would prefer a cup of sweet iced tea. It's the flavor of the South, Klein said to Richardson half-jokingly. I will prepare it next time, Richardson immediately replied. Klein smiled and shook his head. No, it's not respectable enough. After I get familiar with the neighbors here, I'll hold a Desi specialty banquet. I'll prepare sweet iced tea then. Hee, I think their children will like it. When Richardson realized that he had misunderstood his employer's intentions, he hurriedly said nervously, I will remember. It only took about 20 minutes to walk from 160 Buckland Street to St. Samuel Cathedral on Phelps Street. If it wasn't for the fact that he had already rented a carriage and hired a carriage driver, Klein would have preferred to walk over to digest his food and strengthen his body. Soon, the carriage stopped at the edge of the square outside the church. Klein walked down with his gold-inlaid cane and stopped to watch the pigeons dance for a while. After entering the cathedral and arriving at the main prayer hall, he handed his top hat and cane to Richardson before he found a seat near the aisle and sat down. He lowered his head and clasped his hands together, starting to pray seriously and quietly. Richardson sat behind him and put down his various items. He glanced at the dark, sacred emblem on the altar before closing his eyes. In the serene atmosphere, Klein felt that his spirituality was slightly diverging, but he was not surprised. This was because the believers who prayed in the cathedral would experience the same thing. A small amount of spirituality with pious beliefs gathered bit by bit, providing power to the seal on Cheney's gate. After an unknown period of time, his spiritual perception was triggered. He quietly opened his eyes and looked diagonally ahead. There stood an old man wearing a clergy's black robe. His hair was sparse and the color was like frost, and his face was as pale as a corpse. From afar, his aura was cold and he was expressionless. He blended in with the dark environment of the prayer hall to a certain extent. Keeper. Klein made a judgment with a single glance. He closed his eyes to pray again. Of course, he had already memorized the man's looks. He had a big nose, grayish-blue eyes, loose facial skin, and no facial hair. The old man, dressed like a clergyman, also sat down at this time and focused on praying to the goddess. In the entire prayer hall, there were only a few holes on the top of the wall in front of them. Pure light shone in, like bright stars, making the dark environment seem gentle and sacred. As time passed, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered once again. He carefully opened his eyes and saw the black-robed keeper leave his seat and enter the passageway to the side that should lead to the back of the cathedral. Do the keepers live in the cathedral? They have no family, and no residence of their own? From their state, this doesn't seem too surprising. Furthermore, it's normal for the people guarding Cheney's gate to be supervised by the bishops. This means that I really have to befriend the bishops and priests of St. Samuel Cathedral and obtain the chance to freely enter the cathedral's back. Klein didn't take another look as he closed his eyes and pondered over various problems. After a while, he slowly got up and walked to the altar. Standing in front of the donation box, he took out 50 pounds in cash and piously threw it in. This made the bishops and priests on duty look over. Their gazes turned friendly as they memorized his looks. After doing all of this, Klein nodded slightly at the clergyman, turned around, and walked down the aisle to the exit. Richardson followed closely behind with his hat and cane in hand. After leaving the prayer hall, he walked towards the main door amidst the exquisite murals and the light that penetrated the stained glass. At this moment, a few figures walked in. Leading them was a middle-aged man with long sideburns and soft facial features. He wore a black trench coat and didn't wear gloves, nor did he hold a cane. To the left of the man was a young man who was also wearing a black trench coat. He had black hair and green eyes, and he looked handsome. However, his hairstyle appeared a little casual, as though he hadn't combed it carefully after waking up in the morning. His looks and figure were abnormally familiar to Klein, but he had the misconception that he hadn't seen him in years. Leonard Mitchell. Klein's pupils constricted, but he didn't stop at all. He maintained his previous pace and stride as he walked towards the Nighthawks in black trench coats. Yes, Klein confirmed that they were Nighthawks. When he met them, he casually swept a glance at Leonard and company before walking past them and towards the door. The door was wide open. The clouds outside were thin, and the sunlight was pure. White pigeons were flying in the sky. Leonard Mitchell also glanced at the believers who passed by, as though he had nothing to do. He retracted his gaze and sighed. I hope I can stay in Bakeland for a few more days and have a good rest. Not only is this case dangerous and exciting, but we also need to be on our toes at all times. Their team of Red Gloves had just cracked a case of a devil in human skin and captured 2 of the targets. It looked easy on the surface, but in fact it wasn't simple at all. They had experienced many setbacks and counterattacks before completing the mission with great difficulty. Every member was not only physically exhausted, but also mentally exhausted. Captain Sostel shook his head and smiled. This is the life of us, Red Gloves. You should have known that this would happen when you chose to join. However, congratulations on being promoted to a Soul Assurer this time. Leonard Mitchell curled his lips and smiled. This is slower than I imagined. Also, Captain Sostel, you finally reached Sequence 5. This isn't a problem with the Church. If I could take it well, I would have become a spirit wizard 5 years ago. Sostel put away his smile and walked to the prayer hall. Go and pray to the goddess. This will effectively eliminate your psychological stress and restore your mental state. As they spoke, the group of red gloves entered the dark and quiet hall and found a spot to sit down. Leonard was about to focus on praying when he suddenly heard a slightly aged voice in his mind. "There's something wrong with that person." "Who?" Leonard lowered his head and asked in a low voice. The slightly aged voice replied, "That's right. One of the people you met at the entrance. I'm residing in your body, and my strength hasn't recovered yet, so I can't see too clearly." Leonard recalled and asked in a low voice, "What problem?" "He has an ancient aura on him," the voice in Leonard's mind said simply. "A beyonder who's lived for a long time?" Leonard mumbled, "I'll try to investigate." At the same time, he thought to himself, "Old man is definitely hiding something. He rarely takes the initiative to remind me that there's something wrong with someone. But he doesn't say it clearly. Once I find the target and confirm that he's temporarily harmless, I'll leave him be. I don't want to be embroiled in the battles of the undying monsters of the fourth epoch. If that person really brings disaster, I'll directly report it to the Archbishop, Cherwood Borough, in a house. This is the money I lent you previously." Furs handed the £220 she owed to Zio. She had already received £100 from Mr. Moon and £500 from Ma, Hermit. Zio Dairycha grabbed her messy blonde hair and looked at the money before looking up at Furs. She blurted out a question. "What's the matter?" She blurted out, "Are you really involved in illegal gambling?" "I have to tell you that such gambling is definitely a trap and a trap. They're letting you in just to make you lose more. Although you're a trick master and have a chance of deceiving them, such gambling might very well have other beyonders hiding in it." "Stop, stop, stop." Furs pressed her hands down and said in exasperation and amusement, "Do I look like the kind of person who would participate in illegal gambling?" "You do," Zio replied without hesitation. "If I hadn't stopped you, you wouldn't just be smoking. You'd even want to smoke marijuana. That's because the pain brought about by the full moon's ravings made me seek numbness. It won't be like that now." Furs didn't argue with Zio. Instead, she directly explained, "I sold my mysticism knowledge at a Beyonder gathering." "Ha! That person was very generous and offered a few £100. "Is that so?" Zio instantly threw the question to the back of her mind and said, "There's a new Beyonder gathering in East Borough recently. I was invited." A new Beyonder gathering. Furs was first taken aback before she felt a sense of anticipation. According to her teacher, Dorian Gray, and Mr. Fool, she knew that Louis Bean was an oracle of the Aurora Order. He had probably come to Bakelin to replace the previously missing Mr. A and rebuild the Aurora Order's forces in this metropolis. Therefore, there was a high chance that he had disguised himself and organized a new Beyonder gathering. Furs thought for a moment and said to Zio in a seemingly casual manner, "Are you going to participate?" "Of course, I have to prepare the interrogator potion formula," Zio answered decisively. Furs nodded, covered her mouth, and yawned. "When you have the qualifications to invite new members, remember to bring me along. P.S. I don't have a copy. Update as per usual on Monday. Asking for monthly and recommended votes in advance." Chapter 767. Late at night, 7 Pinsta Street. Leonard Mitchell sat on a chair, raised his feet, and extended them to the edge of the desk. Following that, he leaned back, causing the wooden joints to creak. His breathing gradually became long. After an unknown period of time, his eyelids drooped, covering his eyes. At this moment, Leonard's spirit had already arrived in a gray world, but he was still in his bedroom. He flew to the window and saw a thick gray fog enveloping the nearby streets. It extended outwards, as though it wanted to envelop all of Bakeland. The gas lamps by the side of the street and the warm flames in the different houses appeared abnormally dim. They could only illuminate a very small area around them, and it was dyed a little hazy. At the same time, illusory oval-shaped balls of light appeared and hid, intertwining and enveloping the houses, as though they were the source of their existence. This was the city in the eyes of a nightmare. According to his previous investigations, Leonard jumped out of the window in his nightmare form and flew to 17 Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough. He didn't barge in directly. He landed at the door in the thick fog and politely rang the doorbell. Amidst the sounds of cuckoo cuckoo, Stellan, who was wearing a nightgown, opened the door. As she held the silver-inlaid palatial feather fan in front of her chest, she asked in confusion, "Who are you looking for?" She was none other than Klein's landlord when he acted as Sherlock Moriarty. She was a blonde, blue-eyed lady in her 30s. Leonard had already changed into a black-and-white checkered lone police uniform. He casually showed his identification and said, "Do you know Sherlock Moriarty?" As she was in a dream, Stellan's reaction was very slow. After a few seconds, she asked, "Did something happen to him?" As she asked under Leonard's influence, she naturally conjured the Sherlock Moriarty in her mind. He wore a half-top hat, a double-breasted frock coat, gold-rimmed glasses on his nose bridge, and a beard around his mouth. This was consistent with the Sherlock Moriarty that Leonard had previously obtained, so he didn't suspect anything. He was involved in a case and is being investigated. I hope you can cooperate with us. Okay. Stellan wanted to raise her chin, but for some reason, she felt a little afraid. Leonard thought for a second. When did he rent the house? Early September last year, Stellan recalled. Leonard continued to ask, "What do you know about him? In other words, what kind of person is he in your heart?" At the mention of this, Stellan seemed to have long considered the answer. He's from Mid-Seashire and has an accent there. He's a very capable detective and once helped Mary solve her husband's affair. However, his income isn't high, and he can't even hire a full-time maidservant. He can only get my maidservant to help him part-time. My child told me that he's a very good storyteller, especially detective stories. This might be the reason why he chose that industry. Without giving Leonard a chance to interrupt, she continued, he's not as boorish as the typical detective. He's not as crude as the average detective. He went to grammar school and studied history. The most enviable thing is that he received Mary's gratitude and joined the Queleg Club. It's filled with people of high status. I've been there a few times. Later, he seems to have become famous in the detective circle. Private detectives often come to him. Leonard grew impatient as he listened. He couldn't help but rub his temples. He didn't obtain any useful information from Mrs. Stellan, apart from the fact that Sherlock Moriarty's financial situation wasn't too good and that he was good at telling detective stories. Everything else was within the scope of his investigations. He even knew that Sherlock Moriarty had a good relationship with Eichinger Stanton. Next, I'll start investigating the few people in the Queleg Club who are on good terms with Sherlock Moriarty. After patiently listening to Mrs. Stellan's nagging, Leonard immediately thanked her and left her dream. 160 Buckland Street, inside Dwayne Dantes' mansion. In the hall that could accommodate more than 100 guests, Klein was dancing with a lady in her 30s. This was the etiquette teacher that Walter had found, named Juana Heisen. She had a feminine name, but she wasn't ordinary. Her facial features were only slightly above average, but she had an extremely elegant bearing. Her every move had a charm to it. According to Walter, she was born into a baron's family and had received a good education from a young age. Later, she entered the palace and served as a female official until she got married. As her family had declined and her husband's financial situation was only average, she, who believed in the Evernight goddess, chose to become an etiquette tutor. She often went to different noble or wealthy families to teach their children. Although the butler didn't say it explicitly, Klein knew that he couldn't perform too badly in front of this lady. Otherwise, his reputation would be hopeless. One of the important ways for nobles, tycoons, and other members of high society to find out about a person's situation was through mutual acquaintances. And at times, the interactions between servants also had such implications. Juana moved her feet lightly, her body swayed, and her black hair was tied up lightly. She nodded in approval. Mr. Dantes, It's hard to imagine that you haven't learned such dance steps before. In less than half an hour, you're as skilled as a noble who has received such education from a young age. It's all thanks to your good teachings." Klein smiled humbly. His expression was warm and not ostentatious. With the balance and coordination of a clown, dancing was a very simple matter for him. Waina lowered her head and chuckled. "You're a gentleman who can make a lady happy." Her light brown eyes looked up and swept past Dwayne Dantes's silver-streaked sideburns and deep blue eyes. "That's the best compliment I've heard today." As Klein replied with a smile, his footsteps didn't stop. With Waina, he nimbly spun in a circle. Not far away, the band that he had hired continued to resound in the hall with a beautiful melody. He had the intention to get to know Waina not only to improve his reputation, but also because she had served as a female official in the palace. Waina corrected Dwayne Dantes's tiny mistake and said, "Inviting a lady to dance isn't just about dancing. There also needs to be a conversation. It can't be like two dolls, unless both of you are immersed in the music and the rhythm of the dance and don't wish to speak. Of course, this is also a form of communication, a communication of the mind. When conversing, one has to be reserved. This is Ruan, not Intis. To put it simply, don't be direct or crude. Make yourself appear gentlemanly. Let me give you an example. If you wish to praise a lady's perfume, you can't directly say how nice it smells, nor can you ask what perfume it is and give a compliment. You have to associate it with a more reserved meaning. You have to mention something from the side. Yes, you can say something like, "I feel like I'm in the suburbs of spring." Of course, this has to be in line with the perfume's characteristics. It's not literary. Shouldn't you say, "The moon is beautiful tonight"? Klein lampooned in a Japanese-styled manner as he gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Thank you for not saying that my praise wasn't gentlemanly enough." Wahana's smile deepened. "Mr. Dantes, do you know what a gentleman is like when it comes to social occasions?" "No." Klein shook his head frankly. Wahana's smile didn't diminish. "The second most popular is a man who makes a lady think that he's very smart." "What's first?" Klein asked cooperatively. Waina glanced at him and said, "The first most popular is a man who makes a lady think that he's very smart." With that said, she smiled and didn't say another word. Klein instantly understood her hidden praise. This is Ruan's style of being reserved. It's not like Intis, where it's all about the lower half. Yes, these are all reports from newspapers and magazines. There's no way to determine what a real social occasion with Intis is like. Anyway, the two countries always vilify each other. The era of the emperor does match the description. Klein nodded in enlightenment. The 2-hour etiquette lesson came to an end in such a harmonious atmosphere. Klein led Walter and Richardson to send Waina to the door and gave her a small gift. It was the Drim Company's Moonlight perfume. It was mixed with gray amber and was rather expensive. As for the exact amount, Klein wasn't sure. This was because Walter was in charge of buying it, and the expenditure came from the housekeeper. When the £1,000 were almost spent and new funds were needed, Taneja would bring the receipts and forms to him for verification. The reason why Klein knew which company it was and what kind of perfume it was because his butler had informed him ahead of time. It was to prevent him from appearing insincere if and Waina asked about it. From these details, he deeply understood the importance of a good butler. Seeing the satisfied and Waina leave, Klein resisted the urge to rub his temples as he sighed inwardly. This is more tiring than fighting a Beyonder. I have to constantly pay attention to my actions and choose my words carefully. I need to rest. At this moment, Walter, who was wearing a white glove, took a step forward. "Sir, since you are making rapid progress in your etiquette studies, you can bring forward the other lessons." "What lessons?" Klein felt a headache coming on. "History, international politics, philosophy, music, as well as the general knowledge of golf, horse racing, hunting, and other sports. Walter answered meticulously, philosophy. Klein asked in surprise. Walter nodded and said, "This is one of the easiest topics to talk about in high society." This is one of the easiest topics to talk about in high society. You don't need to have a deep understanding of it. But at the very least, you need to know what others are discussing. You need to know that the source of pragmatism is Kongso, Marid, and Patterson, not Emperor Roselle. You need to know that Lumi was the one who proposed that humans are born free. Many tycoons are prone to make mistakes in this aspect when they first enter high society. They're used to pushing unknown words or philosophical ideas to Roselle the Great. Klein's headache worsened as he forced a smile and said, "I don't have much to do recently. Apart from taking an afternoon nap and going to the cathedral, you can arrange the lesson at any time." In a dark room, an envelope floated up and opened on its own, shaking out a piece of paper. Sharon's figure was outlined by the side in her tiny bonnet. She took the letter and read it seriously. She immediately wrote a reply, set up a ritual, and began summoning Sherlock, Moriarty's messenger. During this process, she didn't forget to put in a gold coin. Soon, Sharon finished chanting the incantation and saw the candle flame expand as it was dyed a dark green. Rionette Tynker carried 4 blonde, red-eyed heads out of the candle flame and came in front of Sharon. Sharon's gaze froze as her doll-like face suddenly had an intense emotional change. She blurted out, "Teacher, didn't you already? P.S. Seeking monthly votes for Monday." Chapter 768, 160 Buckland Street, in a study with excellent lighting. There were rows of bookshelves here, and there were many collections. At a glance, it looked like he had entered a private library. Klein was sitting in a high-backed chair, reading the day's newspapers. He discovered that be it the Tussock Times or the Bakelin Daily News, there was an additional advertisement in a prominent spot: transfer of 10% of the Bakelin Bike Company shares. Mr. Stanton sure is efficient. It's only been a few days, and he's already completed the financial investigation and valuation. Just as Klein sighed inwardly, his spiritual perception was triggered. He quickly activated his spirit vision and saw Miss Messenger, Rionette Tynker, walk out of the void. She was still holding the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands, and one of them was biting on a letter. "It's likely Miss Sharon's reply." As Klein thought, he reached out to receive it and nodded slightly. "Thank you." As he spoke, he subconsciously looked at the study's door because his valet, Richardson, was standing guard outside. Tearing open the envelope and spreading out the piece of paper, Klein quickly scanned it and confirmed that the owner of the letter was Miss Sharon. She expressed that she had no intention of buying the biological poison bottle at the moment, and that she might consider it after some time if the mystical item was still around. Is this because the financial situation isn't good enough? Or is she saving money for something more important? Klein casually thought for a moment and instinctively believed that it was the latter. This was because it was impossible for the demigod named Zatwin to stay in Bakeland all the time. Sharon and Merrick had finally escaped from Rose School's pursuit. With their beyonder strength and sequence characteristics, it was relatively easy for them to earn money in a relaxed environment. Furthermore, they seemed to be in control of the Braves' black market arms trade, acting as Ian's backer. Just this line alone could earn them quite a bit. As he thought about it, Klein looked up and saw Miss Messenger's 8 pairs of red eyes staring at him. He jumped in fright, imagining that she was urging him to repay the debt. He cleared his throat and said, "There's no need for a reply. The first payment will be made within this week." Rionette Tynker's 4 heads spoke one after another. "There's no need to be anxious. There's no interest. Miss Messenger is quite nice after all." As Klein sighed, Rionette Tynker's figure vanished as she returned deep into the spirit world. After burning the letter and resting for half an hour, he went to the door and ordered Richardson to prepare the carriage. He planned to go to church before his afternoon philosophy class. The journey was smooth. After drinking a few mouthfuls of black tea, Klein quickly arrived at the square outside St. Samuel Cathedral. After admiring the tranquility brought by the white pigeons, he walked past the cathedral's door and entered the prayer hall. He randomly found a seat and sat down. Just like before, Richardson hugged his employer's hat and cane as he sat diagonally behind him. As he emptied his mind and prayed, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered again. He instinctively opened his eyes and looked to the left. He then saw the dark-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. This nighthawk wasn't wearing a trench coat. He was wearing a white shirt that wasn't tucked into his belt with straight pants and a black vest. His style was very casual. Seeing the middle-aged gentleman with gray sideburns look over, he nodded with a smile and retracted his gaze. He closed his eyes and pretended to pray. He wasn't worried that the other party would discover that he was sizing him up because he had only swept a glance without doing anything else. Many believers had done the same thing. When a good-looking gentleman entered this place, it was inevitable that he would receive a certain amount of attention. Leonard Mitchell was often the target of such attention, so he knew this very well. At this moment, a slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "It's him." "Ha! I didn't let down my efforts of running to the cathedral yesterday and today," Leonard thought smugly, but he didn't show it on his face. Klein also pretended to pray as he pondered over the questions that arose in his mind. When did this fellow, Leonard, become so pious? Although he's definitely more pious than me, he's definitely not the kind that attends the cathedral every day. He only attends once a week or even once every 2 weeks. Did he come with a motive? He seemed to be sizing me up just now. With this in mind, Klein suddenly came to a realization. The grandpa in his body is an angel of the Zoroast family, which is also an angel of the Marauder pathway. Blasphemer Amon is a king of angels of this pathway. He can discover the gray fog and even wants to invade it. Therefore, the grandpa in Leonard's body is very likely to have sensed the gray fog's powers or traces on me. With this judgment, Klein's heart immediately leapt up, as though he was surrounded by a dangerous trap. He maintained his praying posture, and the eyes under his eyelids didn't move. His entire being was calm and reserved, completely in line with the atmosphere inside the cathedral. After an unknown period of time, he slowly got up and walked to the altar. He came in front of the donation box and threw a total of 50 pounds in. Following that, just like before, he smiled and nodded at the bishop and priest in charge today. He received a rather friendly response. On the way out of St. Samuel Cathedral, Klein took his hat from Richardson and fed the pigeons in the square for about 10 minutes. And behind him, believers who had finished praying came out one after another, including Leonard Mitchell. Klein didn't size up the main entrance as he leisurely clapped his hands, took his gold-inlaid cane, and walked to the four-wheeled carriage that was parked nearby. Leonard was similarly feeding the pigeons in the square as he watched his target board the carriage and leave, but he had no intention of tailing him. Since the other party had an ancient aura and had received the attention of the parasite in his body, he naturally didn't dare to be careless. He didn't dare take direct action because it would be extremely dangerous. He planned on checking the periphery and gathering the necessary information. I'll see what old man has to say when the time comes. Besides, it's not like I don't have a direction to investigate. Such high-end carriages are rather limited in all of Bakeland, be it one's own or rented. It's very easy to determine the source. Then, I'll know that gentleman's identity and origins. Leonard looked at the pigeon as he leisurely thought. He was a nighthawk with rich experience, and he was an elite red glove among the nighthawks. At that moment, a white pigeon flapped its wings and flew over. There seemed to be a piece of paper in its beak. Leonard frowned as he extended his left palm and watched the white pigeon descend. It threw the piece of paper down before flapping its wings and flying up again. Raising his hand to hold the piece of paper, Leonard unfolded it warily and puzzledly. He saw 2 words on it, Zoroast parasite. Leonard's pupils constricted as he felt his hair stand on end. His emotions were on the verge of exploding. That gentleman saw through my secret? As expected of a person with an ancient aura, he might really be one of the undying monsters left behind from the fourth epoch. Is he warning me? He's telling me not to interfere in his matters, or even approach him. At that moment, thinking back to the middle-aged gentleman with white sideburns and deep blue eyes, Leonard felt that his every action exuded a strong sense of deterrence. It made him not dare look straight at him or approach him. He immediately lost the idea of investigating the other party. Watching the white pigeons land at the same time, he lowered his voice and said, seeing the white pigeon land, he suppressed his voice and said, "Old man, that might be an old friend of yours. If you wish to investigate anything, it's best to wait until you've mostly recovered your strength." Old friend. The slightly aged voice repeated the two words as though he was puzzled, but he didn't dare to confirm anything. Leonard quickly reined in his emotions and chuckled. "So you're a member of the Zoroast family." At that moment, less than 100 meters away, at the intersection of Phelps Street and other streets, Don Dantes, whose black hair was mixed with some silver strands, leaned against the wall and slowly closed his eyes, hiding his distinct facial features in the shadows of the carriage. Beside his substitute, Richardson, a middle-aged man wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat appeared. He bowed at his master before vanishing without alerting anyone. The carriage slowly turned around as a flock of white pigeons flew up from the square. After returning home and entering the room with a huge balcony, the silent Klein sighed silently. If Leonard didn't accept the warning due to the grandpa's bewitchment, he would write another note. The content would be, "I know where Blasphemer Amon is." In other words, he meant that if he messed up his matters again, he would tell Blasphemer Amon that there was an angel from the Zoroast family here. This didn't make the grandpa feel that Don Dantes was weak and needed to rely on others to resist him. Instead, it was more like a form of courtesy and respect for an angel by warning him no more than 3 times. If he didn't restrain himself after 2 warnings, the solution wouldn't just be to inform Blasphemer Amon. Yes, there's a high chance that I can intimidate them. That grandpa definitely has other motives or difficulties in choosing a superficial parasitism. He probably doesn't wish for me to flip the gambling table. Ha, I have to thank Rhodes for this. If I didn't know that there was a marauder angel in Leonard's body, I definitely wouldn't have discovered that I'd been targeted, much less use the appropriate words and methods to warn them. Klein thought calmly, no longer feeling nervous and flustered. As he relaxed, there was a knock on the door. Richardson said, "Sir, the butler is looking for you." "Sir, the butler is looking for you. Invite him in." Klein turned around and left the balcony, returning to the half-open room. "Sir, your philosophy teacher, Mr. Hamid, is here." Philosophy class. Klein rubbed his temples as he felt a headache coming on. Philosophy class. Klein rubbed his temples as he felt a headache coming on. He had previously heard from Walter that Mr. Hamid was a believer of the Lord of Storms. It was the same for the famous scholar Lermy. It was the same for a large number of philosophers in the Rouen kingdom. This left him rather surprised. This was because to him, a believer of a storm was equivalent to a grumpy brother. From the looks of it, I need to change my inflexible and unobjective impression. The prerequisites to becoming a philosopher are to be unable to find a wife or have a bad family relationship. As Klein lampooned, he adjusted his clothes and walked to the door. He said to Walter, "All right, I'll head over now. P.S. I'll take half a day off tomorrow for the chapter at noon. This is because I'm a little stuck on how to proceed. I need to think about it." Chapter 769. After the philosophy lesson, Klein felt like he hadn't slept for 3 days. His mind was filled with names and concepts such as skepticism, metaphysics, a priori and a posteriori, nominalism, materialism, social Roselle doctrine, existentialism, positivism, and so on. If it wasn't for the fact that his original body had some knowledge of philosophy back when he was studying history, he even suspected that he wouldn't be able to complete the lesson. This wasn't the one-on-one education he had back on Earth, where he could sleep or play on his cell phone if he didn't understand. On the other hand, Mr. Hamid is different from what I imagined. He's humorous, candid, extroverted, and his lectures aren't boring. He doesn't seem like a philosophy teacher, nor does he have the views that believers of the Lord of Storms often have. Klein rubbed his temples and turned to leave the door. He walked to the staircase, deep into the hall, and returned to the third floor. His valet, Richardson, followed silently by his side. During this process, he realized that the servants were busy with their own matters. None of them were slacking off. Only when his employer passed by would they stop and greet him, appearing very cultured. Taneja is quite capable when it comes to the arrangements and management of a family's internal affairs. Klein stepped into the corridor on the third floor and walked towards the half-open room. Before entering, Klein saw Walter hanging 2 double-barreled shotguns on the wall, adding a sense of boorishness and boldness to the interior. This was an arrangement every wealthy merchant had in their home. It was very easy to apply for a hunting license, and the double-barreled shotguns were quite powerful. It was enough for the servants to deal with infiltrating thieves or kidnappers. After hanging it, Walter took 2 steps back and examined the shotguns. He then took out a golden pocket watch from his inner pocket. He pressed down on the pocket watch and looked inside. His stern and inflexible face clearly softened. Klein coughed lightly to remind the butler before pushing open the half-closed door and walking in. Walter closed the pocket watch and returned it to its original position. He turned his body and bowed. He bowed and said, "Sir, we obtained a total of 6 hunting licenses. We bought 6 double-barreled shotguns and the corresponding canister bullets." Klein had death nail hidden under his armpit, so he didn't think too much of it. All he did was nod to indicate that he understood. He then revealed a gentle smile and asked casually, "When I was reading the information on the Helping Family Servants Association, I noticed that you seem to have a wife and child, Walter?" The butler, or rather, the chief butler, was the employer's assistant. He was a confidant that couldn't be avoided in many matters. Therefore, it was every employer's duty to establish a relationship with the butler, and Klein was no exception. Furthermore, he still remembered that a Rhodes had mentioned that there would be additional developments on Butler Walter. Walter replied in a deadpan manner, "Yes, when I was a servant in Viscount Conrad's manor, due to certain needs, I had frequent contact with a lady and developed feelings for her. Then, under the gaze of the goddess, I got married and had a daughter. She is now studying in a grammar school and hopes to pass the entrance examination of the University of Bakeland. However, this is something that I can only consider after 2 years." When mentioning his wife and daughter, the unsmiling butler's tone unknowingly turned relaxed. At present, all the churches emphasize the importance of family, so as to resist the stress and mental problems brought about by the advancement of technology. The only difference was that different churches had different emphases. Evernight was about equality between men and women helping each other at home. Storm was about men busying themselves outside while women took care of the home, acting as the former support angel. Steam was about learning more technology and doing more manual labor. Each had their own strengths and complemented each other. Klein felt wistful when he heard that. He then said, "Ma, Antonia seems to be single?" "Yes." Walter's expression turned serious again. In modern society, male servants and female servants are still not equal. This isn't referring to the salary. Female butlers, and assistant butlers are on the same level. They have an annual salary of 25 to 50 pounds. Instead, it's a deeper concept and thought. It's something that the churches are working hard to change, but it's filled with obstacles. After all, the goddess isn't Ruan's only faith. He paused and added, "Male servants can get married, but if a female servant has a family, it means that she will lose her job or become the lowest of the lowest. She's a temporary hired maid who doesn't need to stay at her employer's house. All of this can only be changed when one reaches the female butler stage. However, this isn't something a young and inexperienced lady can do. Klein didn't continue the topic. He nodded slightly and walked to the reclining chair. At this moment, his gaze swept across the stack of newspapers on the coffee table. With a thought, Klein stopped in his tracks, turned his body, and said to the butler, "I saw an advertisement in the papers regarding the transfer of shares in the Bakeland Bicycle Company. Find a professional lawyer and accountant to consult them and figure out the exact situation." "Ha ha! I'm very interested in this industry. If the price is right, I'll consider buying it." At that instant, Klein thought of a problem. It was impossible for a tycoon who brought a huge sum of money to Bakeland to seek opportunities to advance his career to not pay attention to the transfer of shares in the Bakeland Bicycle Company. Even if he couldn't see the prospects of this industry, it was normal for him to get someone to understand it. Otherwise, it wouldn't match his persona. Of course, I can also raise the price in passing, allowing the 10% shares to be sold for more money. Yes, I have to remember to just raise the price a little. I can't be too greedy. If I were to raise the price and end up with nothing, I'll end up crying. That will cause all my liquid funds to sink in, and I won't be able to maintain my daily expenses. As Klein fantasized, he inwardly exhorted himself. "Yes, sir." Walter didn't ask any further, as he directly agreed. At 4:35 p.m., Richardson knocked on the door and entered. He said to the leisurely reading Don Dantes, "Sir, Mr. Maury Mocked and his wife, Ma Amriana, as well as St. Samuel Cathedral's bishop, Mr. Electra, are here." Maury Mocked and his wife, Ma Amriana, as well as St. Samuel Cathedral's bishop, Mr. Electra, are here to visit. Maury Mocked? That member of Parliament? Also, why is the Bishop of St. Samuel Cathedral here as well? Klein thought for a moment and asked with a smile, "Is there such etiquette?" He had only attended 2 etiquette classes for the time being. He knew that people of this social class would not visit each other so directly. They would first send a butler or a servant to deliver an invitation or set a time to visit. Richardson habitually lowered his head. "Yes, because when the butler went to deliver the name cards and gifts, he informed the neighbors that you would be at home in the afternoons for the past week. In such a case, the neighbors who receive your business card can not only send their servants to invite you to be their guest, but they can also pay you a semi-formal visit between 4 and 5 in the afternoon, claiming that they are passing by on a stroll. Well, the ladies will wear appropriate walking clothes, or it will be inappropriate. You can treat them to afternoon tea." As Klein walked to the door, he allowed Richardson to take off his coat and put it on him. Then why is there Bishop Electra? This was what he cared about the most. The question just now was just a foreshadowing. Richardson replied as if he was prepared for this. Bishop Electra was a guest at Member of Parliament Mock's place in the afternoon. It's likely that they mentioned you while chatting and decided to pay you a stroll. His hands weren't affected by his words at all as he skillfully helped Don Dantes adjust his clothes. Klein tersely acknowledged and waited for Richardson to open the door before walking out. Soon he saw the 3 visitors in the living room on the 2nd floor. Maury Mocked was a classic Rouen gentleman. He was in his 40s with black hair and brown eyes. He had deep facial features, a rather high hairline, and a slightly thin face. He had once served in the military, and after he was discharged, he entered politics. He started out in Bakeland and eventually became a member of Parliament. He was a believer of the Evernight goddess, a member of the New Party, and a supporter of improving the atmospheric environment. His wife, Rihanna, came from a family of lawyers. She had provided her husband with plenty of resources for his political career, and she was also a believer of the Evernight goddess. Electra wore a double-breasted clergyman's black robe, and he looked to be in his 40s. His blue eyes were deep, and his face was thin. His facial features weren't considered good, but he was pleasing to the eye for some baffling reason. He was a bishop that Klein had once seen when he placed money into the donation box. Upon seeing Don Dantes enter, Maury mocked took 2 steps forward and chuckled. I've been hearing that a devout believer of the goddess has moved into Block 160, and I've been thinking of paying him a visit. I happened to be passing by today, so I decided to pay you a visit. Please forgive us for our rudeness." Klein smiled and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. At times like this, all you need to do is praise the goddess. Praise the goddess. Electra and Rhiannon nodded in secret before drawing a crimson moon on their chests. After exchanging pleasantries, Klein invited his 3 guests to take their seats. A maidservant promptly served them black tea and coffee. Housekeeper Taneja had previously asked him what he wanted to drink. "Mr. Dantes, I heard you're a merchant from Desi. I wonder what line of work you were in the past." Maury mocked, asked casually as he joked. "Your last name always makes me think of many things." This was the surname of the protagonist in one of Roselle the Great's best-selling novels. Klein chuckled and returned with a question in a humorous manner. "What line of work does digging up a treasure belong to?" This was also the content of the best-selling novel. Without waiting for the counselors to respond, he said the content that he had long prepared. "I once had my own mineral deposits, but as you know, there will be a day when they're all dug up. A city that thrives on mining will eventually decline." He was hinting at the resource-based cities in Desi County where he was born. In those places, gangs ran amok and there were many hidden tycoons. It was difficult for ordinary people to investigate Don Dantes' situation without spending more than half a year. Bishop Electra nodded in thought. "That's why you chose to come to Bakeland in search of new opportunities? I wonder who led you into the church." Chapter 770. As for Electra's latter question, Klein had already rehearsed it. Upon hearing that, he sighed and said, "It was my father, a truly wise elder. Unfortunately, he passed away in an accident many years ago." When he said that, he incorporated the feelings of the original Klein's parents, the accumulated emotions of being unable to return home in a foreign land, and the traces left behind by his experience in Tingen City. His tone seemed calm with a hint of a smile, but there was a hint of sorrow hidden in it. It was a sense of eternity. Sorry, he must have entered the divine kingdom and is sleeping peacefully under the goddess's watch. Bishop Electra said sincerely. Bishop Electra said sincerely as he tapped his chest 4 times clockwise, drawing the crimson moon. Without waiting for Don Dantes' response, he looked at him and invited. "The day after tomorrow there will be a moon mass for the deceased. The day after tomorrow there will be a moon mass for the dead to help them sleep in the goddess kingdom and obtain eternal peace. I wonder if you're interested in participating?" The Church of the Evernight Goddess didn't have many festive days. The most important one was the Winter Gifts Day, followed by the Grand Mass during the full moon, also known as the Moon Massachusetts. After that was the normal Mass and prayers on Sundays. However, different dioceses and cathedrals had different guardian saints or angels, so they had their own special festive day. "That's exactly what I wish for." Klein stood up and bowed as he said sincerely. This allowed him to interact with the priests and bishops of St. Samuel Cathedral. He could even form a relationship with the diocesan bishop, allowing him to enter certain areas of the cathedral in the future. And at the same time, he once again realized why the Evernight pathway could be interchanged with the Death pathway. Both of them had the authorities of tranquility, eternal slumber, darkness, and so on. They represented the end and endpoint. Following that, Maury mocked didn't discuss the topic of Don Dantes' identity and experiences. It was as though he had just casually asked. He and his wife, Rhiannon, began chatting about their vacation experiences in Desi Bay over the years. Having crammed on the relevant information and having stayed there for 2 days, Klein responded in a native tone, sharing the specialty of Desi's roasted fish. During this process, he even pretended to casually mention his hunting activities when he was doing business in West Balham, as though he was very familiar with the primitive forest there. This was to pave the way for Don Dantes' second identity. And West Balham was different from East Balham. Rouen and Intis's colonial powers were on par. They often had conflicts, and even the areas under their control would change from time to time. It wasn't a simple matter to investigate the activities of a merchant or adventurer, especially when Don Dantes might be using a fake name. As for his hunting experience in West Balam's primitive forest, Klein didn't randomly fabricate it, nor did he copy it from some magazine or newspaper. He had used the glorious deeds of the Fog Sea's strongest hunter, Anderson, as a blueprint. He had extracted the details and abandoned the main idea to play it out himself. It was both real and fake. Upon hearing about the thick pythons in the forest, the man-eating fish with sharp teeth, and the flowers that could capture their prey, Member of Parliament Mock's wife, Rihanna, would exclaim from time to time. She looked afraid, but also eager to learn more. As for the Member of Parliament and the bishop, they were equally interested. They couldn't help but interrupt Don Dantes' description to ask about the details. "You really are an excellent hunter. Back when I was serving in East Balam, I never had the chance to enter the forest. I never expected it to be so dangerous." After the extremely gentlemanly middle-aged gentleman finished speaking, Maury Mock picked up a tiny piece of velvet cake and sincerely praised him. "If there's a chance in the future, I'd like to invite you to hunt with me." As they conversed, the maidservant had already served them afternoon tea and snacks. A male servant was in charge of serving them by the side. Upon hearing Mock's half-hearted invitation, Klein replied with a smile, "I can't wait. I can't wait any longer." After chatting for a while and talking about the management of Baekeland's atmosphere, the three guests bade him farewell. As they had just gotten to know each other and weren't considered familiar with each other, Klein didn't hold them back. He sent them to the door with his valet, Richardson. As he watched the bishop, the Member of Parliament, and the Member of Parliament's wife leave, the smile on Klein's face faded bit by bit, but it didn't completely disappear. He was rather satisfied with his present progress. Bishop Electra was directly connected to the Church of the Evernight Goddess. It was the main reason why he had returned to Baekeland. Member of Parliament Maury Mock was a retired soldier and a current Member of Parliament. Without a doubt, he belonged to one or a few military officers' clubs. It was beneficial for him to continue investigating the Great Smog of Baekeland. Next, it's time to deepen our connection bit by bit. When Klein returned to the living room, he saw that the maidservant had already taken away the remaining snacks and tea. He had planned on eating a little more. Regardless of the other food, Rouen, especially Baekeland's desserts, was rather outstanding. And the chef that Don Dantes had hired was especially skilled in this field. Even Rihanna had been praising him, something that Klein agreed with. Retracting his gaze, Klein didn't say a word as he stably walked to the staircase that led to the third floor. Before dinner, Walter finally returned home and reported to him about the 10% shares of the Baekeland Bike Company. "Sir, we were lucky enough. Someone had hired professional lawyers and accountants to investigate the Baekeland Bike Company's situation. They had provided the seller with a price before the advertisement was published, but in the subsequent negotiations, there was a buyer who offered a higher price. He was unable to continue and could only give up. This way, we don't need to wait for the investigation report. We can directly hire the original team." Klein nodded and didn't hide anything. "What's the price now?" The buyer who gave up offered £6,000. His bottom line is £7,000. The seller didn't divulge the other buyer's situation, but from the various sources, it's at least £8,000. £8,000. Not bad. Should I raise my hand? If I were to raise the price slightly, the other party would immediately give up. Wouldn't that be awkward? Klein nodded gently. "Give me the corresponding report. I'll consider it." After flipping through the report and having dinner, to establish a generous but shrewd image, Klein turned to Richardson and said, "Prepare a two-wheeled carriage." "Prepare the carriage. I'm going out for a while." He originally imagined that Richardson would be surprised and ask why it was a two-wheeled carriage, as it wasn't presentable enough. To his surprise, his valet only flashed a hint of doubt before he respectfully replied, "Prepare a two-wheeled carriage." "All right, sir." Obeying orders without asking why is also a merit. Klein sighed inwardly as he waited for Richardson to help him put on his coat. After getting on the two-wheeled carriage, he directly instructed, "Head to the Bakeland Bridge area and the borders of East Borough." Richardson still didn't ask for the purpose, as he instructed the carriage driver to carefully steer the horse. The carriage passed through Sherwood Borough and arrived at the Bakeland Bridge area under the illumination of the gas lamps. Klein didn't say where he was going, but he got the carriage driver to freely traverse the nearby streets. He leaned against the wall of the carriage and looked out at the street. He saw pedestrians wearing old clothes and walking with tired faces. It seemed that they had just finished a busy day and were in a hurry to go home to enjoy dinner. Occasionally, a bicycle would pass by with a ringing bell and rush into the distance. Compared to the pedestrians, the expression of the cyclist was more energetic and brimming with an indescribable pride. It's a very direct distinction between the different ranks, although it's just the difference between a skilled worker and an ordinary worker, the difference between a weekly salary of 1 to 2 pounds and less than 1 pound. Klein slowly exhaled and subconsciously looked up into the sky. At this moment, Bakeland had already fallen into complete darkness, but the smog wasn't too severe. He could see many resplendent stars through it. After the great smog, the environment is really getting better by the day. However, the situation of the lower-class workers in East Borough doesn't seem to have changed much. Although their salaries might be higher and their working hours might have improved, the former has been offset by the rise in prices due to the massive influx of people. As for the latter, the change is rather limited. At most, it's shortened from 15 to 16 hours to 11 to 12 hours. It's really to resolve any problems that arise. Pretend as though nothing has happened. The kingdom is still undergoing internal reforms. Many things haven't been straightened out. Klein's thoughts drifted as he watched until the carriage left Sherwood Borough. On the future, Admiral of Stars Catlia stood behind the window of the captain's cabin as she watched Frank push a wooden barrel into the shadows. It was unknown what was placed inside before covering it tightly. He seems to have been studying the growth of plants in dark environments recently. Why did it suddenly become normal? Catlia frowned in puzzlement. She kept worrying that Frank Lee was brewing a huge invention. "I'll get Nina to ask later." Just as this thought flashed through her mind, her spiritual perception was triggered. She turned her head and saw an additional letter on her desk. Without realizing it, a faint smile suffused across her face. Catlia walked over, opened the letter, and quickly scanned through it. "There are 2 Obninsks that don't belong to the Church of the Storm in the vicinity of the Abyss Maelstrom north of Sonia Island. Found a direct descendant of the House of Abraham. Well done." The Abyss Maelstrom was the name of a dangerous sea, not an abyss. House of Abraham. Catlia thought for a moment, but she failed to find any clues. She planned on asking at the next tarot gathering. The next morning, after seriously divining to raise the price, Klein said to Walter, "Hire that team and continue the negotiations." "Hire that team and continue negotiating. My base price is £9,000. "All right, sir," Walter said apologetically. Walter immediately said apologetically, "Something happened at home, so I hope I can have half a day off in advance." "No problem. Do you need any help?" Klein asked warmly. "Thank you for your kind intentions. I can resolve it. Besides, there's no rush. I'll first settle the equity negotiations," Walter said sincerely. Klein didn't ask further as he nodded and approved his leave. After the butler left the room, Klein turned his head to Richardson. "Did Walter meet anyone this morning?" "Mr. Butler received a letter," Richardson answered without hiding anything. Chapter 771. He received a letter? Didn't he say that something happened at home? Walter's family lives in Bakeland. Wouldn't it be faster to take a public carriage or a rental carriage if something really happened? With his income and land in the countryside, he'll definitely be able to afford it. Klein nodded as though it was a casual question and didn't say another word. He slowly walked back to the reclining chair and sat down. He picked up a newspaper and began reading it seriously. Upon seeing this, Richardson didn't say a word as he silently retreated out of the room and closed the wooden door silently. When he heard a soft click, Klein moved his gaze away from the newspaper and looked at the door, thinking to himself, I've discovered another advantage of Richardson. I discovered another strength of Richardson's. He likes to observe his surroundings, and he's able to notice valuable information. Back when Bishop Electra was a guest at Member of Parliament Morimock's place, he was the first to see it from the balcony. However, this is different from a spectator. The main point is the incident and not the details. Walter's matter is a little abnormal. Could this be the additional development that Rhodes mentioned? Regardless, I'll do a divination first to prevent myself from being unaware of any danger. With this in mind, Klein immediately entered the bathroom, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and arrived above the gray fog. And every time he existed as the fool, his core beneath the gray fog would be Klein Moretti's appearance. It wouldn't overlap with Sherlock Moriarty, German Sparrow, or Don Dante's. As he lacked the necessary information, all he could do was divine his own safety. Therefore, he didn't use a dream technique. Instead, he took off the spirit pendulum on his wrist and wrote the corresponding divination statement. Walter's abnormality will bring me danger. Holding the pendulum in his left hand and closing his eyes, Klein entered a cogitation state and recited the words he had just written. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and looked at the silver chain. He saw that the topaz pendant was spinning counterclockwise, and the amplitude and speed were rather normal. This also meant that Walter's abnormality wouldn't bring him danger. But that can only mean one thing. Perhaps I'll encounter trouble that isn't dangerous. In addition, there's another possibility. Whether it's dangerous or not depends on whether I make the right choice. If I get involved rashly, even if it isn't dangerous, it will become dangerous. Klein interpreted it based on his rich experience. Just as he put down this matter, he suddenly saw the crimson star that symbolized the hermit emit light as it expanded and contracted. Is the payment from the scales of luck about to arrive? Klein was delighted and immediately spread his spirituality over. After the interaction, he was disappointed. This was because Katlia was only requesting Mr. Fool to pass her message to the hanging man. She didn't mention when the deal with the world would be completed. There's an Obninsk in the abyssal vortex, north of Sonia Island. Mr. the Hanging Man's luck isn't bad. At the very least, he doesn't need to enter the ruins of the Battle of the Gods like me. Of course, Obninsks are very dangerous as well. Using them to hold a ritual isn't that simple. Mr. the Hanging Man might even need to seek sea gods' help. Hermit's request is actually to help find a direct descendant of the House of Abraham. This means that Queen Mystic is rather aware of Mr. Door's origins. The Emperor mentioned it to her. As Klein connected the dots from Katlia's words, he threw the corresponding image into the crimson star representing the Hanging Man. At this moment, Alger Wilson had just finished his report and passed the test. He had boarded the Blue Avenger again. Upon seeing the endless gray fog and hearing the hermit's words, he walked to the captain's cabin without a change in expression. His strides remained the same as usual. After entering the room and closing the door, he came to the liquor cabinet and took out a bottle of Lanty Proof, the favorite drink of pirates. He flipped open a beer mug and poured half a cup. Alger then picked up the glass mug and brought it to his mouth. He gulped it down as though it wasn't liquor, but water. During this process, his eyes were half closed, as though he was immersed in his own world, the world. After finishing half a cup of Lanty Proof, Alger put down the cup, wiped his mouth, and chuckled. He chuckled and said, a direct descendant of the House of Abraham? This might be very difficult for others with almost no clues, but I can ask Miss Magicians. Her teacher is... Ha! Admiral of Stars still doesn't know about this. He quickly reined in his emotions and paced back and forth a few times. Finally, he decided to give up on his previous thoughts and calmly respond to Catlia's request. Admiral of Stars won't only get my help. At next week's tarot gathering, she might very well issue this mission to all the members. And the others also know that Miss Magician's teacher is from the Abraham family. There's no need to lie about something that can easily be exposed. I can't ruin the many transactions that might happen in the future because of my greed. At times, honesty is the method with the least cost. Alger stopped in his tracks and bowed his head respectfully as he recited Mr. Fool's honorific name. Please inform Hermit that she can directly ask Miss Magicians about clues regarding the direct descendants of the House of Abraham. After instructing Admiral of Stars to change her request, Alger took the initiative to mention his encounter on the night of the blood moon. He asked Mr. Fool if the item that resonated with the ocean songster's beyonder characteristic was the Book of Calamity. He also asked if the woman holding the golden wine cup in the Coral Palace in his dream was Kohainam. There's such a thing. Queen of Calamity really isn't dead yet. It's likely that she had split the beyonder characteristic. A portion of it was made into the Book of Calamity, while another portion was left in the underwater ruin. Yes, there might be a third or fourth portion, but I don't know where it is. After the hanging man finished his story, Klein was certain without a doubt that the elf in his dream was Queen of Calamity Kohainam. This wasn't intuition, but an inference with evidence. He had once obtained the golden wine cup that elf Queen Kohainam liked the most, and there was a similar vessel in the dream. Elven songster Ciadas knew some of the details of the Queen of Calamity's life, and she had deep feelings for this angel. This meant that she was most likely an elf by Kohainam's side. It was completely understandable that the beyonder characteristic she left behind resonated with the Book of Calamity on the night of the blood moon. With this in mind, Klein suddenly recalled something. He had handed Kohainam's favorite golden wine cup to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina and got her to place it in Ciadas's tomb. If the Queen of Calamity really isn't completely dead, would the burial of the golden wine cup and the elf corpses beside her produce some sort of anomaly? Klein hurriedly did a count of the time and realized that he wasn't sure if the golden dream had reached Sonia Island. After some thought, he calmly replied to the hanged man, "I'm not sure." Yes. Following that, he delivered the first half of the hanging man's words to the crimson star that symbolized Catlia. After doing all of this, he conjured the world Gehrman Sparrow and made him pray. "I'm going to pray. Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Donnas to ask Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards if there's anything abnormal about elven songster Ciadas's corpse and the golden wine cup." Phew. After completing the operation, Klein exhaled and threw the corresponding image into the specially marked prayer point of light beside him. Then he returned to the real world and walked out of the bathroom. He came in front of the dressing mirror and looked at the figure with white sideburns and deep blue eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up bit by bit, knowing that he had returned from Mr. Fool to the mysterious Tycoon Don Dantes. Biam in the primeval forest. The bragging Donnas, who was drinking and eating at a resistance base, suddenly trembled as he nearly choked on the liquid in his mouth. Although this wasn't the first time he had received a response from the great fool, it still left him trembling in fear. He felt a baffling sense of fear. After he identified the figure and understood the words, he heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that German Sparrow had asked him to do something. "Ask, Captain." "That's simple. The golden dream will come to fetch me in a few days." German Sparrow isn't crazy at all in front of the great fool. He's even very pious and respectful. Don is quickly relaxed as he thought leisurely. At the same time, on the future, Catlia, who had received a reply, silently muttered to herself in surprise, "That's right. Directly ask Miss Magicians?" "Yes. She seems to be a beyonder of the apprentice pathway. She's actually related to the House of Abraham. She's indeed not simple." Catlia considered for a moment and decided not to give the hanging man a new mission. This was because she wasn't sure if Miss Magicians was willing to reveal clues to the house of Abraham. Walter returned to 160 Buckland Street in the afternoon. His expression was normal, and just like before, the matter had been easily resolved. Klein didn't ask further. He felt that their relationship hadn't reached the point where his butler could be honest with him. Furthermore, the problem hadn't been directly exposed in front of him, so there was no way to hide it. Time quickly passed as he studied. The next evening, before the full moon arrived, Klein brought his valet, Richardson, to St. Samuel Cathedral in a rented high-class carriage to participate in the Moon, Massachusetts. He wasn't worried about the possible donations because Miss Justice had already paid the £1,000. He had £2,186 on him, so donating a few £100s wouldn't put him in a difficult position. It's just not putting him in a difficult position. Klein sighed as he looked at the symmetrical bell tower outside the window. He left the carriage, crossed the square, and walked into St. Samuel Cathedral. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 772. After waiting outside the prayer hall for nearly 10 minutes, Klein and the other believers who were participating in the moon mass entered under the guidance of the priest. In the dark and quiet atmosphere, they were greeted by a neat and ethereal chanting. The crimson full moon rises, casting its light on the land. Everyone sinks into a sweet dream, dreaming of themselves, dreaming of parents, wives, and children. This is forever. Note 1. As the holy and rhythmic voice echoed, the believers in the prayer hall couldn't help but calm down. It was as though they had forgotten the troubles of life and were no longer worried about the various problems of the real world. Under the guidance of a few priests, they found their seats. In front of the altar, Bishop Electra, who was in charge of the Mass, held the revelation of Evernight and began to preach a simple sermon. When this segment came to an end, the priests picked up water and bread and distributed it to Klein and company. This was the blessing of the Evernight, food shared by the living and the dead. Klein, who had yet to enjoy his dinner, naturally didn't waste the bread and the cup of water. Then he saw the candles on the altar light up. Against the backdrop of the darkness, they were like stars in the night sky, emitting a reassuring light and heat. At this moment, Bishop Electra led the priests and everyone in the choir to recite in unison, "We will look up at the night sky," tenderly say her name, "Evernight Goddess." Apart from Evernight Goddess, there are no other words. May the goddess, in between the angels singing, pluck them along with the sweet silence and hold them in her gentle right hand. Goddess, if she hears it, she will definitely agree. She will definitely reveal a pure smile to the dead. Come, rest and sleep, my children. Note 2. The empty voice bore into the ears of every believer with a sense of holiness, as though it resonated with all the spirits present. As a sequence 5 beyonder, Klein felt as though his soul body was being cleansed at that moment as his spirituality naturally and comfortably flowed out. Following that, a silent darkness appeared in front of him, a darkness without any sound. In the darkness, corpses lay there one after another. Their faces were pale but serene, as if they hadn't died and were only sleeping. Klein calmly walked through the darkness with a calm mind. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and looked diagonally ahead. A few people were sleeping at the place where the moonflower was quietly blooming. They were Dunn Smith, who wasn't wearing his hat and trench coat, old Neil, who was still wearing his classic black robe, and the short Kenley, who was working hard to save money. Their eyes were closed in a relaxed manner, and there seemed to be a faint smile on their lips. Around them were tombstones after tombstones, and each one had the same words written on it, "Guardian." Klein closed his eyes as the holy and ethereal voice rang in his ears. Cross your hands, put it on your chest, and say the wordless prayer, and cry from your heart, "The only home is peace." Note 3. Klein lowered his head and closed his eyes. He raised his hands and crossed them in front of his chest. Then he silently repeated himself, "The only home is peace. The only home is peace." He repeated it again and again until the prayer hall became extremely quiet. Only then did Klein open his eyes and rub the corners of his eyes. He slowly exhaled and looked to his left and right. With the light from the candlesticks, he discovered that most of the believers were crying without realizing it. Even his valet, Richardson, had lost his composure and allowed his tears to flow down without him wiping them away. The moon mass is closer to a ritual with beyonder powers. Its effect should be to resonate with everyone's soul, allowing different people to see the deceased they were close to in the darkness. They can release their grief and obtain peace. Yes, this isn't a mutation that only targets beyonders, so I can be at ease. To ordinary people, this is just a momentary hallucination and an outlet for their emotions. They will only believe that the goddess is great, and they won't suspect any supernatural powers. Sequence 5 of the Evernight pathway seems to have greatly improved their control over spirits. Klein retracted his gaze and made a judgment. Right on the heels of that, he recalled the darkness and the deceased lying in the moonflower. Closing his eyes, Klein allowed his thoughts to wander. That dark plane with moonflower, night vanilla, and slumberflower is a manifestation of the goddess's divine kingdom? Then, what is the source of danger at night in the ruins of the battle of the gods correspond to? Klein gradually outlined the cold night scene he saw on the easternmost side of the Sonia Sea, as well as the fog that enveloped the surface of the sea. In the mist, there was a pitch-black, ancient church with a steepled roof. Crows were circling above it, as if they were offering sacrifices and mourning. Around the church, there were ordinary houses, simple wooden houses, grayish-white mills, and vague figures of people. Logically speaking, this foggy scene that's closely related to night and dreams should have been formed by the remnant aura of the goddess or annihilation demonic wolf, Phlegria. However, it's completely different from the corresponding divine kingdom. Mortals can't pry into deities. Perhaps that dark plain with flowers and grass isn't a projection of the divine kingdom, but a byproduct of a ritual. Seeing that the moon mass was coming to an end, Klein reached into his inner pocket and took out his wallet. Holding his wallet, he got up and entered the aisle. He walked all the way to the altar, and under Bishop Electra's benevolent and compassionate expression, he walked diagonally to the donation box. After tapping his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion to draw the crimson moon, Klein threw all the large bills in, a total of £300. At that moment, Klein wasn't as pained and reluctant as before. He was extremely calm because he recalled the ritual old Neil used to repay his debt. That time, under the goddess's blessings, they had picked up a wallet with more than £300 in cash. He took a step back and drew the crimson moon again, giving up his position to the donor behind him. At that moment, Bishop Electra took the initiative to come over. As he drew the crimson moons clockwise, he said, "May the goddess bless you. May the goddess know that what I want the most right now is to listen to your teachings." Klein replied with a smile. Bishop Electra glanced at the side exit of the prayer hall. "If you don't mind waiting for a quarter of an hour, I can preach to you in the library." "That's exactly what I want." Klein smiled warmly. Bishop Electra immediately got a priest to lead Don Dantes and his servants out of the prayer hall through a side passageway, circling to the library not far from the spiral staircase. There were huge bookshelves here, filled with all sorts of books related to the Church of the Evernight Goddess. There were also tables and chairs on both sides for the priests and bishops to study and preach to their believers. 12 minutes later, Bishop Electra entered the library with a smile that calmed one's heart. He saw the white sideburned and elegant Don Dantes standing in front of a row of bookshelves, engrossed in reading a book. He looked very scholarly. "What are you reading?" he asked with a smile. Klein closed the book and gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Revelation of Evernight. To be frank, although I'm a devout believer of the goddess, I've been busy with my life over the past few years. I've never calmed down to read this Holy Bible seriously." As he spoke, he didn't show any abnormalities on the surface, but he was feeling a little uneasy. He was afraid that the goddess would directly send a bolt of lightning to reward her devout believer, Don Dantes. Yes, lightning isn't in the goddess's domain. Klein consoled himself. Bishop Electra smiled and took the revelation of Evernight. It's not too late to begin now. He then invited Don Dantes to sit down at a table and systematically explain the composition of the revelation of Evernight and the key holy words within. Richardson took his employer's hat and cane and sat a little further away. As he waited in silence, he diverted his attention to listen to the bishop's preaching. Time ticked by as Klein, who appeared serious, suddenly had his spiritual perception triggered as the scene outside naturally surfaced in his mind. This was his intuition, one that originated from a clown. It was an intuition that had been enhanced by the gray fog. Outside the door, an elder in a clergyman's black robe passed by and walked towards the spiral staircase nearby. His white hair was rather lush, but he hadn't combed it, making it look rather messy. His face was thin, as though his skin was wrapped around his bones. He had a rather cold bearing, and his skin was abnormally pale. His eyes were a rare pure black. The figure quickly disappeared from the door, and not far away, there was the sound of footsteps that gradually became louder. An insider, but it's not the one I met in the prayer hall. He's on duty today. Klein looked intently at Bishop Electra, appearing as though he was pondering over the contents of the Holy Bible. He wasn't surprised that an insider would appear inside the cathedral at this time and pass by the library. This was because the seal behind Cheney's gate would reach its peak at night, making it unsuitable for living creatures. Therefore, keepers would enter at sunrise and leave at sunset. And now it was completely dark. Remember what day it is today, and what day it is. Later, gradually add the corresponding information and figure out the keeper's rotation. Only then can I act as a suitable target at the right time. Klein reined in his thoughts and listened carefully. Half an hour later, he got up and bade farewell. He smiled at Bishop Electra. I wonder if I'll have the honor of listening to your preaching in the future. No problem. Faced with a tycoon who had just donated £300, Bishop Electra couldn't reject him. He even nodded happily and said, As long as you come to the cathedral, as long as I have the time. Klein didn't harp on the details to prevent himself from arousing suspicion. After thanking him sincerely, he left St. Samuel Cathedral with his valet, Richardson. It wasn't even 8 when he returned home, just in time for dinner, and leisurely spend the rest of the day. Late at night in the master bedroom, the sleeping Klein suddenly opened his eyes. His spiritual intuition told him that someone had infiltrated his house. Note 1, adapted from Tennyson, Lotus Eater. Note 2, adapted from I.B.A. Browning, The Crying of Children. Note 3, adapted from Thomas Hood, The Bridge of Sighs and Tennyson, Lotus Eater. Chapter 7, 73. Someone infiltrated? Klein didn't immediately sit up. Instead, he turned his body sideways and reached his right palm under his pillow. He silently held death knell, and at the same time he slowly spread out his left hand's fingers, allowing creeping hunger to be activated. Knowing that it would be difficult to find food for creeping hunger after returning to Bakeland, he had infiltrated the prison in Desi Bay's Conant City ahead of time and found a prisoner on the death row. After confirming the crime, he fed him to the glove. The people from Rose School have locked onto me? No, it's impossible that it's that fast. Besides, if it were them, they definitely wouldn't come knocking on my door. Instead, they would wait for an opportunity and strike me when I pass by a remote area. It's to prevent me from alarming the official factions in Bakeland. I donated too much money at Moon Mass, so I've been targeted by criminals? It's indeed very easy for a tycoon who just came to Bakeland to spend lavishly to become the target of others. Of course, it's also possible that the Nighthawks are doing a routine investigation. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Klein heard a tiny commotion coming from the balcony of the half-open room next door. Right on the heels of that, there was a slight sound as the floor-to-ceiling window was pulled open almost silently. Klein listened carefully and sensed footsteps passing through the half-open room and into the corridor. After a slight pause, the footsteps walked towards the master bedroom before going past it and twisting the door handle of the valet's room. Did I come to the wrong place? Or is he here for Richardson? Klein's heart stirred as he released Death Nell's right palm and reached for the nearby iron cigar case. After he dispelled the wall of spirituality, an illusory figure wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat instantly appeared beside him and walked into the full-body mirror. When Senor, the wraith marionette, jumped onto the glass window of Richardson's room, he happened to see a figure with tan skin, soft facial features, and raven black hair walk out of the room. As for Richardson, he sat silently by the side of the bed, his body leaning forward. His back was arched as though he had fused into the darkness. His expression alternated between fear, awkwardness, and weakness. In the end, he fell silent. As expected, he's here to look for Richardson. His appearance is similar to that of a person from the southern continent. His movements are agile, and his movements are practiced. He shouldn't be an ordinary person. This is a friend that Richardson got to know in the manor in the southern continent. Or is it a connection from his mother's side? Richardson was only a valet with an annual salary of £35. Why would she need his help? Klein observed from Senor's perspective while making guesses in his mind. At that moment, he suddenly understood why Richardson was so observant and liked to observe the passers-by from the balcony. He was afraid that someone would find him. I hope it's not a big problem. It won't affect my plans. I'll do a divination later. If Richardson can't resolve the problem, I'll have to find an excuse to fire him. Seeing that his valet was lying down again, Klein unsummoned his wraith marionette. At the same time, Leonard Mitchell, who lived at 7 Pinsta Street, once again entered the fog-shrouded, sleeping Bakeland. He had previously asked reporter Mike Joseph of the Daily Observer in his dream, and had come to the conclusion that Sherlock Moriarty hadn't voluntarily gotten involved in the Lenivas matter, but had been hired to participate. This made his suspicions plummet. If it wasn't for the fact that this great detective had appeared on the periphery of the Kappa matter and had a close relationship with the Harvest Church's Emlyn White, Leonard Mitchell would have given up on the investigation and continued searching for Nsangwill's whereabouts. As Sherlock Moriarty didn't have many friends in the Quelleg Club, one of whom had died in the Prince Edisac incident, and the other was reporter Mike Joseph, Leonard only had one target left, Dr. Alan Series. From the internal information, this doctor was also involved in a Beyonder matter that involved the monster pathway. After having his items exchanged, he no longer suffered from bad luck or nightmares, and his life returned to normal. Most of the people that Sherlock Moriarty knows are involved with Beyonders. This detective is definitely not simple. As Leonard thought, he rang the doorbell that symbolized Alan Series' dream. After entering the dream, he casually found a sofa to sit on and looked at Dr. Allen opposite him. He looked at Dr. Allen and said, "Tell me in detail how you got to know Sherlock Moriarty." In the dream, Allen didn't hide anything. He started from Mrs. Mary's introduction of Sherlock Moriarty to the Quelleg Club, and how he was invited as a recommendation, all the way to the detective's suggestion that he inform the bishop of the church of the Evernight goddess of the unusual matter he had encountered. Just as described in the information, Sherlock Moriarty's attitude towards the official factions is rather friendly, and he has obtained the endorsement of Eichinger Stanton. Leonard glanced at the bearded Sherlock conjured by Dr. Allen, retracted his gaze, and continued listening. After Allen finished explaining the relevant matters in detail, he said, "He went south for a vacation and hasn't returned. He went to the south for a vacation and never returned. I've always been worried. However, he's a great detective filled with wisdom and love. I don't think anything will happen to him. I hope he'll be able to attend the celebration banquet after my child's birth." Perhaps. Leonard suspected that Sherlock Moriarty wouldn't return to Bakeland. He then politely bade farewell and walked out of Dr. Allen's dream. After taking a few steps forward, he subconsciously looked back and saw that in the house with a garden, There were blurry spheres of light that represented dreams intersecting, filling up the entire space. There was nothing wrong with them. Was I imagining things? I keep feeling like there's something different about me, Leonard muttered, turned around, and flew towards Pinster Street. As far as he could see, the fog was thick and the gas lamps were dim and pale. Suddenly, Leonard stopped flying and cast his gaze at a building. Inside the building, 5 blurry spheres of light floated silently, no different from the other buildings around it. However, in Leonard's spiritual perception, there seemed to be a black blob in the house that could absorb all light. Furthermore, he realized that he didn't recognize this street. He felt his heart palpitate as he suspected that he had seen something he shouldn't have. He hurriedly retracted his gaze and prepared to leave this place and rush back to where his body was. At this moment, a teasing voice sounded from the ordinary-looking building. "Why don't you come in and have a cup of tea?" All the thoughts in Leonard's mind instantly exploded, and without thinking, he flew at high speed. In his spiritual perception, the row houses and garden buildings behind him grew larger one after another. The doors and windows turned into mouths that bit at him. The nearby iron-black gas lamp poles grew upwards, turning the surroundings into a steel jungle, as though they were stopping Leonard. Leonard didn't stop, nor did he turn back. He only felt the coldness on his back become more and more obvious and intense. His body gradually stiffened, as though countless invisible hands were grabbing his body. Just as he thought that he couldn't hold on any longer, the familiar house in front of him, the familiar windows, and the familiar lights were reflected in his eyes. Leonard hurriedly held his breath, plummeted, and fell into his dream. Phew! He woke up, his head covered in cold sweat. "Old man, what exactly did I encounter just now?" Leonard retracted his legs from the edge of the desk and asked fearfully. The slightly aged voice in his mind took a few seconds to reply. "I'm not sure." Leonard's eyelids immediately drooped as he didn't ask further. He then cast his gaze out the window and saw that Bakeland was filled with lights at night. It was peaceful and tranquil. 160 Buckland Street, inside Don Dantes' manor. "Sir, Wana Heisen is here." Richardson entered the room and said to Klein. When Klein heard that, he put down the newspaper and looked up to glance at his valet. He realized that he was still a man of few words. He was silent, reserved, and timid. There was nothing out of the ordinary about him. If it wasn't for the divination results, it would be fine. Abruptly firing him would easily arouse suspicion. Klein silently mumbled as he stood up as though nothing had happened. He got Richardson to help him put on his coat. 15 minutes later, he hugged his etiquette teacher, Wana Heisen, and began learning another dance commonly used at social occasions. "I feel like I'll lose my job in a few days." After a while, Wana subtly praised Don Dantes' progress and finally said, "But you're still a little reserved. Although you don't need to be like men with intis who are always close to the ladies. You don't have to always maintain a certain distance. It's normal to have occasional contact. You seem too stiff and stiff now." Klein pulled her a little closer and replied with a smile, "That's right. I'm afraid of being rude." "Does this mean it is rude to be too close to a lady? Does he also mean that I'm very charming and that he'll embarrass himself if he gets too close to me?" This is a subtle compliment. Wahana's thoughts raced as she smiled faintly. "You're learning well." The dance continued. Klein glanced at Wana Heisen's face and asked casually and gently, "Madam, you seem to be troubled?" Wana lowered her head and smiled. "It's not a big problem. My husband is a businessman, and he recently had a small conflict with some people. We can resolve it." "Yes, your question was too direct. Before both parties establish a friendship, it's best not to ask what happened to others unless they've made it very obvious. Compared to you, who comes from different upper-class families and knows many madams and ladies, a wealthy businessman who just arrived in Bakelin doesn't have many connections." Klein nodded gently and smiled. "I thought we were no longer strangers." He then changed the topic and began talking about his experiences and the neighbors around him. As Juana listened, she responded, allowing Klein to grasp the characteristics and preferences of the neighbors. After Juana left, Klein stood by the door for a long time before turning his head to the butler. "Walter, find out what trouble Ma and Juana has encountered. If she can't resolve it, we'll provide her with timely help." Chapter 774. In the evening, Klein, who had just returned from St. Samuel Cathedral, was about to enter the dining hall on the second floor when he saw butler Walter come over. "Sir, the matter you wanted to investigate has been clarified." Klein didn't ask in front of the servants around him as he nodded calmly. "Let's go to the study." Walter followed behind him all the way to the third floor. He watched as Richardson opened the door to the study room and lit up the gas wall lamp inside. Klein walked unhurriedly to the back of the desk and sat down. He looked at the butler and waited for him to speak. Walter gestured for Richardson to stand guard outside the door as he leaned closer to the desk and deliberated over his words. When the door was closed again, he said, "Ma, and Wahana's husband is a cloth merchant. He previously worked with someone and invested £1,000, but the other party ran off with the goods. She has already requested Member of Parliament Mocht and Ma, Amriana, to urge the police to solve the case as soon as possible. However, the police can't guarantee that they will definitely find the target." Klein picked up the black fountain pen on the desk and stroked it. To Madame Wahana's family, £1,000 isn't a small sum. As far as he knew, the average governess did not earn more than £150 a year, and even less if the employer provided lodging and food. Although Wahana served the upper class and had many employers, her annual income was £400 to £500 at most. Furthermore, she had to spend a large portion of it on her own attire, posture, and appearance to prevent her employers from thinking that she wasn't presentable enough and unable to teach her etiquette. Yes, her husband's income is only considered average among the cloth merchants. To him, £1,000 is a rather large investment, Walter said tactfully. "It's the same for me." Klein sighed and smiled. "I just came to Bakeland. I'm not familiar with the police department." Walter immediately replied, "Sir, when I was serving Viscount Conrad, I knew a few members of the Bakeland Senior Police Association." Bakeland Senior Police Officers Association? They were all high-ranking people in Civilau's Yard. Even the chief superintendent in charge of the district security was not qualified to enter. Civilau's Yard was the police station of Bakeland, named after the street on which it stood. As expected of a butler from a noble family, Klein sighed inwardly and shook his head with a smile. "There's no need for the time being. In this aspect, Ma, Amwana can seek help from too many people. Be it Member of Parliament Mocht or anyone else, they have the ability to make Civilau's Yard take this case seriously." He paused and pretended to say casually, "I've seen the bottom of this society and I know how they live. Sometimes the police might not be as useful as gang members or bounty hunters. Walter, go to the police department and get the relevant information. Go to the famous bars in the Bakeland Bridge area and East Borough to post the bounty. Regardless of whether you find the corresponding criminal or retrieve the cloth, I'll give you a reward of £200. Hee, I just hope those scammers are still in Bakeland. £200 bounty?" Walter repeated the number and couldn't help but glance at his employer, as though he couldn't believe that he was willing to pay so much for Wahana's matter. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to remind her of something, but in the end he didn't say anything. "Yes, sir. I'll give you the money directly." Klein slowly stood up and took out his wallet. As Walter received the thick stack of cash, he pondered and asked, "Should we tell Lady Wahana?" Klein smiled. "No need." Walter nodded in enlightenment and bowed. "Your reputation for generosity and kindness will spread throughout this neighborhood." East Side, Dharavi Street, in a cramped but lively tavern. Zayo, who had carefully combed her short blonde hair, squeezed through the area filled with the fragrance of alcohol and the stench of sweat and arrived at the bar counter. She knocked on the wooden board and said to the bartender, "Are there any new commissions today?" If it were anyone else, the bartender would definitely ignore them if they asked without ordering alcohol. But seeing that it was Zio, a bounty hunter whom everyone would rather not drink, he could only sigh. "There's a very generous bounty, 200 pounds. 200 pounds! Zio nearly suspected that she had heard wrongly. Apart from receiving missions of this level or higher from Miss Audrey, she had never encountered such a bounty in East Borough or Bakeland Bridge. Even the Aztec Eggers mission that had sent bounty hunters into a frenzy was only 150 pounds. To an ordinary bounty hunter, as long as they could complete this commission, it meant that they didn't need to work for a year. To Zio, this was equally important. This was because she had been helping the mysterious golden masked man for the past few months, and she had learned that he was from MI9. By accumulating merit points, she could exchange them for the interrogator potion formula. Therefore, the remuneration she received for helping him was very little. Most of it was converted into merit points, and her savings came from her advantage in finding and pursuing criminals after becoming a sheriff. Once I get the potion formula, I'll still have to spend money to buy Beyonder ingredients, and I only have about 300 pounds. Furs is right. Money isn't omnipotent, but it's sufficiently important. With this in mind, Zio looked at the bartender and asked cautiously, "What mission? Who commissioned it?" "To find a few cheats. They scammed 1,000 pounds worth of cloth." As the bartender handed the information to Zio, he said, "The person who commissioned the mission seems to be a butler. He calls himself Walter, and he's in the service of Mr. Don Dantes of Buckland Street. If you can catch the cheats or find the cloth, you can head there to claim the bounty." Zio quickly flipped through the information as a corresponding image quickly appeared in her mind. She instinctively had a direction to investigate. "I'll accept this mission." She immediately looked up and said. The bartender shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's not just you. It's not just you. All the bounty hunters who have come here have accepted this mission. Furthermore, they have other ideas." "What ideas?" Zio asked out of curiosity. The bartender chuckled. "They said that Mr. Don Dantes is so generous that if he's lacking a bodyguard, they can recommend themselves. However, they later gave up on this idea. This is because being a bodyguard isn't as free as being a bounty hunter. Even drinking has to be done on days off. This isn't a problem for me, but I can only be a bounty hunter." Zio nodded and jumped off the high stool in front of the bar counter. Without wasting any time, she walked to the door. The next day, after Klein finished his lunch, he planned on taking a stroll in his garden to aid digestion. At this moment, butler Walter came in and quietly followed behind him. He waited until there was no one around. "Sir, there are 2 matters," he said politely. "2 matters." Klein was somewhat surprised. He imagined that there would only be one. Walter nodded and said, "Yes. The first matter is regarding 10% of the Bakeland Bike Company shares. Someone has already offered 10,000 pounds. Sir, do you wish to continue bidding? Raise the price by 1,000 pounds? Not bad." Klein pretended to be put in a difficult position as he thought. "I just came to Bakeland. There are many things I need to restrain. Let's leave it at that." "Let's leave it at that. All right, sir." Walter then said, "The cheater who scammed Ma and Wahana's husband of the cloth has been caught. The bounty hunter is already nearby and is requesting payment." "That fast?" Klein turned his head in surprise and looked at his butler. If he were to take action personally, it was true that he could resolve it on the same day. After all, he had the dowsing rod technique to search for people. But the problem was that most bounty hunters weren't seers. Perhaps it's a Beyonder who's good at tracking and finding people. Klein made a preliminary judgment. Walter answered with certainty, "Yes. It's much faster than I expected." According to the bounty hunter, she traced the source of the stolen goods and found the cheats. The source of the stolen goods was so easily revealed. From the looks of it, she's been educated with an iron fist. Klein nodded slightly. What's the bounty hunter's name? She's very capable. She calls herself Zio, Walter answered truthfully. No way. Klein nearly stumbled. Thankfully, he had the superb balance of a clown. He pretended to calm the waves in his heart as he deliberated and said, Leave behind the contact information of the bounty hunter. Leave the contact information of the bounty hunter. Maybe there will be a chance to ask for her help in the future. All right, sir. Walter didn't think that there was anything wrong with Don Dantes' instructions. A qualified member of high society had to have some unofficial channels. Klein didn't continue the topic of Zio as he tersely acknowledged. How much was recovered? The cheat's cash and the unsold cloth totals £850. Walter seemed to have expected his employer to ask about this matter, so he had done an assessment ahead of time. Very good. Klein nodded. After paying the bounty hunter, help her send the cheats and the stolen goods to the nearest police station. North Borough Police Station. Juana and her husband, Bacchus, looked at the high-ranking inspector opposite them and asked in surprise, Found it? Caught them. The high-ranking inspector replied with a smile. Yes. He recounted the amount of cash and cloth they had left, making Juana and Bacchus heave a sigh of relief. £150 was something they could afford. Furthermore, the remaining cloth still had room for appreciation and profit. Overall, the losses weren't huge. They repeatedly thanked the officer until someone came to get Bacchus to identify the stolen goods and the criminal. Juana sat there without losing her composure. She smiled at the high-ranking inspector in front of her. Your efficiency has exceeded my expectations. I'm very curious. How did you find those cheats? Knowing that the beautiful and elegant lady knew a House of Commons member of Parliament and that they would figure out the truth sooner or later, the high-ranking inspector didn't hide anything. Actually, it was done by a bounty hunter. She started by selling the stolen goods and quickly caught the culprit. You issued a bounty. Juana seemed to understand the whole story. The high-ranking inspector shook his head and said, We didn't have the time. We haven't had the time. Someone posted a reward for £200. £200? Juana asked in surprise. This wasn't a small sum. It even exceeded the profits her husband expected from this business. Seeing the officer give an affirmative answer, Juana couldn't help but ask who issued the bounty. The bounty hunter didn't say, but she was accompanied by a gentleman dressed as a butler. The high-ranking inspector simply described Walter's appearance. Juana vaguely guessed who it was as she leaned back and subconsciously muttered, £200! In the afternoon, at Member of Parliament Mock's house, Juana, who had come to teach his daughter etiquette, first thanked Ma and Rihanna for her help. The green-haired Rihanna said a few words of modesty and changed the topic. Juana, I heard that you're still Mr. Don Dante's etiquette teacher. What kind of person is he? Juana deliberated for a moment. A real gentleman, warm-hearted, generous, good-natured, cultured, gentlemanly and knowledgeable. Rihanna nodded slightly. She turned to look at the haughty girl beside her and said with a light chuckle, It's a pity that he's too old. Otherwise, he would be a good matchmaking partner. Well, I'm going to invite him to the dance this weekend. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperors. Chapter 7, 75. Saturday night, 8 o'clock. Klein took 2.5 minutes to arrive at Member of Parliament Mock's house at 39 Buckland Street in his luxurious carriage. Looking at the gurgling water reflecting the lights in the fountain, he buttoned his tailcoat as he alighted the carriage and slowly walked to the front door. Richardson held a bottle of beautifully packaged Southville red wine and followed closely behind his employer. After entering, Klein immediately saw Member of Parliament Maury Mock and his wife, Ma, and Rihanna coming to welcome him. The former was wearing an olive-green army officer's uniform with an orange-red sash. There were a few medals hanging on his chest. In Rouen, active or retired military officers liked to wear their military uniforms at balls. The latter was wearing a yellow dress with a ruffled collar. It was adorned with rare and exquisite lace, making her look different from an unmarried lady. However, she similarly revealed her fair neck and shoulders. Klein took the bottle of Southville red wine from his valet, Richardson, and handed it to Mocht before bowing. "Sorry, I'm a few minutes late." This was actually a common situation at Rouen banquets. Guests would rather be a certain amount of time late than arrive early. This was because the host might still be busy making the final preparations for the banquet. It wasn't a suitable time to entertain guests. Of course, lateness had to be limited to less than 10 minutes. If Juana hadn't specially taught him such things, Klein would have politely arrived earlier. "It's fine. The ball hasn't officially begun." Mocht glanced at the Southville red wine in his hand and handed it to his valet as he nodded with a smile. In Rouen's high society, one had to give the host a small gift when attending a banquet hosted by the host for the first time. Amongst them, alcoholic beverages were the most popular, but one had to remember to choose something locally produced for the first time. After exchanging greetings with the host, Klein looked at Ma, Emriana, and saw her raise her right hand slightly. Hence, he took a step forward, held her hand, and bent down to kiss it. "Your radiance illuminates the entire ball." Before the start of the banquet, complimenting the host was one of the rare occasions in Rouen where there was no need to be reserved. Unlike Intis, the kissing of the hand in Rouen required the ladies to express their approval first before the men could proceed. Otherwise, it would be considered a serious breach of etiquette. "So is your arrival," Lady Rihanna replied with a smile. Then the couple led Don Dantes through the porch and into the hall. The melodious melody was already echoing in the hall. After taking a few steps forward, Maury Mocht pointed at a girl in a sky-blue dress. "My daughter, Hazel." Klein then looked at the girl, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He knew this girl. To be more precise, he had seen the image of this person before. When he asked Rhodes where he could obtain a mystical item that could steal the beyonder powers of others, the magic mirror showed a scene of an arrogant girl loitering in the sewers. And this was none other than Hazel Mocht, a lady with wavy, black-green hair and dark brown eyes. She has a mystical item that corresponds to a fire thief? With her family background, why would she loiter in the sewers? Was that a fortuitous encounter of hers? Was she searching for or waiting for something in the sewers? Has she already become a beyonder? How did she become a beyonder? Is there a parasitic grandpa in her body? Could that grandpa be able to sense the gray fog's aura like Blasphemer Amon? Draped in Don Dantes' skin. Klein instantly thought of many questions, but he pressed his chest and bowed without batting an eyelid. "Good evening, Miss Hazel." During this process, he secretly swept his gaze at Hazel Mock's face and discovered that the girl had a calm expression. Her eyes were arrogant as she politely replied with a smile, "Good evening, Mr. Dantes." She doesn't have any abnormal reactions, which means that she's unable to sense the gray fog's aura. As for if she has a parasitic grandpa, I can't be sure for now. I'll have to continue observing. Klein propped his body up and took a glass of pale golden champagne from a waiter's tray. He then began conversing with Member of Parliament Maury Mocht. "I never expected you to be a major Member of Parliament." This was obvious from Mock's epaulette. If he was a colonel, Klein would suspect that this gentleman was also a beyonder, but it was hard to say if he was a major. Haha, that's nothing. There are too many opportunities to make meritorious contributions in East Balam. Maury Mocht replied humbly. "Of course, the climate there isn't something people can get used to. I've been suggesting to the upper echelons of the army to design a special military uniform for East and West Balam. We'll eliminate the traditional dark colors. Otherwise, the officers will feel like they're beef on a grill. As for the soldiers, they were mostly dressed in red and white. Yes, the climate there is completely different from back home. Even Desi Bay isn't that hot." Klein casually mentioned that he had been to the southern continent and that he had been to either East or West Balam, confirming the hunting experience he had mentioned a few days ago. After exchanging pleasantries for a few minutes, Mocht apologized and walked to the staircase with his wife, Rihanna. When they reached the second floor, he raised a glass of red wine and said, "Everyone, thank you for attending this ball. Thank you all for attending this ball. First of all, let us praise the gods, for they are the source of all beauty." He and Lady Rihanna immediately tapped their chests 4 times and began to praise the goddess in a low voice. The guests also used their own corresponding methods to praise the gods they believed in. Macht continued raising his cup without putting it down as he continued with a smile. "That's right. Secondly, praise the kingdom. It is the cornerstone of stability. Praise the kingdom." Klein raised his glass of champagne and said to the guests around him. Following that, Macht surveyed the area and asked in a humorous manner, "Finally, what shall we praise?" With a thought, Klein laughed heartily. "Praise the improvement of Baekeland's air." Macht was taken aback, as he couldn't help but smile. "Very good. This is a good suggestion. Let us praise the improvement of Baekeland's air. This is a symbol of a better life for us. Cheers." Tackling air pollution had always been his political philosophy as a member of Parliament. He had always pushed for the enactment of the corresponding bills on various occasions, and he had played quite a role in improving the environment. Therefore, praising the improvement of Baekeland's air was equivalent to praising him. Furthermore, it was more implicit and open. The guests responded enthusiastically as they downed the alcoholic beverages in their hands. Right on the heels of that, Macht held Ma and Rihanna's hand and went down to the main hall on the first floor. They began the opening dance to a gentle melody. The men present began searching for the first dance partner they wanted to invite. As for Klein, he took another glass of champagne and leisurely sized up the guests. Ma and Mary is here as well." He swept his gaze and discovered a familiar face. The major shareholder of the Coim Company, a person worth tens of thousands of pounds. Ma and Mary, who had once hired Sherlock Moriarty to catch an adulterer. She's a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, so it's normal for her to be close to a member of Parliament who supports this matter. Klein didn't attempt to invite her for a dance because he was now Don Dantes. He didn't know any ladies outside the main street. He retracted his gaze and looked elsewhere. He saw Hazel Macht holding a glass of white wine as she stood by the side. She wore a slightly distant smile as she watched the men lock onto their partners and prepare to invite them for a dance. This lady was actually quite good-looking. She was elegant and beautiful, and she should have been the star of the ball. Everyone would vie to invite her for a dance, but her haughty attitude that seemed to be condescending made the men who had cast their gazes at her change their targets. I've seen such looks from certain beyonders. They believe that they're no longer mortals. When facing ordinary people, they have a strong sense of superiority. Ha ha! This means that Miss Hazel is likely a beyonder. That's right. If she's not a beyonder, why would she dare to loiter in the sewers? She's from the Marauder pathway? However, how can she act as a marauder and a swindler with such an arrogant look? It's hard to imagine. Seeing that the couple's opening dance was coming to an end, Klein began to seriously consider which lady he should invite. Don Dantes is in his 40s. It's not appropriate to invite a girl for his first dance, unless it's a confirmed junior. As for the first dance of the ladies, it's likely for their husbands. I should invite someone I'm familiar with or the host of the ball. Klein swept his gaze across the dance floor and only found a lady Don Dantes was familiar with. She was his etiquette teacher, Juana. Invite her? No, she should already know about the help I've provided in secret. If I were to invite her for the first dance at this point in time, it would easily cause her to misunderstand. It might even affect the relationship between her and her husband. It might also bring unnecessary trouble to Don Dantes' identity. I'm not the emperor who likes the wives of good people. No, he likes everything. In short, I should avoid arousing suspicion. As Klein moved his gaze, he heard the music change. It went from soft and gentle to light and lively. This was a popular piece of music from the countryside in the middle of Rouen. It was loved by nobles and was often used to accompany the first dance. As the melody changed, The men began walking towards the ladies or madams they had chosen. As for Klein, he noticed that no one approached Hazel mocked. She's one of the hosts of the ball. Furthermore, I can observe her up close. Ha ha, if she's really a beyonder from the Marauder pathway. That means that the gray fog has a certain degree of convergence toward seer pathways. With a warm smile, Klein unhurriedly walked towards the proud girl. Miss Hazel, may I invite you for a dance? Don Dantes, who had white sideburns, bowed in a standard manner. Hazel glanced at him and fell silent for a few seconds. It would be my honor. She extended her hand. Klein politely held her hand as they entered the dance floor. They began dancing a brisk and lively dance to the melody. Glancing at her beautiful but expressionless face, Klein smiled in a probing manner. I noticed that many young gentlemen wished to invite you for a dance, but they failed to muster the courage. Hazel looked up slightly and swept her gaze. Mr. Dantes, this isn't a polite topic. Klein choked, unsure of how to continue. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 776. I thought she would say contemptuously that she didn't like childish and incompetent people, implying that she looked down on ordinary people, who knew that she couldn't even be bothered to answer this question. Such a strong sense of superiority can easily cause her to lose control when advancing. Klein couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. From what he knew, Beyonders were only humans with additional powers. It was equivalent to being rich and having a lot of status. In essence, they still had human attributes and were unable to escape society. Only when one reached sequence 4 would there be a qualitative change. Besides, most demigods are active in human society. Even the sequence, one snake of fate will accept in, is doing his job as an unborn fetus. Perhaps only when one reaches the stage of Blasphemermon and company can they truly look at the real world with the eyes of a god. Klein's thoughts raced as he took the initiative to say, I was once a merchant who frequently traveled between the northern and southern continents. I don't have much experience at balls. I'm referring to this kind of ball. It's fine, Hazel replied calmly, as though she didn't care if he brought up the topic from before. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't know how to chat with this arrogant girl. All they could do was focus on dancing. However, Klein was now considered knowledgeable and experienced. He had a sufficient understanding of the mysterious world and different beyonders, so he smiled and said, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. After the apology, he said with a smile, To me, this isn't a simpler challenge than the sea. It similarly has beautiful scenery, but it also contains countless difficulties. Of course, there are also all sorts of stories about treasures at sea. Some of them are obviously fake, while others sound real, but there's no way to verify them. Just like the number 1 treasure, Death's Key. Death's Key? Hazel looked up at Mr. Don Dantes, who was much taller than her. Indeed, such beyonders with a strong sense of superiority are always interested in matters that involve mystery. Klein chuckled inwardly and nodded gently. Yes, it's rumored to be in a secret spot, in the Berserk Sea. He recounted the legend of the treasure he had heard on the White Agate back then, and added more details he had heard in his subsequent adventuring career. During this process, he inevitably mentioned the 4 kings and the 7 pirate admirals. Hazel was clearly interested in this. She responded to Klein, which was rare for her. She even raised questions occasionally, which made the dance between them less awkward. Unknowingly, the dance came to an end. Klein skillfully ended the topic and asked, What's the matter? Are you going back to where you were? Or are you going to get some food over there? After a dance, the man had to follow the woman's wishes and send her to the place she wanted to go, not necessarily to her original position. Hazel opened her mouth as though she wanted to ask something, but she ultimately didn't say those words. She nodded in a reserved manner. The place just now. She's clearly a little reluctant to part with the story at sea. She's just an oversized brat. As long as I get the right temper and find the right hobbies, She's actually not that difficult to get along with. Klein held back his laughter and sent Hazel back to the edge of the dance floor where she had been standing. As for himself, he naturally acted nonchalantly as he walked to the long tables that had all sorts of food placed on them. He picked up a plate and picked up a pan-fried dragon-bone fish for himself, as well as a sliced steak with black pepper sauce. Compared to dancing and socializing, delicacies are the true essence of a gathering. As Klein thought, he tried his best to make his actions of eating appear elegant. At this moment, he saw Ma and Mary walk over and fork a piece of foie gras in red wine onto her plate. When Klein saw her glance at him, he politely smiled and nodded as a form of response. "How might I address you? I've never seen you at the banquets and balls hosted by Member of Parliament mocked." Perhaps it was because she saw Don Dantes' white sideburns and deep blue eyes that made him very charming. The average-looking Ma, and Mary with high cheekbones, took the initiative to ask. Klein smiled. "I'm a merchant who just came from Desi Bay, Don Dantes. I live on this street." "Ma, and may I know your name?" Mary nodded thoughtfully. She roughly understood that this was a businessman who was trying to get into the upper class, just like her in the past. She smiled and said, "Mary Schott, director of the Coin Company." She didn't mention that she was the largest shareholder of the Coin Company, nor did she mention that she was currently a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. This was a Rouen-style subtlety. Was Mary Shaw returning to her father's name? That's right, she's already divorced. Klein muttered silently as he smiled. "I know this company. Its main business is anthracite and high-quality charcoal. It has been expanding very rapidly in recent months. Hee. Frankly speaking, I have the intention to invest in it, but it seems that I can't compete with others. After the air pollution bill was passed, the demand for anthracite and high-quality charcoal increased greatly. The Coin Company had developed beyond its years of hard work, and its total value was said to have exceeded £250,000. Klein's intention to invest wasn't just spouting nonsense. He truly felt that this industry would become even more important in the years to come, until humans discovered alternative energy sources. Mary had always been very proud of the atmospheric pollution investigation report that allowed the Coin Company to develop rapidly. She couldn't hide her smile when she heard that. Upon hearing that, she couldn't hide her smile and said, "This is because people are paying more attention to the environment they live in." Having said that, she sighed slightly. "Well, it's getting better. There's also more trouble." As they had just met, Klein didn't press her about the trouble. With his previous acquaintance, he easily found a topic that she was interested in, allowing them to have a rather pleasant conversation. Ha! Her attitude toward Sherlock Moriarty and Don Dantes is very different. People she's familiar with have changed their faces and identities, but when they stand in front of her, they receive a brand new treatment without any problems. This feeling is truly fascinating. As they chatted, Klein felt wistful. He felt that the faceless potion he had consumed was rapidly digesting. After a few minutes, a handsome man with bright blonde hair walked over with a glass of red wine. He smiled at Mary and said, "Mary, what are you talking about?" "Hibbert, this is Mr. Don Dantes from Desi. His experiences at sea in West Balham were rather interesting." Mary immediately introduced them. "Dwayne, this is Mr. Hibbert Hall, the eldest son of the Earl of Eastchester. Ha! We should address him as Lord, but he wishes for us to address him as Mr. Chief Secretary, the Chief Secretary of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. I've heard you mention it before. Of course, it was when he was active as Sherlock Moriarty. The Earl of Eastchester, that's a powerful noble, a true member of the upper echelons of society." Klein bowed respectfully without appearing humble. "Please allow me to express my gratitude as an ordinary person. The National Atmospheric Pollution Council's work has allowed us to obtain a better living environment." Hibbert Hall was rather pleased by the sincere thanks. He replied with a smile, "Yes, sir. This is a result of all of our hard work. Mary smiled and said, "Dwayne, don't mention this again. Dwayne, don't mention this again. It will make Hibbert proud." "No, I was just joking. He's more humble than all the aristocratic scions, I know. He's supposed to be on vacation in the East Chester County, hunting with a group of friends. But after I sent a telegram to Member of Parliament Mocked inviting us to this week's ball, he immediately returned. It's not just for the ball. There are many other matters that require my attention. My father, Earl Hall, will also frequently travel between Bakeland and our fief before June," Hibbert explained seriously. "A gentleman who places great importance on his social image." Klein made a preliminary judgment. When Mary heard that, she asked in passing, "Is there anything else? When will you be leaving Bakeland?" "Everything else has been settled. There's only one thing left." "Ha ha! My sister, Audrey, is very interested in 10% of the Bakeland Bike Company shares. She hired a professional team to help her negotiate. I'm in charge of coordinating this matter," Hibbert said without much thought. 10% of the Bakeland Bike Company's shares? What a coincidence. I have to say that the circle of high society isn't that big. Klein sighed inwardly as he deliberately mentioned, "I've also found a team to purchase the 10% shares. I offered it at £9,000, but unfortunately, there's no way for me to compete with others. All I can do is give up." Hibbert looked at him in surprise. "You have good taste." He didn't mention the exact price he offered, to prevent Hibbert from competing again. £9,000. Mary silently muttered to herself, feeling that she had underestimated Don Dantes' wealth. At this moment, the melody of the third dance sounded. Hibbert Hall turned to Mary and said, "May I have the honor of inviting you for a dance?" "I've been waiting for your invitation." Mary immediately extended her hand. This prevented Klein from directly exchanging name cards with them. However, he wasn't in a rush, as there was still some time before the ball. After getting another plate of food, he enjoyed it while watching the dance floor, enjoying the ladies dancing. During this process, he discovered that Member of Parliament Mocked and Mariana were mingling with different guests, chatting happily with everyone. They even danced a few times. According to Walter, after confirming the guest list, the host has to seriously summarize every guest's preferences and experiences. Based on that, they can design different conversations or jokes, making everyone feel like they are being treated individually. Interpersonal relationships in high society sure are troublesome. Haha, this might be the reason why Rouen gentlemen generally have receding hairlines. As Klein sighed, he lampooned. He retracted his gaze and looked at the empty plate. He seriously considered whether he should invite a particular lady for a dance or eat a little more. At this moment, he caught sight of Hazel Mock's figure from the corner of his eye. The girl was hurrying to the third floor. Divine Emperor of the 9 heavens,